Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto had harem with small Bulma? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. I think we broke it in a large room known as the gravity chamber. Two people, a man with a blue jumpsuit and spiky hair and his purple-haired son, were having a training match. Come on Trunks, I know you can do better than that. The spike-haired man provoked his son in an effort to get him more worked up for the fight. Dad, we've been training for the past 3 hours. I'm tired. Trunks was obviously exhausted. Shut up. If you have energy to complain, you have energy to keep training. Vegeta launched a weak ki blast at his son, which he dodged successfully. Trunks failed to keep his eyes on his father while dodging, however, and received a blow to his side from his father's leg, and he spun to the other end of the room. Just as he got back up and was about to retaliate, he heard a voice coming from the room's PA system. Trunks, Goten is here. The words of his mother over the PA relieved him greatly. Finally. Thought I was going to kill over, he thought to himself as he exited the gravity room. HMPH, quitter, Vegeta muttered under his breath as he walked over to the control panel and up the gravity room to a harder setting. Trunks made his way down to the door of the Capsule Corp building to greet his friend. Hey Goten, what's up? There's this awesome movie that's going to be on TV in 20 minutes and I wanted you to see it. Trunks wasn't really interested but pretended to be anyway. What's it called? Attack of the Killer Space Pandas from Hell. The name was enough to perk the purple-haired boy's interest. That does sound awesome. What are you waiting for? Let's watch it. 2 hours later, the two boys were on the couch staring at the television with a very traumatized look on their faces. Goten, this has to be the most disturbing movie I have ever seen. I didn't know you could use a golf ball that way, was all Goten could say in reply. Let's go see if my mom's working on anything in the lab. Goten nodded and they started to make their way to Bulma's lab. Maybe we can find something to drill those images out of my head with, Trunks said half-jokingly. They made their way to the lab to find Bulma working on a strange machine. It looked like a huge metal ring with a control panel beside it. Hey Mom, what's working on? Questioned the purple-haired demi-scion. Oh hey Trunks, it's an interdimensional transporter. If I can get it to work, it will be possible to travel across time and space in a matter of seconds. Plus, we'll be able to go to other dimensions. She said all this while still tinkering with the machine. Now let's see, all I have to do is connect this last wire and... The machine sprung to life, a bright swirling light in the center. Bulma laughed triumphantly with her hands on her hips. Ha ha ha, and they said it couldn't be done. I am the smartest woman in the world. She was too focused in her own self-gloating that she failed to realize the two young boys walking towards the machine. Wow Trunks, this is awesome, exclaimed the slightly younger of the two. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I wonder what's on the other side of that portal. A wicked smirk crossed the purple-haired boy's face. Let's find out. You don't mean, last one through licks a cactus, Trunks yelled as he ran into the portal. Hey, wait for me, Goten yelled as he followed behind. Bulma turned around just in time to see them both jump in. Wait, but it was too late, they had already crossed. When I get my hands on them, she made her way to the portal. Unfortunately, before she could pass through, the portal short-circuited and shut down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal, a young boy was walking on the outskirts of a village. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks on his cheeks. He sported an orange and blue jacket, and orange pants. On his face were a pair of goggles. The genin exam's 10 days away. I hope they don't have me make a clone again. I suck at clones. He was saying this to himself, as there was no one else around him at the time. Every time he took the exam, it was the same test, the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone jutsu. It wasn't his fault, no one bothered to teach it to him. After about 10 minutes of aimless walking, he noticed an odd light start to form in front of him. What the? He pondered, as the light slowly got bigger. Ah crap! He yelled as the light exploded all around him, and he covered his eyes to avoid going blind. When the light cleared, there were what looked to be two young children standing in front of him. One had spiky black hair, an orange fighting GI, a blue undershirt, and matching blue sash. The other had purple hair, a black sleeveless shirt, black shorts, a yellow belt, and yellow shoes. Looking disoriented, the one in orange spoke up first. "Trunks, I think I'm gonna. Before he could finish, he spewed the contents of whatever he ate last on the ground next to him. "Goten, that's disgusting. How'd you get sick anyway? It wasn't that bad," said the other boy. Goten, while rubbing his poor stomach, turned his head just enough to notice a blonde boy staring at them. "Trunks, look," he pointed to the blonde. Trunks turned his head to see. "Who are you?" "Name's Naruto," he stated with a grin on his face. "So who you two, and how'd you make that cool bright light?" Trunks cocked an eyebrow. "What bright light? I just stepped through my mom's machine and, oh heh, I guess it actually worked." "What machine? What are you talking about?" This was starting to sound interesting. "Well, my mom built a machine to go to other dimensions. Me and Goten decided to test it out, and we ended up here." Naruto looked at him confused. "Other dimensions? I have no idea what that means." Then an idea hit him. "I know, why don't I take you guys to the Hokage? He'll be able to help you." "What's a Hokage? Is it something you eat?" Goten asked curiously. Trunks wanted to know as well, but he was too proud to ask. "He's the leader of the village. Everyone knows that." "Oh okay," said Goten in thanks. "I still don't get it." "Come on, I take you to him." And with that, the duo headed with Naruto where the Hokage was, chatting along the way. "So Naruto, what's your favorite food?" Goten asked, not being able to help himself. Being a Saiyan meant he always had two things on his mind, food and fighting. "Ramen." "Why?" "Just curious." "What kind of ramen?" "Any. I even collect different kinds." Naruto was excited now that he had someone to share his ramen fetish with. "That's awesome. I'll have to see it sometime." Goten never heard of anyone collecting a food before. Those two act alike. It's kink of creepy, thought Trunks. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, had an open mind about things. However, the story he was being told was a little hard to believe. Two young children claiming to be from another world that Naruto just happened to run into. "So Trunks, is it?" The boy with purple hair nodded. "You expect me to believe that you two came from a completely different dimension?" I don't know what else to say. Trunks was starting to get annoyed. Why was it so hard to get grown-ups to believe what he said? "While I find it far-fetched, I don't see any reason for you to be lying to me. In fact, I can tell by the look in your eyes that you're not." This leads me to my next question. Can you go back? "That's the thing, Gramps." The third's eye twitched at being called Gramps. "I don't know how the machine worked. I have to wait till my mom or dad passes through to get us." The third rubbed his chin as he pondered. So it could be now or a year from now. This could be an issue. He quickly came up with a solution. "Naruto." Naruto looked up at the Hokage. "Would you mind letting Tem stay with you while they're here?" Naruto was excited. This would be the first time anyone ever stayed at his house. They might even become his friends. "Sure, that sounds great," Naruto replied back to the old man. "Good, now Goten and Trunks, there are a few things you should know. 1. While you're here, I expect you to attend the Ninja Academy. Since you're stuck here, you might as well broaden your horizons. 2. I will provide you with some money for food purposes, since I know Naruto only has enough to feed himself." Trunks raised his hand when the Hokage mentioned money. "Yes, Trunks? Do they take Zeni here? Because if they do, I already have a lot of money with me." "No, Trunks, I'm sorry. In fact, I've never even heard of that currency. Like I said though, I'll give you an allowance for food like I do for Naruto. In fact, I'll give you the money now while I'm thinking of it." He pulled a wad of bills out from his desk drawer and gave some to each of them. Now if you don't have any more questions, there's work I need to do. Don't worry, I'll make sure all the paperwork is taken care of so your teacher knows who you are. Come on, guy. I want to show you everything in my apartment. Naruto ran out the door with the two younger boys behind him. I get the feeling those two are going to be a pawn, the third thought to himself. They arrived at the house and Naruto was currently giving the two half-Saiyans a tour of the place. And this is the fridge, that's the stove, over there's the bathroom. Trunks just nodded occasionally without really paying attention, just noting where all of the important stuff is. Goten, however, was actually interested and took in everything he was being shown. Oh, and I hope you doesn't mind sleeping on the floor. All I have is my bed and a small couch and I don't want to give up my bed. I'll sleep on the floor. Goten answered. I sleep outside on the ground all the time, so it's no big deal. Okay, since that's settled, I go ahead and cook you two some ramen. This is the only time I'm letting you two in my stash though. After tonight you have to buy your own. 20 minutes later, Naruto was staring at the two half-Saiyans in awe. He knew he was a big eater, but these two put him to shame. They both ate 20 bowls each compared to his 5 bowls. It just isn't possible. Olive, my ramen. My beautiful ramen. All of it, eaten. Both the younger boys just sat back in their seats with content looks on their faces. I'm going to bed. Naruto went to his room and passed out in his bed, his mind tortured with nightmares of the ramen-consuming beasts in the other room. With that, the chapter has ended. Don't worry, the story will get better. I chose Goten and Trunks, however, to give myself a challenge. I didn't see either of them in a crossover yet, so I figured I'd try it out to see how it ran. Plus the duo are fun for me to write. For those who are wondering, this story starts 10 days before Naruto's genin exam. As of now, I don't know how far I'll take it. I do accept constructive criticism. Chapter 2. Here's a brand new chapter. Don't tell anyone, but underneath all of my clothes, I'm actually naked. MWA ha 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 ha. Chapter 2. Ninjas are awesome. Trunks had woken up before the other two people in the house and was currently looking for something to tinker with. Having inherited his mother's brain, he had a knack for technology. Unfortunately, this also meant that without said technology he went through withdrawal. Guess this will have to do, he said, eyeballing a small radio. He found a screwdriver and started taking the radio apart to see what he could make with it. Naruto was the next to wake up. He made his way sluggishly to his stash of ramen, not even noticing the purple-haired boy dismantling his only radio at the table. He heated up the ramen and sat down to eat, only to find radio parts scattered across the table. What are you doing to my radio? Trunks looked up with an annoyed expression. Taking it apart, duh. Naruto's eye twitched at the remark. Why are you taking it apart? There wasn't anything wrong with it. I know what I'm doing, relax. Trunks promptly went back to tinkering with the radio. Anyway, I'm making something cool, you'll see in a minute. Around that time, Goten walked in, stretching his arms. What is there to eat? He walked over to the cue-board. Beef ramen, chicken. Ramen, spicy, oh cereal. He grabbed the box and poured himself a bowl. He kept the milk jug and box beside him, knowing he'd have to have more than one bowl. Goten, hand me a bowl, Trunks said demandingly as he continued his mutilation of Naruto's radio. Goten, not wanting to argue at the moment, went and got Trunks an empty bowl. Trunks responded by grabbing the cereal box and milk beside Goten and poured a bowl for himself. Then with a quick thank you he promptly went to continue his tinkering as he ate. I need to weld this wire, but I don't have anything to weld with. Oh. Wait, I know. Trunks charged a very weak ki blast from his finger and used it to weld a wire to a circuit panel. Whoa, how'd you do that? I've never seen a jutsu like that before, Naruto said in amazement. Goten looked up questioningly. What's a jutsu? Naruto's sweat dropped at the remark. You're telling me you two can do that weird beam thing? You've never heard of chakra or jutsu? Goten nodded. Nope, never heard that word before. Trunks, having lost interest in the radio, entered the conversation. Goten, I think the chakra he's talking about is what we call ki. Now it was Naruto's turn to be confused. What the heck is ki? How can I explain? Trunks put his hand on his chin and thought for a moment. Oh, I know, it's like this. Your body has its own life energy that flows through it. That energy is what we call ki. Oh, so it's basically the same as chakra, Naruto said, having understood Trunks' explanation. I think so. I need to see to be sure. I'm sure you'll find out when we go to the Ninja Academy today, Naruto assured them. An hour later they had changed their cloths and were ready to go. Trunks, not bringing any spare capsules, had to borrow some spare clothes from Goten. He had a blue undershirt to one of Goten's fighting GIS and a pair of orange pants. Naruto and Goten were wearing their usual outfits. They then walked to the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, back in the other dimension, Bulma had just finished explaining to everyone what happened. So you're saying the portal just crapped out after they went through? Chi-Chi demanded in an annoyed tone. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm trying to figure out what went wrong, but I'm not having any luck. Goku stood up. Don't worry, you two. As long as I can locate their ki, I can find them. You better hope he does, Bulma. A vein was pulsing from Chi-Chi's forehead. Goku then tried to find the kid's ki but had no luck. He then quickly got an idea. Hey King Kai, can you hear me? A few seconds later they all heard a familiar voice in their heads. Yes, Goku. What is it? I was wondering if you could pinpoint the dimension Goten and Trunks got sent to so I could bring them back. Sure, no problem. You know Otherworld is connected to all other dimensions. He then focused to signal out the energy signals of the two demi-scions. Let's see. Ah, there it is. Oh, what? Yes, I see. Goku, I've found them. They're in a village called Kahona. Just my personal opinion, I think it might be a good idea to let them stay there a while. What are you talking about? Screamed an angry Chi-Chi. Why would I want my boy to stay in another dimension? He needs to get a good education. That's exactly why they should stay. You see, the leader of the village they're in, the Hokage, decided it best that while they are there they should attend the local ninja academy. From what I can tell, it has a pretty advanced curriculum in physics, anatomy, and geometry. It would be a great experience for them. Hearing her son is receiving a good education seemed to calm Chi-Chi down. Well, I guess it's okay as long as he studies. I still want Goku to go there anyway to send them some clothes and tell us how my boy's doing. Bulma nodded. I agree with Chi-Chi, Goku. I think you should go check on them. If they want to stay for now, that's fine. I'll consider it as a boarding school for Trunks, but I know he needs clothes among other things. Goku nodded to what they both said. Right, get what you want me to give them and I'll be on my way. Iruka Amino liked his job. The thought of teaching a younger generation new things brought joy to his heart, especially when they were willing to learn. He often found he learned as much from them as they did from him. He was hoping today would be an example of that. He was just informed by the Hokage about two kids from another world taking part in his class, and he was curious to see what they were capable of. On top of that, he was glad to hear they had befriended one of his students, Naruto. He felt bad that Naruto was often ridiculed and despised for having the nine-tailed fox inside him, and was glad at least someone was showing kindness toward him. He hoped that just maybe these new friends would be a positive influence and he wouldn't play as many pranks around the village. For now though, he waited patiently for his students to arrive. They would be here any minute. Goten and Trunks both walked into the classroom with Naruto, not really knowing what to expect. After all, this was their first day in a new school, and being a couple years younger than the other students made them a little more than nervous. After everyone was seated, the teacher got up from his desk. Hello everyone, as I'm sure you all noticed, we have two new students with us today. Would Trunks, Briefs and son Goten please come to the front of the classroom? Hearing their names, both the half-scions went down to the front of the classroom. My name is Iruka and I'll be your sensei for this class. Now boys, since you're new, I need to see what your level of skill is. First we'll see if you know how to focus your chakra. Hearing this, Trunks raised his hand. I think know how to do what you're talking about, but I've always thought it as ki, not chakra. Iruka thought for a second. I've heard that term before. From what I understand, it's basically the same. Just channel it as you normally would. Both boys nodded to each other and began powering up as they normally would, raising their ki levels as high as they could without going Super Saiyan. The entire class had to brace themselves to keep from being knocked over by the sheer amount of power. For these two runts to have that much chakra, they might even have more than Naruto, thought Iruka to himself while witnessing the sheer volume of power before him. Okay, it looks like you can channel your chakra. Now could you demonstrate what jutsu techniques you already know? Both boys nodded and Trunks spoke. There's the Buku Jutsu technique. Buku Jutsu is lighter than air or flight technique. They demonstrated by flying around the room and landing back in the spots they were previously standing in. I might have to learn that one myself. Anything else you can do? After seeing that display, Iruka was very interested in seeing more of these boys' techniques. Goten looked over to Trunks. You think we could show him a ki blast? Nah, I don't think he'd like it if we blew up the building. Trunks thought for a moment then got an idea. I know, why don't we go super? Super? Asked a confused Iruka. Just watch. A Vegeta-like smirk crossed Trunks' face as he and Goten powered up. Their eyes turned green and their hair became bright golden in color. There was a bright golden aura radiating off of them. It's called Super Saiyan, explained Trunks. It's a form that can only be achieved by people with Saiyan blood. He and Goten then powered down, their hair and eyes returning to their respective color. Figuring they must mean it's a bloodline limit, Iruka nodded, understanding what they meant. Alright, you two, I think I understand your level of skill. I want you to study up on the jutsus in our textbook for the genin exam next week. Normally I wouldn't put this on you so soon, but for some reason I think you should be able to pass. He then walked over to his desk and pulled out two identical textbooks and handed one to both of them. The other students just stared in awe through the whole demonstration and clapped in approval as the two half-Saiyans walked back to their desks beside Naruto. A pink-haired girl smirked to herself. Those two brats aren't bad, but they're nowhere near Sasuke. The person in the room she was referring to was 3 seats down from her. He had black hair and dark eyes. They better not get in my way, he thought quietly to himself. The rest of the day was pretty uneventful until they got back to Naruto's house. Sitting on his couch was a man who looked like an older version of Goten. What are you doing in my house? Demanded a very peeved fox child. Well, aren't you a cheery fella? He said jokingly. I'm here to talk to the two behind you. One just happens to be my son. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you were someone trying to vandalize my apartment. That happens a lot. Naruto then walked over to a chair and sat down. Goten looked toward his father. Am I in trouble? If I am, I'm really sorry, Daddy. Goku gave a friendly smile. Relax, you're not in any trouble. Actually, I came here to see if you two wanted to stay here for a while. What? Both boys exclaimed. Well, it's like this. When King Kai mentioned you two were allowed to attend a school here, Bulma and Chi-Chi thought it would be a good idea for you two to finish out the classes as a way to learn about other civilizations. They figured it would be a great learning experience for you two. Goku scratched the back of his head. At least I think that's what they told me. Anyway, do you want to stay here? If you do, I have some clothing and food for the both of you your moms had me bring. They both smiled and nodded. Great, I'll be sure to check on you once every week. I've already sorted everything out with the Hogeki person. Next week I'll bring your mothers and Gohan along. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 capsules. Here, one's clothing for the both of you, one's food, and the last one is filled with sensu beans. Thanks, Dad. Say hi to Gohan for me, Goten said, bowing to his father. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Goku, said Trunks as he said the same thing. Goku just smiled in reply to them as he put his fingers to his head and disappeared. Trunks quickly popped open the food capsule to see what his mom packed him. A full refrigerator materialized in front of him. What kind of jutsu is that? Naruto stared shockingly at the mysterious fridge. He went up and started poking it. It's not a jutsu, you moron. It's a capsule corp. Fridge. Man, you're even more dense than Goten, Trunks said as he opened the fridge to see what was inside. Let's see, beef, Corn, noodles, lard. What's lard doing in here? He threw the lard out of the fridge and it landed at Naruto's feet. Here we go, macaroni and cheese. Trunks said as he pulled out 5 containers of instant macaroni and cheese to make for himself. I got what I want, help yourself Goten. He then went and cooked his food. Goten was content with just eating 10 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Not really seeing anything he felt like eating in the fridge, Naruto grabbed a bowl of ramen. He loved ramen. I'm pretty sure he'd marry ramen if he could. Goten, Trunks and Naruto then began working on the jutsus in the textbook. They knew they had to work hard to pass the genin exam that was to come in 10 days. Well, there you have it, another chapter. Next chapter will be the genin exam. Expect Naruto to have learned a couple things from the Chibi duo. As an added bonus, expect more random quotes at the top of my story. Chapter 3: Always wash your potato thoroughly with mustard before pruning a cactus. Otherwise you'll lose your spoon. Chapter 3: 8 days have come and gone. Once again Trunks was looking for something to feed his addiction to technology. He had already did all he could with the radio, somehow turning it into a blender, and was about to try and mess with the light circuitry in the house until Naruto told him no. Now he was walking the streets of Konoha by himself in the attempt of finding something semi-technology related. He would have asked Goten to tag along but knew he wouldn't be interested. Come on, there's got to be something around here. He was so into trying to find something to take apart that he failed to notice someone walking towards him. Unfortunately for him, the other person wasn't paying attention either and they ended up bumping into each other. Hey, watch where you're. He then noticed who he bumped into. It was the pink-haired girl from his class. Sorry miss, she cut him off. Sakura. My name's Sakura. Not wanting to be mean to the girl, he offered his hand to help her up, which she took. Yeah, sorry if I seemed mean just now, I've just been on edge the past couple days, he said, pulling the girl up on her feet. The girl then recognized him. Hey, you're Trunks, right? One of the 2 boys with that weird bloodline limit? Heh, yeah, that's me, he said, not really wanting to go into details. There's something I've been wanting to ask you ever since I've heard your name, the girl said curiously. Here it comes. The half-Saiyan thought to himself. Why is your name Trunks? Trunks mentally frowned. They always ask that. Look, I gotta go. He was about to run when Sakura grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Oh no, you don't, mister. You're not leaving until I know the story behind your name. It's obvious the pink-haired girl was determined. It's a family tradition, okay. Trunks was ticked off. This girl was determined. What do you mean family, tra? He put his hand up, cutting her off. On my mom's side of the family, it's tradition to name children after underwear. Don't ask me why, when, or how, but it is. Now, if you want to make fun of my name, go ahead and get it over with. Satisfied with the answer for now, Sakura shook her head. I wasn't going to make fun of it, honest. It was a weird tradition, but she didn't feel it right to judge. He loosened up slightly after hearing this, thinking this girl might be able to help him. So, Sakura, you know where I can find an electronics store? Meanwhile, back at Naruto's house, Naruto had convinced Goten to watch him perform a brand new jutsu he just invented. Okay, just watch this. I'm positive it will work on almost any opponent. Naruto then performed the proper hand signs. Sexy no jutsu. A puff of smoke cleared and in the place Naruto stood was a naked woman. Goten, having led a very sheltered life, wasn't sure what to think about this. For now he just stared, completely dumbstruck. Naruto ended the jutsu. So, what do you think? Useful, huh? Goten just stared off, dazed. They were so big. The fox boy was starting to get worried. Hello, Goten. He snapped his fingers in front of the other boy's face, this being enough to get the boy's attention. Huh, what? Goten looked at him, still slightly dazed. So, what did you think of the jutsu? Naruto asked. Goten then rubbed his head and gave a sun grin. Well, it's definitely a good distraction, he said to the fox boy, trying to at least be somewhat supportive. I'm sure no one would be expecting it. That's what I'm saying, Naruto said, nodding in agreement. I haven't tested it on anyone yet, but I'm pretty sure it'll work on almost any adult. Yeah, right. Wanting to change the conversation, Goten went to his capsules and popped one open to reveal a suitcase. He opened it up and pulled out a deck of cards. So Naruto, you know how to play Go Fish? Goten said as he went back to where he and Naruto were sitting at. No. Why? You want to learn? Sure. Naruto was really excited. This would be the first time anyone's ever played a game with him. After the rules were explained, Goten and Naruto kept playing cards until Trunks returned from his technology search. They stared as he walked through the door with old circuit boards, wires, and a whole gaggle of other things mechanical. With a big smile on his face, he dumped it all on the table and started tinkering, determined to build something creative. Naruto leaned over to Goten. What's his deal with taking things apart? Not really sure myself. His mom's the same way though. It's not that bad though, he could have weirder hobbies, Goten said. Naruto then yawned. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Anyway, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. 2 days later, it was time for the genin exam. Trunks and Goten have both been practicing the required jutsus for the exam and were confident they could pass. Naruto, on the other hand, while he was able to do the henge no jutsu, transformation technique, he was still having trouble with the bunshin no jutsu, clone technique. When they arrived, there were 2 instructors waiting in the classroom for them, Iruka Amino and a man with white hair, Mizuki Toji. Iruka looked up to the class. Alright, I'm going to call out the names in alphabetical order. The first one will be, he looks at his roster, Shino Aburame. A boy with a long coat and a collar that covered his face walked up to the teacher. Okay. Now the 2 jutsus you need to preform are the henge no jutsu and the bunshin no jutsu. He nodded and quickly preformed the first of the jutsus, turning into a likeness of his teacher. Then he dissipated it and created a clone with the bushin no jutsu as he was told. Very good, Shino. Take your forehead protector. Next is Trunks. Briefs. Trunks stood up and walked down to the teacher. He could have sworn he heard snickering from a couple girls at the sound of his name, but he shrugged it off. Now, you remember the jutsus you had to preform, right? Trunks nodded to Iruka's question and then performed the 2 jutsus with ease. Wow, good job, Trunks. I'm surprised you were those so fast. Please take one. He nodded and took one and placed it around his head, feeling like $1,000,000. This went on until finally they reached the S's. Son Goten, please come forward. Goten then, out of excitement, flew out of his chair and floated down to the teacher. Yes, sensei. Goten said excitedly. You know the jutsus you have to preform, right? Iruka asked. Goten thought for a moment. They're the could you repeat them? I forget. Iruka fell on the floor anime style. Getting back up, he cleared his throat. It's the henge no jutsu and the bunshin no jutsu, Goten. You do remember those, right? Goten nodded and then preformed the jutsus with ease. Just because he had a short attention span didn't mean he was stupid. Very good, take a protector. Goten grabbed one and tied it around his head, smiling like he had just won the lottery. Next up is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto gulped as he walked down. Okay, first do the henge no jutsu. Naruto snickered as he did his sexy jutsu, which promptly made Iruka's nose bleed. Naruto. Never do that again. That has to be the most perverted technique I have ever seen. Naruto snickered. He just proved to himself the technique worked. He was happy. Okay. Iruka said as he wiped the blood from his nose. The next technique is the bunshin no jutsu. If you do that, you pass. Naruto tried the technique and almost succeeded. Unfortunately, he only made one clone and it was passed out beside him. Sorry, Naruto. Better luck next time, Iruka said apologetically. Mizuki then spoke up. Iruka, couldn't you just let him pass? I mean, he did make a clone? Iruka shook his head. No, I don't give special treatment to any of my students. He had to make 2 good clones, not one unusable one. All of the other students walked out of the classroom except for Naruto and the 2 demi-scions. Don't sweat it, Naruto. You'll get it next time, Trunks said as he patted Naruto on the back. Naruto pushed him away. Just leave me alone. And he walked out the door. Wow, he's really taking this hard, Goten said to Trunks as Naruto left. He'll be fine. He just needs some space. The two half-Saiyans then walked out the door. Naruto was sitting on a swing by himself outside the academy. Things were starting to look up until the exam. Now all he saw was his failure. He looked up to see Mizuki smiling down at him. Why does Iruka always signal me out? Mizuki then spoke. It's because he wants you to do your best. Naruto. He sees your potential. In fact, I think he sees himself in you, since he also has no parents. This gets Naruto's attention. Really? Yes, Naruto. I still wish I passed, Naruto said looking down. I know just the way to impress him. In the Hokage's office is a scroll with a very powerful jutsus. If you learn that, I'm sure he would pass you. Mizuki then got up and walked off, having planted the seed in Naruto's head. Meanwhile, two half-Saiyans, thanks to their superior hearing, heard the entire conversation. Something tells me that guy's not right, Trunks said to Goten after hearing the conversation. So what should we do, Trunks? I say we follow Naruto in case it's a trap. Be sure to hide your key, okay, Goten? Goten nodded. Remember, don't let him know we know. Again Goten gave a quick nod as they walked over to the Foxboy. So Naruto, how you doing? Asked Trunks. A little better, thanks. He wanted to tell them about the scroll, but this was something he had to do alone. Look, I might be a little late coming home. I've got something I need to do. Trunks nodded. It's fine. Later that night, Naruto snuck into the third's house. Thanks to Goten and Trunks teaching him how to suppress his energy, he was able to get in without being detected. As luck would have it, however, the third Hokage was getting up in his years and he couldn't hold it in as long as he used to. As the old man slugged his way to the bathroom, he saw Naruto holding the scroll. Naruto. What are you doing in my house at this hour? The old man was greeted by Naruto's sexy jutsu technique, which left him incapacitated on the floor with his nose bleeding and a big smile on his face. Naruto then ran towards the exit at full speed. Goten and Trunks were watched as Naruto ran out the door with a scroll. Not bad, he did it, Trunks said with a smirk. Should we tell him we're here now? Goten asked. Nah, I think he's got this taken care of. Let's watch just to be sure though. Both boys then flew back to Naruto's apartment, not knowing that the fox boy would soon be in trouble. Achoo! Naruto sneezed. That's strange. I don't feel sick. Oh well, let's see what's in this scroll. Naruto then opened it up to find out the first jutsu was the Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Great, why does it have to be a clone jutsu? Oh well. Guess I need to practice to make Iruka proud of me. A half a day later, Naruto was in the woods, still training on the Kage Bushin. Worried about Naruto, and under the orders of the Hokage, Ikura had went looking for him in the woods. When he found him, he landed right in front of him with a smirk. Heh, found you? Naruto looked up at Iruka with a big fox grin on his face. He was covered in cuts and bruises. A sign he had been training hard. Iruka-sensei. I only learned one jutsu on the scroll, but it's really incredible. If I show it to you, can you pass me? Naruto. Where did you get that scroll? Iruka asked demandingly. Oh, this? Mizuki-sensei told me about it. He told me about this place too. Mizuki. Iruka thought to himself. So if I show you the jutsu, can I graduate? Just as Naruto said that, a handful of kuni pelted Iruka into the wall. And Mizuki appeared on a tree in front of him. Naruto. Give me the scroll, he demanded. Naruto didn't know what was going on. What's going on here? Iruka-sensei, Mizuki-sensei. Naruto. Whatever happens, don't give him the scroll. Iruka yelled. That's a dangerous scroll with forbidden jutsu inside it. Mizuki used you to get it. Mizuki just smirked. There's no use having it once you know the truth, Naruto. No, don't, Iruka yelled. Mizuki just ignored him and continued. You know about the Kyuubi being sealed away by the fourth Hokage, right? Since that day. Special rule was created for the village that you were never to know about. Naruto was both curious and upset. A rule? What rule? Tell me. Mizuki started laughing maniacally. The rule that says no one is allowed to mention that you're Kyuubi. This was too much for Naruto to take in. What do you mean? Stop it! Iruka yelled. He didn't want Naruto to have to suffer the burden of knowing this. Mizuki laughed again. It means you're the fox that killed Iruka's parents and destroyed the village. Stop it, that's enough. Iruka yelled in vain. You were sealed by the Hokage you admire most. Mizuki continued. Didn't you find it odd how everyone hated you? Even Iruka hated your guts. Naruto, Iruka thought. He never knew his parents and grew up without any love. To get attention he used to play pranks. He reminds me a lot of myself. That scroll was used to seal you, Mizuki screamed while throwing a shuriken straight at Naruto. Getting free of the wall he was pinned to, Iruka managed to get in between Naruto and the shuriken, the weapon piercing his back. Naruto, my parents, when they died, Iruka spoke with sadness. There was no one to comfort or acknowledge me. It was painful, so I tried to hide it by acting goofy and playing pranks much like you. You must have been in a lot of pain. I'm sorry, if I'd had done a better job you wouldn't have felt like this. You think that Naruto's the type too? Before he could finish, a leg made contact with Mizuki's face. Naruto. Don't listen to Mizuki. He's just a jerk. A boy with purple hair landed down beside Naruto and Iruka. Trunks. Naruto said in reply. Here, eat this. It'll fix you two right up. Trunks pulled out what looked like some sort of pill and broke it in half. It's a sensu bean. It'll make you feel better, Iruka-sensei. Iruka looked at the bean for a moment before pulling the shuriken out of his back and eating his half of the bean. Immediately all of his wounds were healed. Wow! These things are amazing. Seeing what happened, Naruto quickly ate his half as well. Just then Goten landed beside them holding an unconscious Mizuki. Good thing you heard them talking, Trunks. It was definitely a good idea to follow him. Naruto looked up at the two boys. You were following me? Yeah, sorry about that, but we overheard the conversation you had with Mizuki outside the academy and decided to follow you in case it was a trap. So Trunks, Iruka asked, you knew about this? Trunks nodded. And you didn't tell anyone? I would have, but I had to see if Mizuki was telling the truth, he at least partially was. Naruto did learn a new jutsu. He looked over to Naruto. It was awesome. Naruto logged at that. Yeah, I've been working on it for a while. So sensei, was he lying about the whole fox thing too? Iruka gave him a sad look. No, he wasn't, Naruto. The fox was sealed inside you. Naruto looked down sad. Naruto, you aren't the fox. I've seen it myself. You're a good kid, Naruto. Really, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked. Definitely, I consider you one of my best students. Iruka smiled. With that, Naruto stood up, exited ly. Wait, I almost forgot. I wanted you to see the jutsu I learned. Iruka was about to say no, but it was too late. Naruto had already performed the hand signs. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 100 Narutos appeared around them. Iruka just looked around stunned. For him to be able to make that many shadow clones? Naruto, close your eyes for a minute. I want to do something. Naruto closed his eyes. A second later he felt something wrapped around his head. Okay. Open your eyes, Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes and felt the forehead protector around his head. Does this mean? Naruto had a big smile on his face. That's right, Naruto, you pass. You're a ninja. Iruka smiled at him. You preformed a more advanced form of the clone technique and showed me you're capable. He then turned to Trunks and Goten. They both gulped. As for you two, I understand why you didn't say anything, but there still needs to be some punishment. Tomorrow I want the two of you to clean every classroom in the academy. Knowing there was no way out of it, both boys nodded. Now, let's all eat some ramen, my treat. This caused all three boys to smile up at him. An hour later and Iruka was completely broke. He had no idea how bad an idea it was to treat two demi-scions to any kind of food, and Naruto wasn't that far behind. That was an entire week's pay. He stared in awe at the three. Goten and Trunks had each eaten 20 bowls of ramen and Naruto had eaten 10. It was as if their stomachs were bottomless pits. He had told Naruto about all the work a ninja, but Naruto still insisted on being one. He would have said something to Goten and Trunks as well, but he had a feeling they know already. The next day all three boys got their IDs taken for their ninja licenses. While Naruto was free for the rest of the day, Goten and Trunks had to clean the entire ninja academy. Okay, here's what you'll use to clean with. Iruka handed them both a toothbrush. Now, since I know you can both fly, I want the ceilings done too. The two boys looked at each other and gulped. This was going to be a long day. About an hour into cleaning, Goten's short attention span was getting the better of him and he was rummaging through a teacher's desk. Trunks, take a look at this, I found a book. Trunks stopped his cleaning to see what Goten was babbling about. Okay, what is it? He asked, humoring his younger friend. The cover says Icha Tactics. He then opened and began skimming the book. Why are there naughty drawings in this? He said as he continued to skim through it. Whoever teaches this class must be really perverted. Goten, put that back and get back to cleaning. Trunks shook his head. If you want to see porn that badly, just go to Master Roshi's. Wait, how do you know Roshi has? Trunks cut him off. Don't ask, just put the book away and keep cleaning. We're almost done and I want out of here. Another 2 hours and they had finished cleaning. Ikura had approved their work and said they could have off until it was time to meet their new sensei. They had found Naruto just in time to see him perform the harem no jutsu on the Hokage's grandson's tutor, Ebisu, which resulted in Ebisu's nose bleeding and him going unconscious. The Hokage's grandson watching the entire thing. Naruto then ended the jutsu and spoke. Konohamaru, there are no shortcuts to becoming Hokage. Naruto smirked at the boy. If you want to become Hokage, you have to work at it. Konohamaru then said back, okay then, but from now on you're no longer my boss. From now on we're rivals, Naruto. Sorry, but starting tomorrow I'm taking my first step towards being a shinobi, but one day I'll fight you for the title of Hokage, and I'll be looking forward to it. Naruto gave him a serious look. Hey Naruto. Goten yelled, waving to the fox boy. See you later. Konohamaru said as he left Naruto. Who's the kid? Trunks asked. Naruto smirked. His name's Konohamaru. He's my new rival for the Hokage title. And with that the chapter is over. This took a lot longer for me to write than my other chapters. I kept this chapter semi-canon because I couldn't think of another way for Naruto to learn the Kage Bunshin. As for why I didn't write the entire event between Konohamaru and Naruto, I figured it was more important to show the Trunks and Goten side of the story. For those that asked, yes, Goten and Trunks will be as strong as they were in DBZ. I have no intention of weakening them in this story. Just keep in mind though that strength and speed alone doesn't always guarantee a win. It just helps a crapload. Chapter 4 today was the day. The day Nato, Goten, and Trunks would be assigned to their teams. Each boy eagerly performed their morning rituals to prepare for the day ahead. The only minor change in said rituals being they now each wore a shiny new forehead protector. The three boys walked into the classroom and eagerly waited for the teacher to assign their teams. As they waited, another boy decided to mouth off, Hey Naruto, what the heck are you doing here? Only the people who graduated are supposed to be here today. Naruto smirked. Don't you see the protector? He said as he pointed to the shiny thing on his forehead. Before the other boy could comment back, they were both interrupted by a female voice. Hey, could you let me through? Naruto turned his head to see Sakura. Does she want to sit next to me? Just as he was about to get his hopes up, she interrupted his thoughts. Move it. I want to sit on the other side of Trunks. Wait, what do you? Before he could finish asking, she pushed him aside and got right in between Trunks and Sasuke Uchiha. Do you care if I sit here? She asked Sasuke. He just shrugged, not even bothering to look up at her. which she took as a yes. Trunks and Naruto were both furious at Sasuke getting Sakura's attention. Naruto because he had a crush on her, and Trunks because he thought they connected the night she showed him where the electronics store was. Goten was completely oblivious to the event and was currently playing with a ladybug that had landed on the desk in front of him. "I'm going to name you Charlie," Goten said happily to his new insect friend. Just as he said that, Naruto had jumped up on Sasuke's desk and was staring him down, about to say something about him stealing. Sakura, when the kid in the desk in front of him accidentally elbowed him in the leg, causing him to fall on top of the Uchiha. To Goten's disappointment, this also caused Charlie to get scared and fly away. "No. Come back, Charlie," he screamed in sadness, causing everyone in the room to stare at him. Once his brain kicked in and he noticed the odd looks he was getting, he scratched the back of his head and gave the typical Sun family grin. Heh, sorry about that." He was so caught up in his own predicament he failed to notice Trunks holding Sakura back to keep her from pounding on Naruto. Just then Iruka walked in the classroom. "Starting today you are all real shonibi. But right now you are all still at the lowest rank, genin. The journey ahead that lies has just started." He then put his hands behind his back. "Soon you will be given missions to help the village, so today we will create the teams and each one will have a jonin. Sensei. In order to complete your missions you must follow your sensei's advice. Now I will assign the teams." He looked down at his clipboard. "Usually we would keep all the teams 3-man teams, but due to the number of students who passed 2 teams we'll have 4 members as an exception. We did our best to balance each team's strength. Team 1 is. I wonder who I'll be teamed with." Goten wondered to himself. "Will me and Trunks be on the same team, or will I get to meet new people?" Just then Ikura got to the team he was going to be on. "Okay, now Team 7 is one of the exception teams. It will consist of Sakura, Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and son Goten." Goten and Naruto were exited about the teams. Goten was teamed up with someone he knew and Naruto got to be on a team with Sakura. Sasuke could have cared less. He just wanted out of the room and away from all these annoying morons. "Sensei, do I really have to be on a team with a prick like him?" Naruto yelled, pointing at Sasuke, while Sasuke said, "Sir, does an outstanding shinobi like me," but he was cut off by Iruka. Sasuke's grades were the best of the 29 and yours were dead last, Naruto. "Understand, we have to do this to balance teams, right?" "What did you call me?" Naruto yelled. "Give it a rest, Naruto," Iruka warned. He then went back to his clipboard. "Next is Team 8, Iruka said, continuing the roster. "We have Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga and Trunks." Briefs. Trunks, slightly disappointed he wouldn't be on a team with his best friend, looked around to where his new teammates were. "Great, so I have Dog Breath, Shades Boy, and Creepy-Eyed Shy Girl as my teammates. Oh well, at least creepy-eyed shy girl's kinda pretty. We'll introduce your Jonin senseis later this afternoon. You can all take a break until then." With that last word from Akua the class was dismissed. Goten, deciding he should get to know his other teammates better, went up to talk to Sasuke. "Name's Goten, nice to meet you," he said, putting his hand out for Sasuke to shake it. Sasuke just looked at him coldly. "Aren't you going to say something?" Goten said, not getting the idea. Sasuke's look just got more cold with the expression. "Fin be that way." He then walked over to Sakura to greet her. "Hello, my name's," she cut him off. "I already know who you are from class, Goten, you don't have to tell me," Sakura said with an annoyed expression. "Yeah, but we never really got a chance to meet, so that's what I want to do." He then put out his hand for her to shake it. She accepted hesitantly. "Name's Sakura, as I'm sure you probably already know." Trunks was meeting his teammates as well, though he was a little less friendly than Goten. He already knew his teammates' names, so he felt introductions were pointless. "Hey guys, guess we're on a team, huh?" The boy he nicknamed Dog Breath, Kiba, in his head looked at him. "Guess so. You're Trunks, right?" Trunks nodded. "Hey, you smell like a monkey." "Never call me a monkey," Trunks replied coldly. The comment struck a nerve in Trunks. According to his father, monkey was often a racist term used for Saiyans. His father hated the word, and in one of the rare instances when his father decided to openly talk to him, revealed the story behind it. Though he just meant it as a joke, Kiba could tell he had pushed it with that line, "Sorry dude, relax. What's your problem?" Trunks, realizing Kiba didn't mean anything by the remark, replied, "It's okay. As for why, it's kind of a long story. I'll tell you some other time." Meanwhile, at Naruto's apartment, the third Hokage was talking to a strange man. He had gray hair, and all you could see of his face was his right eye. His lower face was covered by a mask, and his left eye was covered by his forehead protector. Aside from that, he was dressed in the standard Jonin outfit. "So this is where Naruto lives?" the masked man asked the third as he looked at an expired carton of milk. "This expired a couple of days ago. Naruto isn't very smart, but I think giving him to you is best since you have a nose for these types. Plus you will have Sasuke Uchiha. That could prove troublesome," he thought to himself. "What about the fourth boy, this Goten?" The third smiled and nodded. "Yes, he and the other new boy Trunks came here not too long ago from another world. From what I saw of them, they seem to work good as a team themselves, but they also have very similar abilities." "I see, so you separated them to better balance the teams," said the masked man. "Exactly. As for his personality, he seemed pretty easygoing, so you shouldn't have any problem with him getting along with his team." The third then smiled. "Good luck." "Yes, sir," the masked man replied. Meanwhile, back at the academy. "Why's our new sensei so late?" Naruto whined. "Just sit down, Naruto," Sakura said to him. All the other teams already left with their senseis as well as Iruka. Naruto pouted as he grabbed an eraser from the chalkboard. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Sasuke spoke up. "This is what he gets for being late." Naruto snickered as he put the eraser on top of the classroom door. Sakura looked at him accusingly. "I don't want involved in this," she told him, though inside she was actually dying to see if their sensei would fall for it. "Peeved. Like a Jonin would fall for something like that," Sasuke remarked. "Not too bad, Naruto, though I could have thought of something better," Goten thought to himself with a big grin. Just then the door opened and the eraser fell on their sensei. "Ha ha, you fell for it," Naruto beamed. "I'm sorry, sensei." Sakura trying her best to seem apologetic. "I tried to stop them, but," inside her head she was enjoying every minute of this. "For a Jonin, he doesn't seem very reliable," Sasuke thought to himself quietly. Goten just chuckled at the ordeal. The masked man then looked towards all four of them. "How can I say this?" He smiled, though the only way you could tell were by his eyes. "My first impression is, I don't like you guys." All four genin sweat dropped. Meanwhile, Trunks was getting to know his team leader. They were at a training arena outside the Kahona. "Alight, let's use this time to get to know one another. We'll go around and introduce ourselves. My name's Kurenai." Trunks was next. "I'm Trunks." Next was Kiba. "My name's Kiba, and this is Akamaru," he said as he pointed to the small dog beside him. Next was Shino. "Shino," he said coldly. Last was Hinata. My name is Hinata," she said blushing. Trunks walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, it's all right. No need to be nervous." Unfortunately, this had the opposite effect Trunks was looking for. Instead of calming her down, touching her made her blush even for then faint. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Trunks said, backing away from the unconscious girl slowly. "It's all right," Kurenai said assuringly. "She just gets nervous easily. She'll be fine." "That's good," Trunks said, calming down. A few minutes later and Hinata was awake and Kurenai continued. "Okay, now we'll go around and tell what our specialties in combat are as well as any other skills you think may be useful to the team. It's important to know your teammates' abilities in order to better support one another." Trunks went first. "Well, I'm really strong, I can fly, I can shoot ki. I like building and taking apart new types of technology, I always tinkering. Oh, and I have some skill with a sword." Kurenai nodded with interest. I see, a technology person can definitely be useful for sabotage. I heard you had a bloodline trait as well, right? Trunks nodded. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's called Super Saiyan. I'm guessing you want to see it, right, Kurenai-sensei? She nodded to him. All right then. Trunks started powering up. His eyes turned green and his hair turned gold and he was enveloped in a golden glow. This is it, he told them. Aside from changing my appearance, it also doubles my strength and speed. There's actually 2 more levels of Super Saiyan, but I haven't reached them yet. He then powered down. Next it was time for Kiba. I have a heightened sense of hearing and smell. On top of that I fight alongside Akumaru. Next was Shino. My body is infused with millions of insects that feed on chakra. He spoke without emotion. If you want to know what they can do, just use your imagination. That's pretty cool, Trunks thought to himself. Finally it was Hinata's turn. Have the Byakugan technique. It allows me to see at a 360-degree radius of 50 meters as well as to see a person's chakra points inside their body. So you can see a person's chakra, while it's flowing in their body? Trunks asked. She nodded. Cool, he said to her in response, causing her to blush again. He leaned over and whispered to Kiba, "She do that often." Kiba smirked. "She'll calm down when she gets to know you better." That's enough for now. I think I'm beginning to see how each of you fall into place as far as how each of your talents will help on this team, said Kurani. Okay. How about this? The masked man smiled at the genin. I think it's a good idea as a team for us as a team to get to know each other, so we're going to go around and each say something about ourselves. What do you want us to say? Goten asked. How about your name, likes, dislikes and hobbies? The masked man said. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Naruto asked. Yeah, you do seem kind of suspicious, Sakura added. Oh, well me? My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I don't feel like telling you my likes and dislikes. My dreams for the future, and I have lots of hobbies. Everyone's sweat dropped. All he told us was his name, Sakura asked sarcastically. Now it's your turn. Let's start on the right, Kakashi told them. Naruto was the furthest right, so he went first. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. He continued as he played with his headpiece. What like is ramen? What I like even more is when Iruka-sensei pays for my ramen. What I dislike is waiting 3 minutes for my ramen to cook, and my dream is. Does he only think about ramen? Kakashi wondered to himself. Is to surpass the Hokage and have the people of this village recognize my existence, Naruto said, finishing with confidence. This caused Kakashi to stir slightly. He's grown in an interesting way, he thought. My hobbies, Naruto continued, pranks I guess. I see. Kakashi scratched his head somewhat confused. Next was Goten. My name is Son Goten. My likes are food and sparring with strong people. My hobbies are eating, sparring, and hanging out with my friend Trunks and my new friend Naruto. How is eating a hobby? Sakura asked. So he likes a challenge, huh? Kakashi thought. You don't want to know. Naruto whispered back to her in reply, remembering the horror of finding all his ramen gone one morning, after he had just stocked up on some. I see. Next, Kakashi said. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha started. There are lots of things I dislike and I don't really like anything. I can't really call it a dream, but I do have an ambition. To revive my clan and kill a certain man. This got a surprised look out of everyone. Cool, Sakura thought. He better not mean me, thought Naruto. Just as I thought. Kakashi. What will killing prove? Goten thought. Okay, lastly, the girl, Kakashi stated. My name is Sakura Hanoro, she started. The person ILKE is. She looked over at Sasuke blushing. My dream for the future is. She again looked at Sasuke blushing even more. My hobby is. Again more looking and blushing towards Sasuke. Oh yeah. What I dislike Naruto, she said with a disgusted face. Naruto was in tears, having his dreams of being with her crushed. Kakashi gave a depressed look. Girls of this age are more interested in love than ninjutsu. Well, that's it for introductions. Kakashi told them. Tomorrow we'll start our duties as shinobi. Yeah. Duties. Duties. Naruto exclaimed, giving a salute. What kind of duties? First we are going to do something, just the four of us. Kakashi gave them all a serious look. What is it? What is it? Naruto and Goten both asked excitedly. Survival training. The masked ninja told them. Survival training? Naruto asked, puzzled. Why is our first duty training? Sasuke was just as puzzled. We had enough at the academy. Sakura finished everyone's thoughts. Goten, however, was excited. The chance of training to learn something new about fighting was making his Saiyan blood boil. This isn't normal training. This time I'm your opponent. Kakashi told them all in a serious tone. Goten could barely contain himself. Just the thought of sparring with someone who was supposed to be really strong in this world was making him excited. This was causing him to get weird looks from Sakura, who thought he must have a few screws loose. What is it then? Naruto asked. Kakashi just started laughing. What is it, sensei? Sakura asked. He then smiled. Well, when I tell you this you're all going to freak out. Freak out? Huh? Naruto boasted. Goten nodded, agreeing. Only a handful of the graduates will be chosen to become genin. The rest will be sent back to the academy. This training is a very difficult exam with a failure rate of 66%. Naruto gave a shocked expression at this. Sakura's face turned blue. Sasuke was indifferent. Goten was even more excited. Ha ha, I told you you'd all freak out. Kakashi laughed. No way. But we worked so hard. Then what was the point in graduating? Naruto exclaimed. Oh, that was just a chance to see who had the potential to become genin. What? All four said in unison. Anyway, tomorrow you'll all have to show your skills on the training ground. Bring all the shinobi tools you have. Oh, and skip breakfast, you might throw up. Skip breakfast? How can you say such a horrible thing? Goten said in horror. To ask a Saiyan, even a half one, to skip a meal was like asking them to give up a lung. I can't fail here, Naruto thought. I have to show Kakashi sensei all I've got and make him recognize my strength. The details are in this paper. Kakashi said, handing them each a note, and don't be late tomorrow. If I fail this, I'll be separated from Sasuke. This is a test of love. Sakura became determined. Sasuke, after reading his note, just crumbled it up and threw it away. Sounds fun, Goten said excitedly. I can't make it out. Naruto thought to himself. That night Naruto trained with a motionless Kakashi doll to prepare, and Goten did 1000 push-ups. That's it for chapter 4. I was going to have Kakashi's bell test in this chapter, but it was starting to get too long. Before you all start shooting me and beating me with clubs for putting Goten and Trunks in separate teams, let me explain. Putting them both on any team would make just about any team unbeatable. While they're still pretty uber separately doing this levels the playing field slightly, don't worry, they'll still be teaming up for some missions. How else can Gotenks make an appearance? As for why I put Trunks on Team 8 as opposed to any other team, I'm not really sure. Expect some surprises next chapter. Chapter 5, Squirrels are evil. They'll steal your nuts. Chapter 5. The next day Naruto woke up and saw Goten eating breakfast with Trunks. Didn't Kakashi sensei told us eating breakfast before his training was a bad idea? Naruto asked Goten, puzzled. If I didn't eat I wouldn't be able to fight, Goten said before continuing his meal. Naruto gave him a confused look. I guess I'll explain it. Trunks, having finished his 20th bowl of cereal, stood up to explain Saiyan eating habits. We told you we're Saiyans, right? Naruto nodded. Saiyans have a high metabolism due to our natural strength. Being as strong as we are makes us burn up nutrients faster than normal people. This means we need to eat more to sustain a balanced nutritional diet. And what does that mean? Naruto was even more confused. It means we need to eat a lot to function, Trunks said, hardly believing Naruto could be so dense. Oh, said Naruto, finally getting it. Trunks then opened a nearby window. Anyway, I gotta go. I have to meet with my team today for some sort of qualification test. He waved at the two of them and flew out the window. I gotta learn how you two do that, Naruto told Goten. It's not that hard to learn. Remind me to show you next time we have free time, the black-haired half-Saiyan said in reply. A half-hour later and Goten and Naruto were with Sasuke and Sakura waiting on their sensei. He showed up promptly 20 minutes late. Yo, good morning guys, Kakashi said waving to them friendlily. You're late, they all replied in unison. He responded by pulling out a timer, setting it, and placing it on a tree stump. Okay, it's set for noon. They just stared at him confused as he pulled out 3 bells. Here are 3 bells. Your task is to take them from me before the time's up. Those who don't have a bell by noon get no lunch. This caused Goten and Naruto to both gulp. You'll also be tied to a tree stump and I'll eat it right in front of you. So that's why he told us not to eat, realized Naruto. You only have to get 1 bell. There are only 3 bells, so one of you will definitely be tied to the stump, and the person who doesn't take a bell fails, so at least one of you will be sent back to the academy. He then put the bells inside his fist. If you want you can use your shuriken and kunais, you won't win unless you come at me intending to kill me. This got Sakura worried, but you'll be in danger, she exclaimed. Yeah, you're so slow you can't even dodge a blackboard eraser, boasted an overconfident Naruto. We'll definitely kill you. Kakashi just stared dully at him. In the real world those who have no talent often bark the loudest. We'll ignore Mr. Dead Last here and start when I say. Before he could finish, Naruto had brandished a kunai and was about to throw it at Kakashi. At a speed that made him invisible. Oh everyone but Goten, he phased out and appeared behind the fox boy, grabbing the weapon with one hand and placing his other on the boy's head. He then maneuvered the Naruto's arm behind his head. So Naruto was pointing the kunai at himself. Calm down, I haven't even started yet, Kakashi warned him. So this is a genin? Sasuke smirked. I didn't even see him. Sakura was shocked. Goten smirked. He's not bad, I might actually have to try. Well, it seems you're finally ready to come after me with the intent to kill. So you finally acknowledged me. It seems I'm beginning to like you guys. Kakashi then got serious. Ready? Begin. Goten started by phasing out and appearing right behind his sensei. He took his hand and prepared to deal a blow to a pressure point at the back of Kakashi's neck with intent to knock him unconscious. When he made contact, though, it wasn't Kakashi he hit. Instead his hand hit a log, slicing it in two from the force behind his attack. Realizing Kakashi was faster than he originally thought, he flew off to hide and come up with another strategy. Seems they all hid themselves very well, Kakashi thought, slightly impressed. No sooner had the thought came that a blond boy clad in orange stood in front of him, and no, it wasn't a Super Saiyan. Come here and fight me, Naruto yelled. You're a little off, was all the masked ninja said in response. What a moron, Sasuke thought while hiding in the foliage. He shouldn't rush an opponent like that unless he knows what the other's capable of. Goten thought to himself, watching the confrontation from 20 feet in the sky, grateful that no one bothered to look upward. The only thing that's a bit off is your haircut, Naruto yelled as he ran towards Kakashi. The masked man's response was to reach into a bag tied to his belt, causing Naruto to stop and stare in curiosity. Shinobi fighting lesson number 1, Taijutsu. I'll teach you about it. He then started to pull something out of the bag. Taijutsu is hand-to-hand combat. Naruto quickly thought, he's going to use a weapon. Instead of a weapon, Kakashi pulled out the last thing anyone expected, a book. The title read Come Come Paradise. Goten recognized it as one of the books in the Icha Icha series. That's just wrong, Goten thought to himself mentally while letting out a sigh. Naruto was just confused. What's wrong? Hurry up and attack me, Kakashi said while reading his book. What's with the book? Naruto was still confused. I want to see what happens next, Kakashi said as if it was no big deal to him. But don't worry, it won't make much difference against you guys. Ah. Naruto rushed Kakashi only to be blocked by the hand not used to hold the book as the masked ninja continued reading. Naruto then countered with a kick at Kakashi's head, but he just crouched, dodging it as if it were nothing. Then the fox boy went for another punch only for Kakashi to disappear and reappear directly behind him. A shinobi isn't supposed to be caught from behind, Kakashi said while preforming a hand sign. What, that's the tiger seal. Sakura thought mentally. He's going to use a jutsu on Naruto. That's the fire seal. He's serious about this, Sasuke thought. I doubt he'd try anything lethal, but I better warn Naruto anyway, Goten thought. Before Goten could speak, however, Sakura beat him to it. Naruto, run away, you're going to get killed. Wah! Naruto started to turn around. Too late, Kakashi said. He readied 2 fingers. Hidden Leaf Taijutsu Extreme Technique. 1,000 years of pain. The 2 fingers then made their way to Naruto's rectum, casing an extremely painful sensation in said area and hurling the fox boy into a nearby lake. This said, due to the nature of the move, every but the 2 sweat dropped. He's on a whole other level than they are. Goten thought to himself. I could probably get the bells myself, but I don't think that's the point. The only way for the others to get the bells is if they work, Goten smirked. That's it, now I just need to tell them. Goten searched for the energy signatures of his teammates. Okay, Naruto's the closest. He phased out and appeared in the water, grabbing Naruto. Next is Sakura. He phased out and appeared behind the said girl and grabbed her before she could blink. Now finally Sasuke. Holding the other 2 with one hand, he appeared behind Sasuke and tapped him with his free hand, causing him to turn around. Hey, what's the? Goten quickly covered Naruto's mouth. You want to give us away, Goten whispered. Why are you all here? Sasuke asked, annoyed. Goten smirked. Simple, I've figured out a way for you guys to beat him. If you have a way, why not do it yourself? Sasuke questioned. That's not the point. He wants us to see between the lines and work together, Goten explained. How do you know? Sakura asked. Look, I've been doing training exercises like this since I was in diapers. I know what to expect. Okay, what's your plan then? Naruto asked. Simple, there's a move my brother taught me that blinds an opponent. You all close your eyes while I use the move as a distraction. While he's blinded, you all rush in and take a bell. You're not going after one? Naruto asked curiously. Nah, you guys want to be ninjas more than me anyway. I'm just doing this to get stronger. So everyone agree on this. Everyone else nods. Okay, close your eyes. When you hear Kakashi scream, you can open them and go after him, grabbing the bells with ease. How do you know? Naruto was cut off. Trust me, he will. Goten smiled mischievously. He then flew up into the air and landed right in front of Kakashi. Hey Kakashi sensei, he yelled to get the Jonin's attention. Kakashi looked up slightly curious at what Goten was about to do. Goten responded by placing his hands up to his face and smirking as he yelled, Solar Flare. A bright white light surrounded the entire area, blinding Kakashi's one eye. Ah! What did you do? He screamed as he clutched his eye in pain. The others responded quickly, rushed in to take the bells. Kakashi, however, did the unexpected. He lifted up his headband to reveal his other eye. It was red with black swirls. Kakashi looked at Goten with a ticked-off expression. You know, that wasn't very nice. However, he was so focused on Goten that he failed to notice the other 3 genin. Sasuke grabbed him from behind while Sakura grabbed the bells off Kakashi's belt. Naruto sent him an elbow to keep him from responding. They each took a bell and smirked at a bewildered Kakashi. Goten, not having a bell, just sat lazily on the ground giving the Sun family grin. So you've all figured out the point of the exercise, I see. Kakashi's right eye was still sore, but he was starting to be able to see out of it again, so he sealed his other eye. Congratulations, you all pass. They all looked at him in shock. You're the first team I've had to ever actually pass this specific test. I must say I'm impressed. He then looked over to Goten. However, that stunt Goten pulled really ticked me off, so even though he passes, he still doesn't get lunch. Naruto spoke up at that, but Kakashi sensei, Goten was the one who came up with the idea in the first place. Is this true? Everyone but Goten nodded. He was too shocked by being denied food. In that case he can eat. Goten let out a sigh of relief. He was willing to go back to the academy to make sure his team got the bells. There's an old saying. Those who don't obey the rules are trash, but those who don't help their friends are worse than trash. Good job, Goten. Goten just smiled in reply. Meanwhile, on Trunks' side of things, Kurenai was explaining what their test was going to be. Okay. My personal opinion is that the best test you can have is actual experience, so we're all going to go on a C-rank mission to see how well you four can work as a team. I will provide help if needed, but I'm just back up. It's up to you four to make the decisions and get through this without screwing up. So what's the mission? Trunks asked, wanting to get this underway. Our mission is to. Before their sensei could finish, a bright light appeared before them. When it faded, a blue-haired woman was facing them all. While everyone else was confused as to what happened, Trunks had a big grin on his face. Mom. He ran over and gave her a hug. Hi Trunks, she said in reply. Can someone explain to me what she's doing here? Kurenai asked, puzzled. The blue-haired woman was the one to answer. Sure, name's Bulma. I'm Trunks' mother. I fixed my interdimensional machine to lock on to either Trunks or Goten's energy signatures. That's why I appeared here in front of you. So that's how you got here, but not the why, Kurenai said, a little irritated. Oh, I came to give Trunks this. Bulma then handed Trunks a small device. This will let you come back and forth between the two worlds. She then looked over to Kurenai. I also came to talk to this Hokage person to see if this village would be interested in buying Capsule Corp technology. She then smiled proudly and pointed in the air. I want to be the first person to ever own an interdimensional business. Mom, are you sure that's a good idea? From what Trunks knew about this world, introducing it to everything Capsule Corp had to offer might be a bad idea. Of course it is. Besides, I'm just going to be selling empty capsules and training equipment anyway. Which reminds me. She pulled out a small capsule and handed it to Trunks. Your dad wanted to make sure you still kept up your training here. That's a portable gravity chamber. Well, I better go and meet this Hokage now. She waved at them. See you later. She then opened up a small tray from her pocket and pulled out a capsule. She clicked it and threw it on the ground, and it turned into a jet bike. She then rode off, leaving Team 8 in her dust. Ah, she could have brought me one too, Trunks said, pouting. Calm down, boy. What the heck was that? Kiba was currently trying to keep Akumaru from chasing after the vehicle while the dog barked crazily at it in his arms. Oh, I forgot they don't have jet bikes here, Trunks said nervously. Jet bike? Hinata asked, her curiosity winning over her shyness for a moment. This caused Trunks to chuckle slightly. It's a vehicle that lets you ride really fast. I can fly faster, but it's still fun to ride in. Karini cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. If you're all done, I'll explain our mission. They all nodded for her to continue. Your mission will be low C rank. You are to assist in the rescue of several miners in an iron mine in Salt Village. There was a cave-in recently and we were the closest village in the area. She then smiled pridefully. I admit that usually more experienced genin would be hired, but I was able to pull some strings. Like I said, this mission determines whether or not you go back to the academy. She then smirked at her team. You all ready? Kiba, Trunks and Shino nodded. Hinata gulped. Good, let's go. The trip to the mining town took about 2 hours. When they got there, the person who had hired them was waiting at the village gates. He was clad in a classic miner's jacket and overalls. On his head was a hard hat with a small light on it. On his jacket was a name tag that read Tom Clucker. He pulled out and lit a cigar. So you're the group that they sent, huh? He said, sizing them up. Not my idea of a rescue team, but I guess you'll do. Name's Tom. They then all introduced themselves. Kurenai Yuhi. Trunks briefs. Hi. Hinata Hyuga. Kiba Inuzuka, and this is Akamaru. He pointed down at his dog. Tom puffed on his cigar for a moment before he spoke again. Okay. Now that introductions are out of the way, I'll show you to the way of the cave-in. Man, he's a miner and a smoker. His lungs must be screaming, Trunks thought to himself. They made their way to the mine, and once they went inside a little ways they saw a large pile of rocks indicating the location of the cave-in. Okay, this is simple. Just have Trunks blast it all away, Kiba said. Trunks cocked an eyebrow at him. Are you kidding? If I tried that, it would be like letting a stick of dynamite in here. The whole place would cave in. Hey, it was just a suggestion, Kiba said defensively. First I need to sense if there are any survivors. Trunks closed his eyes and began feeling out key signatures around the area. Okay, there are 4 right next to, oops. Sorry, I just tracked you guys, let me try that again. Everyone's sweat dropped. Trunks then focused again. Okay, here we are. I sense at least 3 people down here besides us. No, make that 4. It's odd though, one doesn't seem natural, Trunks said in a serious tone. What do you mean? Asked Tom. Nothing, just a hunch, Trunks assured him. Anyway, we should be able to clear this rubble out within an hour if we all work together. The other 4 people with him nodded. So we already have the possible unofficial team leader, Karini thought to herself as she started digging away at the rocks. Guess it wouldn't hurt to speed things up by going super. The faster we clear this, the better for the survivors, Trunks said as he went Super Saiyan. To everyone's shock, he was clearing the rocks at triple the speed of everyone else. Once they cleared the rocks, they found their first miner. She was alive but unconscious. She had dark hair and the typical miner's clothing on. Trunks was quick to give commands. Okay, first miner found. She's unconscious but she's still alive. Tom, take her topside. I would, but you need me as a guide down here, remember, Tom said in reply. Oh yeah, in that case, Karini. She looked towards him. Can you make sure she gets topside? I'm supposed to supervise, Trunks cut her off. I know, but making sure these people survive is more important than worrying about going back to the academy. Besides, I'm right about the 4th thing I sense down here. Then the less people down here the better, he added mentally. Okay. Remember, Trunks, I'm trusting you to get everyone out of this in one piece, she said as she took the unconscious women. She then went for the exit. 1 survivor down, 3 to go, Kiba said, smirking confidently. Trunks? Hinata asked. Yeah? Trunks asked back. If why? You want, I could use my Byakugan to see further, it could help you find survivors better. Good thinking, Hinata. That reminds me, Kiba. Kiba looked towards him. You think you and Akumaru can smell for any miners as well? Can a frog catch a fly? Kiba said confidently. Hinata then activated her Byakugan to increase her range of vision. Good, I'm sensing 2 people northwest, Trunks said as they made their way there. Yeah, definitely. Their sense getting stronger, we're close, Kiba replied. Can you see them yet, Hinata? Not yet, she answered. Probably because the path splits up here before going in a circle, Tom told them. So would it hurt if we split up once we met the path? Trunks asked him. Bad idea. The main mining tunnel is what splits and goes into a circle. Within that path there are a crapload of branch paths. If you don't know your way, you could get lost here for days. Darn it. Trunks thought to himself. I wanted to take care of what was down here without worrying about everyone's safety. They went west at the intersection. A little ways in, Hinata spotted 2 people sitting against the mine walls. They were wearing uniforms. Like any other miner, but unlike the others, there were tears and rips in their clothing, as if something had attacked them. One had a green miner jacket and the other blue. When Team 8 got there, the 2 miners cowered in fear. No, stay away from me. Don't kill me, the green jacket miner said in horror. Tom looked down at the horrified miner. You must be going crazy, Seiko. Hearing his name caused him to look up and realize they weren't going to kill him. Tom. He wrapped the other man in a bear hug. happy to see anyone come to his rescue. It sure is good to see you, the other miner said. I thought we'd be down here for days. Now that we have you guys, let's get the last guy and get you out of here, Kiba said anxiously. Can't get up, my legs broke, the man wearing a blue jacket said. Hearing this, Trunks pulled out a senzu bean he was saving for an emergency and split it in half. Here, both of you eat this. It will heal the broken leg as well as get you both nourished. They looked at him puzzled but ate the bean. Immediately they were healed of all injuries. You both know the way out, right? They nodded. Good, make your way for the exit. I'll come with the last person I sensed. There's something you should know, Seiko said. Right before the cave-in, something attacked us down here. I'm not sure what it was, but there were 10 of us down here before it attacked. As far as I know, only me and Socks here, he pointed to Blue Jacket Man. We're able to make it out safely. If there's still the possibility of a survivor down here, then we go. Hinata, they shouldn't need it but go with them to the exit. Kiba, Shino and I will track down the last person with Tom. Right. Hinata said confidently. She didn't know why, but for some reason being around Trunks made her feel more confident in her abilities. Okay, let's go. Trunks, Tom, Shino and Kiba went towards the last key signature while Hinata escorted the miners out of the cavern. When they reached the person, he had his back to them. What struck them as odd was that he didn't seem to be wearing a mining uniform. Instead, he wore a black jumpsuit with a yellow ninja vest and ninja cloth around his waist. There was a katana at his side. Upon noticing them, he turned around, showing that his head was covered by a tight hood mask showing only his upper nose and eyes. His eyes, however, were his most disturbing feature. They were glazed over as if he was dead. Sir, we're here to help, Trunks said, hoping he was wrong about this guy. We're the team sent to find survivors from the cave-in. If you come with us, we'll take you to safety. The person just stared at them for a moment before assuming a combat stance Trunks had never seen before. Then something started to protrude from the palm of his hand. Get over here, the person screamed as the object in his hand shot out at Trunks. Trunks dodged the spear-like object on instinct and it pierced itself into a wall. It was weird. It was like a spear attached to a rope. Before the half-Saiyan could think any more, however, the weird spear retracted back into the person's hand. Shino, Kiba, get out of here. I'll handle this guy, Trunks yelled to his friends. Kiba smirked. No way, I'm letting you have all the fun. He then popped a soldier pill and fed another to Akumaru. Kiba grew fangs and became more feral and Akumaru's fur turned dark brown. He then somehow preformed a transformation jutsu on Akumaru, turning the dog into a copy of Kiba. HMPH, was all Shino said to Trunks before preparing to attack as well. Oh well, can't say I didn't warn you guys. Trunks powered up to Super Saiyan and dashed for the enemy to deliver a kick to his head. It connected and the enemy's head was twisted around backwards and he fell to the ground. Guess I kinda overdid it there, he said jokingly. Before he could turn around, however, the body got back up. He then grabbed his head and twisted his neck back into place. No way. That's impossible, screamed Kiba. What the heck are you? Trunks said in frustration. He was surprised when he actually got an answer. I was imprisoned here by the elder gods for eternity until those fools found the tome I was imprisoned in. I am the immortal spawn of hell, Scorpion. Immortal, huh? Trunks smirked. We'll see about that when I send you to Yemas. Trunks then hurled a small ki blast at the hell spawn. He retaliated by creating a shield of flame in front of him. Somehow Kiba and Akumaru had managed to get behind him and both delivered kicks to his back which caught him off guard and made him stumble. While he was distracted, Shino took this chance to send one of his bugs to feed on Scorpion's chakra. Fools! You can't kill the undead. Scorpion got up and sent a slew of fireballs at Kiba and Akumaru. They jumped just in time to avoid the blasts and the fireballs hit the cave wall, causing the cavern to shake. Are you crazy? You can't use blasts that powerful down here, you'll kill us all, Trunks yelled. He then rushed Scorpion and delivered an uppercut, followed by a flurry of blows faster than the eye could see. While Scorpion was able to dodge a few, the vast majority still hit. Trunks then finished by clamping both of his hands together and pounding the top of the Hell Spawn's head, knocking him down. Like the first time, Scorpion was able to get back up, though with a bit more trouble than before. He then grabbed the bottom of his mask and pulled it off to reveal that underneath his head was a flaming skull. Then in rage he went after Trunks. Trunks managed to dodge most of the blows, but a few managed to get through, messing up his fighting GI and blooding his lip. Kiba and Akamaru tried to aid Trunks but were backhanded by Scorpion and knocked to the ground unconscious, causing the transformation for Akamaru to end. Meanwhile, unknown to their skull-headed foe, the bug Shino implanted continued feeding of his chakra. Man, this guy's sure durable, I'll give him that. Trunks wiped some of the blood off his mouth. I didn't want to use to my full strength down here, but I don't think I have a choice. Trunks focused his energy and powered up as much as he could before punching Scorpion in the stomach, sending him flying through the cave wall and into another part of the mine. He then turned to his team. Shino, Tom, take Kiba and Akamaru out of here. I'll meet you up top once I've dealt with this loser. Shino nodded and grabbed Kiba. I hope you come back, Trunks. The last thing I want is to go back to the academy just because you died. He and Tom then ran for the exit. Just then Scorpion had come back from his earlier beating and had sent a spin kick straight into the side of the purple-haired boy's face. He screamed in pain as his head hit the dirt. He got back up with a smirk on his face. Not bad, but I'm still stronger than you, Trunks said mockingly. They should be far enough away for me to do this without worry. He then started moving his hands around rapidly in a strange pattern before placing them palm outward with his index fingers and thumbs touching. Burning attack. A massive ball of ki exploded from his hands towards Scorpion. With the cave too narrow for him to avoid it, he was consumed by the blast and buried in a pile of rocks. Trunks was panting heavily the attack. Immortal Ha, Immortal Mai. Before he could finish, the pile of rocks exploded, revealing a badly beat-up Scorpion. He limped his way towards Trunks a few steps before collapsing and disappearing in a ball of flames. Just then Trunks felt the cavern shake. Oh man, I've got to get out of here. He dashed for the direction he felt his team's energy in, hoping it was the exit. It appeared luck was on his side as he saw an opening leading outside. Just before he got there, however, the ceiling caved in at the entrance, blocking him in. I don't have time for this, he said in frustration as he shot a huge blast towards the pile, clearing it. Once he got to the other side, he found Kiba, Akamaru, Shino, Hinata and the three miners waiting for him. Kiba was rubbing his head trying to stop the throbbing pain. Akamaru was still unconscious. The miners were chatting amongst themselves and Shino was just leaning quietly against a nearby post. Hinata looked up at him with a relieved expression. You actually made it, Kiba said, noticing him. Yeah, piece of cake, Trunks said, giving him a thumbs up. Where's Karini-sensei? Tom was the one to answer. There's a local hospital not too far from here. She's probably there. All right, thanks. That's where we'll go then. We'll meet up with her and brief her on what happened down there. I have a feeling she'll want to hear this. Well, this is goodbye then, Tom said. The miners waved to them as they walked off. Before any of you ask, no, I don't plan on adding any other Mortal Kombat characters to this story. Scorpion was the exception. I really tried not to put Scorpion in this, but I couldn't get the idea out of my head, so I ended up working it into a fight. Sorry if the fight seems a bit rushed on my part. I do admit that I'm better on doing humor than fighting, but the fights will get better. Whether or not you'll see Scorpion again depends on how much he was liked. If you liked him in this story, I might bring him back for another fight. Thanks to all those who reviewed so far. Until next time, God bless. Chapter 6. I'm actually going to be serious at the beginning of a chapter for once. I'd like to wish everyone a late happy Memorial Day weekend. And now for Chapter 6. The surviving miners had been taken care of and Team 8 was staying in at the local inn. Kurenai figured it would be a good idea to rest before heading back to the village. Her and Hinata were in one room while Shino, Kiba, Akamaru, and Trunks were in the room across from them. Right now, Kiba was laughing hysterically at Trunks talking in his sleep. I told you I don't want to wash your panda. Get it away. Trunks scrunched his face in his sleep as if he was annoyed at something. Kiba looked over to Shino. Shino, get Hinata in here, she'd love this. I'm busy. Shino replied back. He was currently sitting in a chair reading a book on the mating habits of spiders. Fu, Scion. Ha! Trunks screamed in his sleep in reply. This actually caused Shino to look up from his book. Okay, what the heck does fusion ha mean? You thinks I know? He's the one that said it, Kiba said pointing at Trunks. Just then Kurenai walked in the room to check on them. Everything okay in here? I thought I heard a scream. Yeah, we're fine. Kiba motioned towards Trunks. That was just crazy boy here saying random stuff in his sleep. Trunks then took this time to add to the conversation in his slumber. For the last time Goten, I don't want to eat squirrel no matter how good you say it tastes. This caused Kurenai to chuckle slightly. Well, since you three don't need me, I'll be in my room. She then walked out the door. The next day they packed up, ate breakfast and headed back to Kahona. Meanwhile Team 8 was going back and forth doing multiple D-rank missions throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. These ranged anywhere from gardening, trash duty, getting cats out of trees, and any other mundane community service job you can think of. While Kakashi realized that with Goten they could probably do harder work, he wanted them to get a good feel for working together first. He also wanted to get a good look at each of their personalities and individual talents. So far all of them had potential. Right at the moment though, Kakashi had graced them with the task of finding the Fire Lord's wife's cat, Tora. What's the distance to the target? Kakashi asked over a headset radio. 5 meters, I'm ready anytime. A voice responded. I'm ready. Let's go. All right. The 4 genin of Team 7 all rushed out from behind the trees they were hiding and pounced on the target. Naruto was the lucky one out of the group and managed to grab it. The result was him getting the living daylights scratched out of him while he held Tora. Ribbon on the left ear. You sure this is the target? Kakashi asked over the radio. Yeah, we're sure. Sasuke replied back. Needless to say, when they got back to the village and showed the lady her cat, she was ecstatic. Oh Tora, I was so worried. In your face, you stupid cat, Naruto thought proudly. I kinda feel sorry for the cat with that lady squeezing it, Goten thought. No wonder it ran away. Sakura, are we done here? Sasuke. They then began to assign them more missions. Okay Team 7, your next assignment is to babysit an elder's grandson, shopping in a neighboring village, and potato digging. This was when Naruto decided he'd had enough. No. No, thank you, I want to do something, you know, a better mission, something more incredible. Find us a better one. Though none of them voiced their opinions, the rest of the group agreed with him. Kakashi sighed. I figured it was time for this, he thought to himself. Ikura, who was standing behind the Hokage, answered him. You idiot, you're just a rookie. Everyone starts off with the simple missions and works their way up. Kakashi bopped Naruto in the head. Quiet. The third sighed. It seems I have to teach you what these duties are all about. He went on to explain how the village got requests for everything from babysitting to assassination, and how each mission was ranked in difficulty from A to D, with D being the easiest and A being the hardest, and each request is written on a list. He also explained that the missions a ninja was assigned to was usually determined by his rank and ability, and how if the mission was successful, the village got paid. After all this was explained, however, he looked to Naruto to find him sitting on the ground facing the opposite direction. Now let's see, I just had pork ramen, so miso sounds good for. He was cut off from his thoughts by Kakashi yelling at him. Hey, pay attention. All you do is lecture. I'm not the same brat you think I am, Naruto said with a frustrated voice. Kakashi just sighed. I know I'm going to get yelled at for this. Seeing this, however, had the opposite effect. The third Hokage smiled. He used to only be able to express himself through pranks. Okay, I'll give you a C rank mission. It's the protection of a certain individual. This caused everyone except Naruto and Goten to have puzzled looks. Instead of being confused, the two orange and blue-clad boys' faces were beaming. Yay! They both said in unison. Naruto was sitting on the floor with a smile on his face and Goten was jumping up and down excitedly. Who is it? Naruto asked excitedly. A feudal lord. A princess. Calm down, I'll introduce him. The third then motioned toward the door. Hey, will you come in here? A middle-aged man walked in. He had gray hair with a mustache and goatee. He was carrying a bag on his back and had a bottle in his hand. Even from across the room Goten could tell this guy smelled like booze. The man took a swig of his bottle before talking. They're all a bunch of super brats, especially the short one with the stupid face. Naruto looked around trying to find who the man was talking about. Who's the one with the stupid face? Once it dawned on the fox boy who the man was talking about, his eyes narrowed. I'll kill. Before he could finish, Goten had appeared behind him and covered his mouth. Naruto, it's our job to protect him. We can't kill him. The man then looked at them dully. I am the super bridge builder Tazuna. I expect you to provide me protection until I get back to my country and complete the bridge. With that they left the Hokage office with their client. While on their way to the village gates they ran into Trunks, who had just got back with his team roughly 2 hours prior. Hey Trunks! Goten yelled, waving at his best friend. Goten, Naruto. What's up? Trunks said in greeting. I gotta help take this old guy to build a bridge, Goten said. Sounds boring to me. Anyways, Naruto? Naruto looked at Trunks. Yeah? Naruto asked. You care if I install disco lights in your apartment while you're gone? Why? Naruto asked, puzzled. Figured it would give me something to do. Besides, wouldn't it look awesome? Just don't blow up my apartment, Naruto warned. Thanks, see you guys later. With that Trunks left and Team 7 made the village gate. Naruto was especially happy since this would be the first time he was ever allowed out of the village. Trunks skipped happily down the street to Naruto's apartment. He just got permission to install disco lights, freaking disco lights. Not even his mom would let him install them at his house back home. Just before he got to the house, however, he heard a familiar female voice call his name. Trunks. Slightly disappointed, he turned around to see Hinata staring at him as if she wanted to ask him something. Deciding that just blowing her off would be a bad idea, he greeted her. Oh, hi Hinata. How you doing? This caused her to blush slightly. I was wondering, since we have the day off. She blushed even more. For a second Trunks thought her face might explode. If why? You could teach me how to fly. Trunks was torn. Sure, he wanted to help his friend, but this meant he would have to hold off installing the seizure-inducing disco lights throughout the house. He thought for a moment before an idea struck him. No problem, just hold on a sec. He preformed the hand signs he saw Naruto do multiple times, showing off around the apartment. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, an exact replica of Trunks appeared next to the original. He looked towards the clone to give orders. Okay. You know what I want you to do, right? The clone nodded and gave him a mock salute. Yes sir. It shouted, and it then ran into the house to install the lights for Trunks. Trunks then looked at Hinata with a smile. Okay. Let's teach you to fly. We'll do it at the training grounds. Just keep in mind I won't go easy on you. When they arrived at the training grounds, Trunks gave a smirk. I learned to fly when I was 3. You want to know what my dad did to teach me? Hinata nodded. He threw me off a cliff and said I have to learn to save myself. Hinata gave him a shocked expression. Don't worry, he got an earful from Mom. From what I remember, he was on our couch for a month after that. You can relax, I have no intention of being that extreme to you. I'm not quite as sadistic as my dad when it comes to training people. This caused Hinata to gulp. Maybe having Trunks train her was a bad idea. Apparently Trunks noticed her uneasiness. Calm down. Getting worked up like that will only make learning harder. He gave a reassuring smile. Now are you ready? She nodded. Yes. Good. Okay, first we'll start with the basics. You already know how to manipulate your ki, correct? By energy you mean chakra, right? She asked him. Yeah, sorry I'm not used to calling it that. Anyways, like I asked. Yes, she confirmed. Okay. Good. Then we'll go just a step above that. I want you to focus it into your hands until it forms a ball of energy between them, like this. Trunks demonstrated by putting his hands together and slowly formed a small ball of energy. Once you get that, I'll teach you the next step. Hinata nodded in response. She then started focusing the chakra through her hands, trying to form a small ball. It started to form but then dissipated. I can't do it, she said sadly. No, that's actually not bad. You're just not used to using chakra that way. Just relax, clear your head, and try focusing a little harder. The purple hair scion reassured her. I'll try, she said shyly. She then attempted again. This time the ball didn't dissipate right away. It floated between her hands. Look, I'm doing it, her excitement getting the better of her. Good. With that much control, it shouldn't be hard to do this. Trunks pointed his hand at a tree in the distance and fired a small ki blast at it, causing it to explode. Hinata's eyes grew big with disbelief. Sorry, couldn't resist. Trunks chuckled nervously. Amazing, Hinata exclaimed. Not really, that was only about 1/10 of my strength. Okay, now relax and focus your energy throughout your body and use it to levitate. To demonstrate, Trunks slowly focused his energy, causing it to flow underneath him and cause him to levitate. Now you. Hinata focused her energy as Trunks instructed her to. Slowly she started levitating off the ground. Good, you got it. Just keep practicing like that and you'll have it down pat in no time. Trunks then looked up for a second. That's weird. What's wrong? Hinata asked. My clone finished installing the lights and disappeared. I wasn't expecting all of its memories to come rushing into my head. Trunks then shook his head. Anyway, keep practicing like that. Once you got it down perfectly, I'll step it up a notch and you can try it in increased gravity. What do you mean, increased gravity? How can you increase the gravity around you? Hinata asked. Oh, that. My mom invented an artificial gravity machine capable of changing gravity within a room. Trunks pulled out a capsule, clicked it, then threw it on the ground, causing a large dome building to appear. This is a portable version of the device. The one back home can go up to 1,000 times normal gravity. This one goes up to about 400. She looked at him shocked. 400. How can you stand that without being crushed? It's endurance training. You start low and work your way up. When you're ready, I'll start you at about 10. He then headed towards the portable gravity chamber. Like I said, keep practicing. If you need me for anything, I'll be in here training. Just push the buzzer outside the door. I've been putting off training for a couple weeks now. He then went inside as Hinata kept training, determined to get flying down. Okay, 5,000 push-ups ought to do it. He set the gravity to 400 and went into position to start his reps. Meanwhile, an enraged Naruto was yelling at a passive Tazuna, the bridge builder, not really caring. One day I will take on the super elite ninja title of Hokage. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, remember it. Tazuna took a swig from his bottle. Hokage is the village's #1 ninja, right? I doubt someone like you could become it. Naruto was infuriated. Shut up. I'm prepared to do anything to become Hokage. Once I do, you'll acknowledge me. No, I won't, you brat. He took another swig. Even if you did become Hokage. Before Naruto could react in protest, Goten stepped in. You know that's not very nice, Sir Tazuna. So what? You're all just a bunch of brats anyway. Goten gave a smirk. You know the contract you made just requires us to get you to Wave Country and keep you safe. It does not, however, say you have to be conscious. One more insult and it's nighty-night till Wave Country. Tazuna gulped. This caused Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke to all stare in disbelief at him. This was so different from how Goten usually acted. Naruto was just excited someone actually stood up for him. Once he noticed the stares coming from them, he scratched the back of his head and gave a goofy grin mimicking his father. Sorry, he was putting people down. I can't stand that. Just then a serious look came across his face. "What is it?" Kakashi asked. "Someone's here. I can sense them," Goten said barely above a whisper so only the group can hear. Just then a figure appeared from a nearby water puddle. Before he could attack though, Goten sent a weak ki blast his way, knocking him unconscious. He then propped the unconscious ninja against a nearby tree. "What are you doing?" Sakura asked. "Just making sure he doesn't get away till we're out of here," Goten replied. He formed a small ball of energy into a half-ring shape and used it to cuff the man to the tree by his right hand. He then did the same to his left. There, now he shouldn't be a problem for at least another few hours. Goten then walked back to everyone else. "Okay, let's go." "Aren't you going to finish them off for attacking us?" Sasuke asked him. "What's the point? He's already beaten." "Yes, but he might come back and," Goten cut him off. "I don't hit a person when they're down, alright? It's not the right way to fight. My dad would give him a chance, so I will too." As they were arguing, another ninja jumped out from a nearby tree and rushed for Tazuna. Before he even came close, however, Goten phased out and appeared behind him. He sent a quick chop to the back of the neck, knocking the man unconscious, and like the other ninja, bound this one to the tree. Seeing this, Kakashi was impressed. 10 seconds each, not bad, Goten. He then turned to the bridge builder. "Tazuna, I need to talk to you." He made his way to where Goten had the enemy ninjas subdued. These are hidden mist chunin. They're known to continue fighting no matter what. One of the enemy ninjas had woken up and heard what they said. "How did you know we were?" Kakashi cut them off. "Goten sensed you before you even showed up. On top of that, it's a sunny day. WHN, it hasn't rained in a while, there's not going to be a mud puddle. If you knew that, why did you let the brats fight?" Tazuna asked. "If I had wanted to, I could have killed these two instantly," Kakashi continued, "but I needed to find out who they were after. I needed to see if they were after." Of course, I hadn't expected Goten to respond as quick as he did either. "We hadn't heard that ninjas were after you. We were only supposed to protect you from thieves and gangs. This has now become a B-rank mission. This was supposed to be simple protection until you completed the bridge." Tazuna looked down silently as Kakashi continued. "If it was known ninjas were after you, this would have been a B-rank mission. I'm sure you have your reasons, but it causes problems. When you lie about the mission, we are now acting outside our duties." This caused Sakura to get nervous. "We're not ready for this mission. Let's go back to the village." Goten hovered in front of her, facing upside down. Now where would the fun be in that? This of course startled Sakura and caused her to fall down on her back. "I want to prove to myself I can do this. We're continuing the mission," Naruto said with determination. "Yeah, that's what I like to hear," Goten said with his hand in the air. "Just think of it as training." Tazuna then looked towards Kakashi. "Sensei, I need to talk to you. I actually intended to have this up somewhat sooner, but it took longer to write than I thought. The whole teaching Hinata to fly just kind of popped in my head while writing this. It was kind of filler, but it did give Trunks more face time in this chapter and gave me more material to work with in the story. Next chapter will feature the Zabuza fight. Expect Goten to have some fun with this one, and don't worry, the other members of Team 7 will get to fight as well. Thanks to everyone who reviewed. Chapter 7. I told you all that the bunny had rabies, but you wouldn't believe me. If you start foaming at the mouth, don't come crying to me. Chapter 6. Sensei, I want to talk to you. Tazuna's voice was serious. "It's about this mission." "You're right. This mission probably is outside your duties. It turns out that a super dangerous man is after my life." He lowered his head. "I'm sure you've probably heard his name before. The wealthy shipping magnate, a man named Gato." "Gato?" Kakashi asked. "From that Gato company, he's said to be one of the world's most wealthy people." The bridge builder continued. "Yes, officially he runs a shipping company, but secretly he sells drugs and other illegal items using ninjas and gang members to take over businesses in other countries. He's a very nasty man." "I see," Sakura said, rubbing her chin. "Since you're building the bridge, you're in the way." "So the ninjas were hired by Gato?" Sasuke said under his breath. Naruto just stared dully, not really understanding what was being said. Goten's face got serious. In that case, I'm definitely helping you. People who take advantage of others like that are no better than garbage. Things were starting to make sense to Kakashi, but one thing still stuck out. But what I don't understand is, if you knew ninjas were after you, why did you hide that fact when you hired us? Tsuna's eyes narrowed. The Wave Country is extremely poor. Even the feudal lord has little money. Of course, we don't have much either. Not enough for an expensive B-rank mission. If you quit now, I'll definitely be killed, but don't worry about it. If I die, my 10-year-old grandson will just cry for a few days. Oh, and my daughter will live a sad life hating leaf ninjas forever. But it won't be your fault, not at all. Tsuna was playing the guilt card, and he played it well. He had them eating out of the back of his hand. I guess we have no choice then. We'll protect you at least till you get back to your country. Kakashi said, feeling guilty having even thought of abandoning the poor man. Yes, the guilt card worked, and the bridge builder knew it. Team 7 was on their way to Wave Country by boat. Tsuna had already explained everything to Kakashi, and the group had decided to go on ahead with the mission. The fog's so thick, I can't see ahead, said Sakura as she stated the obvious to everyone else. The man rowing the boat was the one who replied to her, "We should see the bridge soon. Wave Country is at the base of the bridge." Sasuke was just staring passively into the mist. Naruto and Goten had occupied themselves by playing cards. Oddly enough, Naruto was winning. Goten found out quick that the fox boy had amazing luck as his money slowly dwindled away. After a few minutes they came to the bridge, and Naruto's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, it's huge. His outburst caused him to be scolded by the person rowing. Be quiet, why do you think we're hiding in the mist? Instead of using the engine, we'll be in deep trouble if Gato finds us. We'll be there soon, the rower exclaimed. We've avoided detection so far, but to be safe we'll take the route with vegetation to make it harder to spot us. Thanks. Tsuna replied. When they arrived at the village, Naruto was even more amazed. His eyes filled with awe. Wow. They landed and disembarked. This is it for me. The boatman told them. Goodbye and good luck. Tsuna bid him thanks, and they went on their way with Naruto and Goten running ahead, eager to see more of the village. Okay, get me home safely, Tsuna stated. Yeah, Kakashi sighed. If we get attacked again, it will probably be by genin instead of chunin. Thinking he heard something, Naruto threw a shuriken into a nearby bush. Heh, just a rat, he said, trying to seem cool. Sakura scolded him, stop trying to act cool, there's nothing there. Kakashi stared at him dully. Please stop using shuriken, Naruto, it's dangerous. Midget, stop acting like a moron. Tsuna. Naruto then looked around frantically. I think I see a shadow. He once again threw a shuriken towards a bush, causing him to get hit in the head by Sakura. I said stop it. We're being followed, I swear. Yeah, right. Meanwhile, having heard Naruto's shuriken actually hit something, Kakashi and Goten went to investigate. Kakashi said out loud, getting Sakura's attention. Oh, she said, noticing the rabbit. Naruto, what have you done? Screamed Sakura. Goten was equally mad. Having grown up surrounded by forest, he had an affinity for animals. You really shouldn't kill something unless you're gonna eat it, Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto was panicking, trying to revive the poor rodent. I'm sorry, little rabbit, I didn't mean to, he said, trying to shake it awake. Sorry, Naruto, it's dead. You killed it, now eat it. I don't want to see that rabbit go to waste, Goten said demandingly. But, do it, Sakura screamed. Meanwhile, Kakashi was thinking to himself, that's a snow rabbit, yet it's spring. What's with its color? The snow rabbit changes color based on the amount of sunlight. White is its color during the winter. This is a rabbit caged for the purpose of body switching. This is a trap. Meanwhile, a figure watched them from the trees. I see, no wonder the demon brothers didn't stand a chance. He's the Leaf Village's copy ninja, sharing on Kakashi. Seeing something move from a nearby tree, Kakashi reacted, everyone duck. A giant sword swung past them and stuck itself in a tree. A man. jumped down and landed on top of it, staring at Kakashi. His lower face was covered in a mask of bandages. He had a mist headband on his head tilted to the side. He also wore striped brown pants with camo gauntlets and boots. Well, if it isn't the hidden mist's missing nin, Zabuza Momoichi. Kakashi smirked under his mask. Naruto prepared to rush the man only to be stopped by Kakashi's hand. Everyone stay back, he's on a whole other level. Kakashi warned. Against him it will be a little difficult unless I do this. Kakashi put his hand over his headband prepared to raise it and uncover his left eye. So you're sharing on Kakashi. Sorry but the old man is mine. Sharingan, what's that? Naruto wondered. Sasuke's eyes grew wide in realization. Goten walked forward stretching his arms. Relax Kakashi-sensei, I'll handle this. Kakashi put a hand on him halting his actions. No Goten. I know you could probably handle him but right now I need all of you too. Surround and protect Tazuna. No one enter this fight, protecting him is your teamwork here. Fine, but if I stay out of this you owe me a sparring match, Goten said with a demanding voice. I'll think about it, Kakashi said in reply. Zabuza first. Kakashi raised the headband to uncover his left eye. What everyone saw caught them by surprise. The iris was red with 3 black swirls around it. Fight me. I'm honored. I already get to see the famous Sharingan. You do realize not letting the boy fight will only delay the inevitable, Zabuza said cockily. Believe it or not I'm doing you a slight favor, Kakashi said smugly. That kid is at least 10 times stronger than I am. HMPH, you're all talk. I can tell you're bluffing Kakashi, Zabuza said in reply. Sharingan, Sharingan, what the heck is it? Naruto demanded. Surprisingly Sasuke was the one to answer. It is said that some have the ability in their eyes to read and defeat all types of Tai, Gen, and ninjutsu. The Sharingan is one of the types of pupil that give you this power. But that's not the only ability it has. Sasuke answered. Huh? Naruto asked confused. Hee, exactly kid, but that's not all. Zabuza said smugly. What's even scarier is that you can copy an opponent's techniques once you see them. Maybe I shouldn't have used solar flare on Kakashi-sensei. Goten thought to himself after hearing this. He really didn't want Kakashi to use the move back on him. When I was a member of the Hidden Mist Assassin team I kept a handbook that included information on you and this is what it said. The man who has copied over 1000 jutsu, copy Ninja Kakashi. Wow, 1000 techniques huh? Wish I knew that many moves, Goten said out loud to himself. First the Hokage and now sensei? Sakura thought with awe, I didn't know they were that great. You the man? Naruto exclaimed to Kakashi excitedly. What's going on? Sasuke thought mentally. The Sharingan is a special physical ability that only appears in a select few members of the Uchiha clan. Could he be? Enough talk. I have to kill the old man. Zabuza eyed Kakashi with intent to kill, but it seems I have to kill you first? He pulled his giant sword out of the tree and jumped into a nearby lake. He's standing on the water. Goten exclaimed sensing him right away. He's doing it the easy way too, only putting energy in his feet. It's more fun just to fly. Sakura and Naruto both stared at him dully. Since when is there an easy way to walk on water? Naruto asked. It's similar to flying. Goten explained to him, the difference being in how much ki is put out. For what he's doing he's just putting enough through his feet to walk on water. For flying you have to focus it through your entire body. Like I said, he's doing it the lazy way. Kakashi having overheard their conversation smirked underneath his mask, so that's how Goten does it. Thanks Goten, you just handed me another trump card for this fight. Kakashi with his knowledge of chakra control would have no problem performing Bukujutsu, lighter than air technique. He quickly turned his attention back to Zabuza. He's releasing a lot of chakra. Ninpo Hidden Mist Jutsu. Zabuza disappeared in a thick mist. He's gone. Tazuna EXL claimed. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. He'll come after me first. He's an expert in silent killing. You won't know he's there till you're already dead. I can't use the Sharingan perfectly, you guys be careful. Everyone's eyes except Goten's got wide with fear. Goten merely closed his eyes and tried and focus where his enemy was hiding. The mist is getting thicker, Naruto exclaimed. Which one should I go after? Zabuza said through the mist. There's 8 choices: kidney, heart, neck, vein, liver, lungs, spine, and brain. Zabuza's boasting gave Goten enough time to sense where he was, and he fired Ki Blast in his general direction, hoping to hear it connect with Zabuza's flesh. Unfortunately, he heard it collide with a nearby rock. Nice technique, kid, that one almost hit me. He heard the mist assassin through the mist. Darn it! Goten exclaimed. Kakashi prepared a hand sign. Sasuke's eyes widen in fear. What an incredibly dangerous chakra. It feels like I'll be killed if I make a single move. This could drive a person crazy. The intensity of a genin is making me feel like my life's being squeezed. I'd almost rather die now and get it over with. Don't worry, I'll protect you guys even if it kills me, Kakashi said assuringly. He then smiled, though the only way you could tell was by his eyes. I don't let my teammates die. Sasuke then felt a hand touch his shoulder. Don't worry, Sasuke. Even if by some slim chance Kakashi's beaten, I'm 10 times stronger than both Kakashi and Zabuza put together. We won't die here, Goten assured him. We'll see about that. Zabuza appeared between the group of genin and Tazuna. It's over. He started to swing his sword, but before he could, it was stopped by Goten's hand. Everyone stared at him wide-eyed. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, I tried to stay out of it, Goten smirked. Never mind that, just take care of him while you have the advantage, Kakashi yelled. Yeah, Goten said as he fired a Ki Blast at Zabuza. He miscalculated, however, and it blasted through him, causing him to turn into a puddle of water. Impressive. A kid being able to destroy one of my water clones, a voice said behind him. Zabuza swung his sword at the boy only for him to disappear in front of him. He then ironically heard Goten's voice from behind him. I can do a lot more than that, Goten said smugly, grabbing Zabuza's neck. Zabuza merely chuckled. Ha ha, I'm not that easy, kid. He appeared Goten with a kunai while Goten still had the fake Zabuza in a headlock. That one's a fake too, Naruto screamed in realization. Goten smiled. Nice, but I wonder if you can keep your grip on me if I do this. Goten then started to power up, causing the mist around them to clear. His hair turned gold and his eyes turned green. A golden aura radiated off him, causing Zabuza to let go of him due to the sheer amount of power. This also caused the water clone he was holding to collapse from the sheer power he was emitting. Impossible. No kid can have that much power, Zabuza screamed in disbelief. Kakashi's eyes widened. I knew Goten was strong, but this is ridiculous. I figured he was Jonin skill level at the most. But with that much chakra, he might be even more powerful than the Kyuubi. Hey, you tried to hit me first, Goten said, smirking at Zabuza. Now you get to see full power of a Super Saiyan. Tell you what though, if you manage to land 5 hits on me, I'll step aside and let Kakashi finish fighting you. You get 10 tries starting now. Goten stood in front of him with his hands behind his back. Kakashi watched with interest. It seems his desire for fighting increases when he takes this form. His emotions seem to intensify as well. It could prove dangerous if he lets it get to him. Once Zabuza realizes the weakness, he'll use it to his advantage. Zabuza swung his giant claymore at only to have him phase out and appear beside him, leaning on his shoulder. That's your first try. 9 more to go, feeling lucky? Zabuza tried to push him off with his elbow only for the boy to appear in front of him again. Are you even trying, Mr. Zabuza? I'm starting to get bored, Goten taunted. In a fit of rage, Zabuza started swinging his sword at Goten madly, each strike missing its mark by mere millimeters. 7, 6, 5, 4. What are you doing? My mom hits better than you. Really, she does, I'm not joking. Goten rubbed his head, absently remembering the frying pan of doom his mother used to keep him, his brother, and his dad in line. Zabuza panted, catching his breath. This kid's unbelievable. I'm giving it all I've got and it's not even phasing him. No choice now. He formed a thick mist around him to prepare for the attack, then formed the SGN for it. Water Prison no Jutsu. A ball of water encased Goten like a cocoon. "Ha, you're stuck, kid. That thing's my special prison, it's impossible to escape from." Goten responded by just powering up, causing the water prison to burst and fly everywhere. "What were you saying about not being able to escape?" Goten smiled innocently. "That was a nice move though, I'll be nice and count it as a hit. You got 2 more before I go on the offensive, Mr. Zabuza." How can you just treat this like some game, kid?" Zabuza said in disgust. "Well, I would take it seriously, but you're not really a challenge." Amazing. Sasuke though, Zabuza is a jonin and yet Goten's making sport of him as if he was a toddler. "Man, I'm glad Goten's on our side," thought Naruto. Zabuza's eyes widened in rage at Goten calling him weak, and he once again swung his sword at the boy. Once again the boy phased out. When Zabuza saw Goten, he was laying atop his sword resting lazily. "One more try. I'll give you points for effort." "No choice, I have to use it," Zabuza said, eyeing Goten as he calmly backflipped off the man's sword and stood in front of him. "To think I'd have to use my most powerful technique on this brat." Zabuza jumped back to the lake, so he was standing on top of the water. He then began forming a string of hand signs for his technique. Goten, out of sheer curiosity, waited to see what would happen. After the string of signs was complete, he unleashed his attack. Suiryuden no Jutsu, Water Dragon Projectile Technique. The water in front of Zabuza began to take form of a dragon. Once it had formed completely, he sent it towards his young enemy. Goten responded by cupping his hands together and chanting the words for the Kamehameha wave. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. When the water dragon was within 3 feet of him, he let the beam loose. Ha. The beam connected with the wave of water, resulting in a struggle. Goten was impressed by the move to say the least, but he was still considerably stronger than Zabuza and had no problem overpowering the water blast. The assassin barely had time to create a substitution jutsu to keep the blast from colliding with him. When the blast cleared, Goten looked around to try and find the assassin. Zabuza eyed Goten from under the water. "This kid's impossible to beat." Zabuza jumped out from the water and landed on the nearby land. Goten gave him a serious look and then said something he wasn't expecting to hear. "Give up." "What?" Zabuza asked, confused. "I've already proven I'm the better fighter. Fighting me would be pointless." "What are you doing?" screamed Naruto. "Finish him off." "Quiet, Naruto. There wouldn't be any honor in this fight if I did that." This caused Zabuza to laugh hysterically. "Ha ha ha ha. So your code of morals prevents you from finishing me off, huh? Ironic really, so strong and yet so useless." "Don't start with me. I'm offering you one chance, Zabuza. Leave now." "Sorry kid, I told you already. I'm not leaving without the old man." "Very well." Goten lowered his head. He didn't want to fight a pointless battle, but this guy insisted. He phased out of sight and instantly appeared in front of Zabuza and punched him in the gut. "Gua, AKK." Zabuza coughed as he doubled over. Goten then sent a light chop to the back of the man's head, knocking him unconscious. He then turned around and started to walk away, but before he took a step he felt someone behind him and quickly turned around to see a person wearing a white mask with a red swirl on it. He was also clad in a ninja robe and shorts. "I'll take it from here," the person said. "And you are?" Goten asked the person. "A hidden mist hunter nin sent to dispose of this man's body. I'll take him to Water Country for dismantling," the masked person answered. "I really don't think killing him is a good." Goten was cut off. "You don't have a choice in the matter, Goten. This is out of our hands." Kakashi placed a hand on Goten's shoulder. "I know you're willing to show kindness to your enemies and I respect that, but if he's wanted by another country, we can't interfere. When a ninja abandons his village, he is considered a traitor, and many villages send hunter nins to track them down." Goten's gaze hardened on the hunter ninja. It took every ounce of strength he had not to go off on this person. After what seemed like forever, he responded. "Fine, take him." "Yes, This man's body is filled with many secrets and must be disposed of. The hunter ninja then grabbed the unconscious body and disappeared into the nearby woods. From his height he doesn't seem much older than Naruto, yet he's a hunter nin. Kakashi thought to himself. Who are you? Naruto yelled out at the hunter ninja. Don't worry Naruto, he's not an enemy, Kakashi assured him. That's not what I mean, he just took Zabuza. Naruto then turned to Goten. Why didn't you tell me you were that strong Goten? You're barely even as old as I am and you handled Zabuza like he was a 4-year-old. Kakashi put a hand on Naruto's head to reassure him. I know how you feel Nato, but this is the truth. There are people younger than you yet stronger than me. He then pulled the mask back over his good eye. Let's go get Tazuna back to his home. Tazuna tipped his hat. Thanks guys, come over to my house and relax for a while. Just then Kakashi wobbled and fell over. What's wrong Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, rushing over to catch him. I got carried away watching Goten fight Zabuza with my Sharingan and I overused it. That reminds me Goten. Sakura asked. Why are you still powered up with that Super Saiya whatever transformation? Huh? I am. Goten scratched the back of his head. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot. Realizing he was still transformed, he powered down back to base form. Everyone's sweat dropped. Meanwhile, on Trunks' side of things, Hinata was definitely making progress with flying. They were once again in the training grounds on the outskirts of the village. Wow Hinata, you're doing great, Trunks said with enthusiasm. She had only been practicing for a day and a half and she already was able to hover for over 20 seconds. She still had a ways to go before she had it mastered, however. Trunks was taking time off from his gravity training to watch her. Kiba had arrived shortly after and was even more impressed. That's definitely a neat technique Trunks, I'll have to have you teach me in Akamaru sometime, Kiba said with a smile. Trunks cocked an eyebrow. You're saying that dog can learn to fly? And why not? Kiba protested, he can do transformation jutsu so why not fly? I suppose you have a point. Maybe when I'm done with Hinata I'll show you how, but don't go telling everyone. I don't want a million people at my door trying to learn Bukujutsu. Teaching my teammates is enough of a pain. Yeah, whatever Trunks. Just then Hinata landed and started to fall forward. Faster than anyone could blink, Trunks rushed over and grabbed her before anyone could blink to prevent her from falling. You okay? He asked. Yeah thanks, she replied back, I just need a short break. That's okay. You don't want to work yourself too hard, Trunks said assuringly. Though my dad would probably disagree, he mentally added. Come on, I'll take you both somewhere to eat, Trunks said somewhat impatiently. What was that? Hinata asked. Trunks rubbed his eyes, frustrated he had to explain himself. I said I would buy you and Kiba dinner. You need it Hinata, after using all your energy learning to fly. Your body needs the food to make more. I just asked Kiba to come along to be friendly. You sure you have enough money for both of us? Kiba asked. Yeah I'm sure. I still have about half of the money we received on that C-rank mission a few days ago, Trunks assured them. Half? What did you spend the rest on? Kiba asked questioningly. Well, I kinda spent it on disco lights for Naruto's apartment, Trunks admitted. Dude, I need to see that, it sounds sweet, Kiba said excitedly. Yeah I know right? I even managed to find an old disco ball. The house looks awesome. Hinata waited patiently for another 5 minutes as the two boys carried on about how awesome disco lights were. After that she just couldn't take it anymore and said something very out of character for her. Enough. You're starting to get on my nerves. I agree to getting something to eat, but please stop talking about lights. Both boys looked at her with unbelief. Hinata had actually spoke her mind. They lowered their heads in shame. Yes ma'am. They both said in unison. So where did you two want to eat? Trunks asked both of them. Where do you usually eat at? Kiba asked in reply. Well, the only place I've eaten at is where Naruto goes to eat. Ramen. Since that's all Naruto eats, I've had to eat it for 2 weeks straight. I'm kind of starting to get sick of it. Kiba nodded in agreement. Yeah, I don't blame you there. How come he likes ramen so much anyway? Don't know, but it's not healthy to eat that stuff all the time. Have you ever read the ingredients to that stuff? Just then Kurenai appeared. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you three. Hinata wanted to learn to fly, so I've been out here teaching her, Trunks answered. Are you sure it's a good idea to be sharing your techniques? Kurenai warned. It's fine. The technique itself really isn't a big secret or anything. It's not like I'm teaching them my dad's Big Bang Attack or Final Flash. Well, it's your jutsu to do with as you like, I guess. Anyway, I've already told this to Shino. Meet me tomorrow at sunrise at the Hokage Tower. I have another C-rank mission for us to complete. She then started to walk off before Trunks stopped her. Kurenai sensei. Wait. What is it, Trunks? We were all about to grab a bite to eat if you want to tag along. I would, but I just ate. Anyway, I gotta go and do some stuff. Yeah, I have errands I have to do, she said suspiciously. She then waved and ran off. Okay. That was weird. I wonder what she's up to. Trunks asked. Who knows? I heard she's been hanging out with Asuma lately. Trunks put his hands behind his head. Oh well, not my problem. Now back to what we were talking about. Since we can't think of anywhere to eat in the village, how about somewhere in my world? Why? You mean leave the village and go to your dimension? Hinata asked. Yeah, why? There a problem with that? Trunks asked. Are we even allowed to leave the village? Hinata asked. Relax, I have permission from the Hokage to come and go for supplies anyway. I'm sure he wouldn't mind you two tagging along for a visit. He then reached into his GI and pulled out a device only to have it snatched away faster than anyone could blink. What the heck? Trunks said in confusion, staring at the person holding the device. It was a man with black hair cut in a bowl cut. He wore a green jumpsuit with a Kohana forehead protector tied around his waist like a belt and the traditional Jonin vest. He also had yellow leggings and bushy eyebrows. Leaving the village without informing anyone would be a bad move on your part, Trunks. I cannot allow you to go unsupervised. Who the heck are you and how do you know my name? This freak was starting to scare Trunks a little bit. I am Maida Guy. The mighty flame of youth burns brightly in my soul. As for how I know your name, I did my homework. So you're saying you won't let us go? Kiba asked. Not at all. I merely wish to accompany you along with a student of mine. Learning about another world seems to me like a great experience. Fine. You and whoever your student is can come. I really don't care anyway, Trunks said, rolling his eyes. Guy then looked towards his left. You can come out, Lee. They said yes. Just then what looked like a younger version of Guy came out from out of the bushes. Thank you, Trunks. I will not forget this act of kindness. If I do forget, I will do 500 sit-ups, and if I fail that I will run around Kohana 100 times, and if I... Yeah. Stop it already before you give yourself an seizure. Now if you could please hand me that remote, Guy sensei. Trunks put his hand out in a demanding fashion and Guy put the device back in his hand. Okay. Let's see, all I need to do is set the coordinates and, he pushed in a few buttons and a portal opened up in front of them. Oh, just to warn everyone, you might feel a little bit woozy after stepping through. Trunks then stepped into the portal. Come on, Akamaru, let's go. Kiba's dog barked in response and they walked through the portal followed by everyone else. That's the end of chapter 7. I was going to include the rematch with Zabuza and the Haku fight in this chapter, but it was starting to get too long, so I decided add them next chapter. I do have a good reason for Guy and Lee entering Trunks' world, which you'll also find out next time. Thanks to all those who reviewed and or gave me advice. If you asked me a question about the story, I answered via the private messaging system, so check your inbox. Just something to think about for the next chapter, which is more disturbing, green spandex or blue spandex. Chapter 8. Wow, I'm at 8 chapters already. For those wondering, green spandex 1 is most disturbing. Chapter 8. They stepped through the portal and landed inside Bulma's lab. Everyone who stepped through but Trunks stared in awe at all of the futuristic technology. There were loose wires and circuit panels laying about everywhere. In the center was Bulma working on what appeared to be some sort of electronic device. "Hi Mom," Trunks said waving, "figured I'd stop by with some friends." Bulma then walked over to them. "So who are your friends and what do I owe the visit?" "Oh, this is Kiba, his dog, Akamaru, Hinata, Guy, and Lee," Trunks said pointing to each of them. "I came here hoping to take them all somewhere to eat." "Don't be silly Trunks, stay and visit a while. I'll have your grandmother cook us all something." "Well, I kind of wanted to," Kiba cut him off. "It's fine Trunks, I probably wouldn't be allowed to take Akamaru into a restaurant anyway." "Are the rest of you okay with eating here?" Trunks asked them. They all nodded. "Then it's settled. I go help your grandma. Dinner should be ready on about 2 hours." Bulma then walked out of the lab with a big grin on her face. "So what do you guys want to do till the food is ready? How about a friendly spar?" Guy suggested. A smirk crossed Trunks' face. "Actually, how about I give you an eyebrow junior over there a taste at heavy gravity training?" "Did he just make fun of me, sensei?" Rock Lee asked. "Relax, I didn't mean anything by it," Trunks said dismissively. "Anyway, if you want to try it out then follow me. Let's just hope Dad's not in there training. I doubt you two could handle 500 times gravity." Kiba's eyes widened in disbelief. Wouldn't that squish you?" "If you start out in it right away then yeah. That's why you work your way up to it," Trunks explained as they all walked to the gravity chamber. "Right now the most I can handle is 600. My dad can handle up to 800. The max limit in the gravity room is 1000. The portable one I set in the training area has a limit of 400. Suddenly Rock Lee's eyes lit up. "Sensei, I intend to work my way up to 200 times gravity by the end of the year. If I cannot do that I'll do 800 push-ups If you actually manage that I'd be impressed Lee," Trunks said smirking. "Right now you'd be lucky to handle 10. "That sounds like a challenge Lee," Guy said with a twinkle in his eye. "Yes sensei, let's try the machine at 10. "Oh brother," Kiba said under his breath, "do those two ever give it a rest?" Trunks led them all to the door to the gravity room. As soon as they approached, a man wearing a blue spandex suit with white boots and gloves walked out with a towel around his neck and stared at them. "What do you want? I have things I need to do," Vegeta said, irritated as always. "Dad, these are some of my friends from the place I'm staying," Trunks told him. "HMPH, they don't seem that strong," Vegeta said cockily. "Yeah, but they do have some impressive techniques," TRNKs defended. "Do what you wish, I'm hitting the shower." Vegeta walked off muttering something about his son surrounding himself with pathetic weaklings. They all walked into the gravity chamber. The floor was tiled and the walls were a dull gray. In the center was a computer monitor. On the far right side was what looked like a small booth area. "Hinata, Kiba, you two can head over in that booth if you don't want to try this." "Sounds good to me. The last thing I want to do is get squashed like a pancake. Come on Akamaru." Hinata nodded in agreement and they headed to a booth to watch the others train. Trunks walked over to the input device. "Let's see, you guys said you want to try 10, right?" He punched in a few buttons and everything in the room got heavier. Lee and Guy suddenly had to use all their might to even move. Trunks, however, didn't even seem to notice as he walked casually around the room. "This has to be the most difficult thing I have ever done, sensei, but I will not give up," said a determined Rock Lee as he struggled to take a few steps. "You two aren't doing half bad. Half the kids I used to invite over from school could barely stand 10. "How can Trunks act like it's not even bugging him?" Kiba asked Hinata from behind the booth. "I mean, I can almost feel the intensity from in here." Hinata nodded. "Yeah, Trunks is amazing." "So you guys like it?" Trunks asked the struggling eyebrow duo as they tried moving under the gravity. "Yes, this would be an amazing training tool," Guy said, putting his hands on his sides, somehow managing to stand. "You know, I could probably talk my mom into selling you a portable version for half price," Trunks said, smirking. If he got someone to buy an item of Capsule Corp, he received commission and he wanted more money to finish upgrading Naruto's apartment. "Deal." Guy agreed. Great, you two can stay in here and train if you want. I'm gonna go show my room to Hinata and Kiba. Trunks then left them and headed towards the booth area of the viewing area of the gravity room. Aren't you going to stay in there and keep them from hurting themselves? Asked Kiba as Trunks walked in the booth. Nah, they're okay. The room is designed to monitor their body to make sure they don't overwork themselves. Besides, I put a lock on the controls so they can't adjust it more than 10 anyway. Here, follow me. There's a hidden door in this booth over here that leads further into the complex. We'll take it to my room so you two can avoid walking through the high gravity. He opened up a panel in the wall to reveal a numerical pad. Let's see, 8675309. He pushed in the buttons and everyone heard a loud buzzing sound. Darn it, it didn't work. That's the last time I listened to Tommy Two-Tone. He then scratched his head thinking of the number. Oh yeah, 97651. He punched the new code and everyone there heard a clicking noise as part of the wall opened up revealing a hallway. Ha! It worked! Trunks exclaimed. The other two people with him sweat dropped. Kiba bent over and whispered to Hinata, "You've been spending a lot more time lately with him than me. Is he, you know, right in the head?" "I'm still just wondering who Tommy Two-Tone is," Hinata said in reply. "I heard that, and no, I'm not crazy," Trunks said in an irritated voice. "Anyway, follow me this way. We'll take this hallway and it will take us to the outer hallway. We then circle around to my room." They traveled the narrow hallway to a door which Trunks opened. They were now in the Capsule Corp lobby where a bored-looking receptionist was waiting behind a desk reading a magazine. "Who's that?" Kiba asked. "Samiya, she's in charge of taking business calls," Trunks said dismissively. "Don't look her directly in the eye, she's been known to bite people. I'm not really sure why though." They then followed the half-Saiyan to a door that led outside and were amazed at all the tall buildings around them. Hinata's eyes widened. "Wow, Trunks, this place is amazing. Yeah, there are some cool things here." Kiba was too busy keeping Akamaru from chasing after the cars driving by to hear them. "Okay, now you see the balcony up there." Trunks pointed up at a balcony on the second story. Hinata and Kiba nodded. "I know you two should be able to jump up that high, right?" They nodded again. "Great, that leads up to my room." He then jumped up and landed on the balcony followed by the other two. "Here we are," Trunks said as he opened the sliding door on the balcony. "There's about an hour and a half until she calls us for dinner, so make yourselves at home." Trunks pushed a button on the wall and his bed turned into a couch. "Wow, you have a TV in your room." Kiba's eyes widened at the television in front of him. "You know how expensive these things are in our world." "Yeah, I tried to get one." Trunks sighed, "and they only get 2 channels there too." "You get more than 2 channels here?" Kiba asked. "Yay, we get about 1,000 channels plus pay-per-view." He walked over to where the remote was and tossed it to the dog boy. "Here, good luck finding something good on." Kiba caught the remote and wasted no time jumping on the couch, Akamaru on his lap, as he flipped channels. Hinata just stood in the corner unsure of what to do until Trunks walked over. "What's the matter, Hinata?" Trunks asked her. She blushed slightly. "I just don't want to touch anything I'm not supposed to in here." "It's fine, just relax," Trunks assured her. "Here, I know, across the hall is a bathroom with a jacuzzi. You go take a dip and relax till dinner. You need it." "But Trunks put a hand up stopping her. "No buts. You need this, Hinata, and don't worry about clothes. I'll have one of our robots send you something." "Okay, Trunks." Hinata then opened the door and headed across the hall as she was told. Trunks then plopped down on the couch with Kiba, who was glued to the television. "What you watching?" Trunks asked. "Animal Planet," Kiba replied. "Sweet, animals are cool." Meanwhile, Vegeta had finished his shower and was walking down the hall to make his usual demands for a meal. On his way he noticed the gravity chamber was occupied and decided to have a look to see who was making use of it. He peeked through the window of the door and noticed 2 people with bowl cuts and green spandex trying to move at 10 times normal gravity. HMPH wimps, they can barely manage 10 times gravity. He smirked wickedly. Still they are motivated. It would be a shame to let all that spunk go to waste. He operated the override sequence to open the gravity room door and entered. So I see you've taken a liking to my gravity chamber? Vegeta said with a hint of mischief in his voice. Yes, it is definitely a good tool for training, the older of the two bowl-cut people said. Vegeta's smirk grew even more sinister. How about we kick things up a notch? What are you getting at? The younger one asked. Welcome to Vegeta's training from hell. I'm going to start sending blasts at you. Your goal is to dodge them and stay alive till the Onna fixes dinner. So, are you game? Never once to back down from a challenge, they both agreed. Let's begin. Vegeta started charging up a weak ball of energy. Mwahahaha. Vegeta started throwing blast after blast randomly at the green duo, both barely managing to dodge. Come on. I know you can do better than that. He continued firing weak blasts at the two, laughing like a maniac as he did so. Meanwhile, Hinata had found and was enjoying the jacuzzi across from Trunks' room. In fact, it was so comfortable that she had started to doze off. Maybe a nap in here wouldn't be so bad. He did say he'd send in one of those robot things to get me anyway, right? I'll let it wake me up. With that, she drifted off into dreamland in the jacuzzi. So, what do you think the mission Sensei wants us to do tomorrow is? Trunks asked, bored, leaning his head on the armrest of the couch. Who knows? As long as it's fun, I don't care, Kiba replied. Akamaru had fallen asleep on his lap. I hear you there. It's too bad Shino couldn't have come here too. He creeps me out a little, but I would like to get to know him better, Trunks told him. Should send him an invitation next time then. Trunks' eyes then widened. How long has it been since I told Hinata to go take a bath? I don't know, 20 minutes or so. Crap, I forgot to tell the robot to get her some clothes. He then ran over to the wall and pushed a button. About 10 seconds later, a robot came in. Do we have anything to fit a 12-year-old girl? Trunks asked the robot. The robot replied back in a monotone voice, Sir, at the moment, the only things that might fit are items of your wardrobe or a set of cyan battle armor. Trunks turned to Kiba with a frantic look on his face. So what do you think? Give her my clothes and let her dress in drag, or give her spandex and battle armor? Dude, leave me out of this, Kiba said defensively. Well, I guess letting her wear one of my shirts isn't that big a deal. Trunks then walked over to his closet and searched frantically for a shirt he thought she wouldn't mind wearing. It was blue with the Capsule Corp logo on the chest. He then went to his dresser and grabbed a pair of black shorts and handed the items of clothing to the robot. Here, take these to her. If she doesn't like them, just give her some cyan armor or something. The robot, following the orders, then left the room to deliver the clothes. Meanwhile, at Tazuna home, Team 7 was taking a small breather. Kakashi, having overused his Sharingan from watching Goten and Zabuza fight, was resting on the ground in a sleeping bag while Sakura and Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, talked to him. Tazuna was laying on the ground half drunk. Sasuke was busy thinking, and Naruto and Goten were chatting about what the differences were in ramen between both worlds. By the way, who was that masked kid? Sakura asked Kakashi. The mask he wore was one donned by the Hidden Mist Special Hunter Nin team. Kakashi explained. They're also known as body erasers. Their duties are to completely destroy a body without a trace. But wouldn't that make it harder for Shenron to bring them back to life? Goten thought out loud, causing everyone to stare at him. Kakashi cocked his one visible eyebrow at him. What did you say, Goten? Goten looked around and realized what he just said. Smiling sheepishly and scratching the back of his head, he tried to come up with an excuse. Never mind, sorry, forget I said anything, Goten said nervously. Spill it. If there's a way to bring people back from the dead, I want to know, Sakura demanded of him. Well, I'm kind of not supposed to talk about it, Goten replied. Sasuke's eyes lit up slightly. Tell us now. If what Goten said was true, then perhaps he could revive his entire clan. Goten sighed in defeat. Fine, but nothing I am about to say leaves this room. You all have to promise not to say anything. If word got out about what I'm about to say, Goten said in a serious tone. We got it, we won't talk, Naruto assured. Okay then, I'll tell you. In my world we have these things called Dragon Balls. They're these orange ball things with stars in them. There are 7 in total, and when all are collected a dragon appears to grant any 2 wishes. That includes bringing the dead back to life. Sasuke's eyes widened. Goten, please tell me you're not making this up, he said pleadingly. I'm not, I swear. I've seen it for myself. For the first time in years Sasuke's eyes were filled with hope. My entire clan could be revived. Depends on how long they were dead, Goten answered. What do you mean? Sasuke asked him. Well, I'm not sure about all of the rules, but I remember my brother telling me once that there are limits to what the dragon can do. The ones I know are he can only revive someone once, and I'm pretty sure they would have to have died in a year's time. Realizing where Sasuke wanted to go with this, Kakashi interrupted the two. Sasuke, don't get any ideas. As appealing as bringing the dead back to life sounds, think about it. Think about how dangerous something with the ability to bring the dead back to life could be. Even if Goten was wrong and it did work, what would become of the rest of the village if the deceased suddenly started walking around? What if word of these Dragon Balls got out to other countries and they tried to get them for themselves? I think it best to forget we even heard about them. Peeved fine. Sasuke scoffed. Well, if they won't work to revive my clan, maybe I can use the balls to get the strength to kill the one responsible. Good, now I just have to get the super strong dingbat to lead me to them, he thought to himself as a smirk crossed his face. In a remote part of the forest not far from where Team 7 fought Zabuza, the so-called Hunter Nin was in fact a subordinate of Zabuza and was currently tending to the man's wounds. You're very lucky, sensei. It looks like he purposely avoided hitting any vitals. HMPH. Lucky doesn't describe it. That kid made circles around me the minute he did that weird transformation. Zabuza rubbed the back of his sore neck. You can take off that stupid mask now. Why do you even still have it anyway? Slowly the imposter hunter removed his mask. It reminds me of the old days. Besides, it did prove useful for this act. The mask was removed to reveal a feminine-looking face. Maybe we should cut our losses, sensei. If he... No, Haku. Zabuza cut him off. He has a weakness. Everyone does. I don't care how fast or strong that brat is. Next time he won't win. Kakashi had dozed off and Goten, Trunks, and Sakura were about to attempt to remove his mask to see his face. Hee, don't forget that if I'm right and he has fish lips, you both owe me 20 yen. We heard you, Naruto. Sakura said in an annoyed voice. Now let's do this before he wakes up. All three leaned over the masked ninja to see his face as Goten slowly moved his hand to lift the veil. Right as he was about to lift it, Kakashi's eye opened. Kakashi, you're awake. Tsunami noticed. Kakashi was too busy in his own thoughts to hear her. What is this? Zabuza is dead, right? Then why do I get the feeling I'm missing something? Seeing something was bugging his sensei, Naruto decided to see what was the matter. What's wrong, sensei? Kakashi looked up. Well, body teams usually dispose of the body they killed right there. So what? Sakura asked. Don't you get it? He didn't even check to see if Zabuza was dead after the fight. He just took the body. If he needed proof, he could have just taken the head. My guess is Zabuza is probably alive. Goten then stood up. I know of one way to be sure. Give me a minute. Goten then closed his eyes and focused on finding Zabuza's key. He's alive. I can sense him. Goten then opened his eyes. The hunter person thingy was with him. So he wanted to save Zabuza instead of kill him, Kakashi concluded. But aren't hunter nins supposed to dispose of the body? Tazuna wondered. Must not really be a hunter nin. We better prepare before it's too late. That's a shinobi rule. Plus, regardless of whether or not Zabuza is alive, there's no assurance that Gato hasn't hired an even stronger shinobi, Kakashi told them. Goten and Naruto both smirked at the thought. Wait, sensei? Sakura asked him. Even if someone stronger does come, couldn't Goten take care of them? You saw how strong he was. Goten gave her a dull look. Strength doesn't necessarily mean a win, Sakura. Just because I'm strong doesn't mean there's not a way to beat me. Sakura looked at him confused, but I saw the fight. Zabuza didn't even touch you. I saw it too, Sakura, and he's right. Kakashi warned. Sometimes it's not the stronger person who wins but the smarter one instead. Yep. My brother taught me that one, Goten said pridefully. Kakashi smiled. Anyway, that's why you three are going to receive training. Training? Sakura asked. What's that going to do to help us with Zabuza? Sakura, Kakashi answered. You guys are growing rapidly. Especially Naruto, he's improved the most. He does seem better than he used to, but wait, sensei, since Zabuza's alive, should we be training Sync? He could attack at any time. I wouldn't worry about that. Goten did a number on him. We should have a while until he thinks he has a plan, Kakashi assured. So until then we train. Sounds like fun, Goten and Naruto both said simultaneously, causing everyone to sweat drop. I swear they're getting more alike by the day, Sakura thought out loud. So what? That's not fun, said a little boy who came out of nowhere. Goten's eyes widened at hearing those words. What do you mean training's not fun? Learning new fighting techniques and sparring are awesome. Before the small boy could say anything in reply, Tazuna interrupted them. Oh, Inari. Where were you? Welcome back, Grandpa, the little boy said in reply, giving his grandpa a hug. Inari, say hello to these people. They're the ninjas that helped protect me. Inari then looked at Tsunami and pointed at Team 7. Mom, they're going to die. There's no way you can win against Gato. You brat. Before Naruto could finish, Sakura bopped him on the head. Why are you getting mad at a child? You idiot. Calming down slightly, Naruto smirked. Inari, listen. I don't know this Gato guy, but he's got nothing against me. I'm a superhero who will one day become an incredible ninja called Hokage. Peeved. The little boy scoffed in reply. Are you stupid? There's no such thing as a hero. No such thing, huh? Goten said, smirking. If we weren't heroes, could we do this? Goten then levitated off the ground and floated around the room in attempt to try and cheer the small boy up. This did cause Inari's eyes to widen slightly in amazement for a split second before they once again became downcast. If you can fly, then I suggest flying out of here so you don't die. Inari then started to leave. Where are you going, Inari? Tazuna asked. To look at the ocean from my room. Tazuna turned to Team 7. Sorry. He needs something to cheer him up. I'll see what I can do. Goten then started in the house after the boy, soon followed by Naruto. Wait, I'll come too. I need to give that little turd a piece of my mind. When they got to the door to his room, they could hear sobbing on the other side. Dad. The little boy cried. Sympathizing a little with Inari, Naruto put a hand on Goten's shoulder. I think he needs left alone for now. Goten nodded sadly in agreement. Come on, let's go. The two then started back towards the others. Meanwhile, back in Vegeta's gravity room, Vegeta was attempting to teach the green duo a lesson for going into his gravity chamber. Without his permission. Unfortunately, they seemed to be enjoying it. What is it with these bull-headed numbskulls? They should be crying in pain, but they're acting like they're enjoying this. Vegeta definitely wasn't going all out. He was only using about 2% of his full strength, but still, they should have been crying in agony for him to stop by now. Sensei, this has to be the hardest training I've ever had to endure. The younger one stated, wiping some sweat off his forehead. Yes, Lee, but just think how much stronger we'll be because of it. Just then they all heard a voice over the capsule corp. Pa, dinner's ready. Finally, I was starting to get bored with you too. Vegeta then turned off the gravity machine and walked out of the gravity room, disappointed in his failed attempt at torture. Guy and Lee then promptly collapsed from exhaustion. Luckily for them, Trunks, Hinata, Kiba, and Akamaru happened to be heading for the gravity room to check on them. Sorry if the clothes are a little small, Hinata. It's all I could find at short notice, Trunks said to the girl. She shook her head. No, it's fine. She was wearing the black shorts and t-shirt Trunks had given her along with the jacket she always wears. True, the shorts were a little shorter on her than she liked, but they fit nonetheless and she didn't like to complain. So Trunks, why didn't we just go this way the first time instead of walking all the way around the building? Kiba asked. Did you want to walk through the gravity room at 10 times gravity? Good point, he admitted. I'd better check on them just in case they did manage to hurt themselves. When they approached the gravity room, Trunks opened the door and they saw Guy and Lee both on the floor and ran to them. Are you guys all right? Trunks asked. Man, if I knew 10 would do this I would have dropped it to 5. Sitting up, Guy shook his head. No Trunks, it's fine. Your father decided he would get involved while we trained. Needless to say, it made for a great workout. Trunks cocked an eyebrow. You mean you actually survived Dad's training? Guy and Lee both nodded. Wow, not bad. Must have been going easy on you though. Lee's eye twitched. That was going easy. 10 minutes later, dinner was interesting to say the least. Trunks' team members quickly lost their appetite after seeing both the Half Saiyan and Vegeta scarf down 10 days worth of food in a matter of minutes. Guy and Lee, however, oddly didn't seem affected. If anything, they took it as a challenge and tried to scarf down as much as they could, trying to keep up. Unfortunately for them, a normal human trying to consume that much food does have consequences, and they were currently suffering from an extreme case of heartburn and indigestion that no amount of Pepto-Bismol could fully cure. Needless to say, Vegeta found it hilarious. 20 minutes after the meal, at the moment the green duo had slightly recovered from their earlier food indulgence. Bulma had aged to sell Guy and Lee a gravity chamber at a discount since she wanted the publicity in their world. She did, of course, first make them sign insurance forms stating she wasn't responsible for any injuries they received while training in it. Right now she was currently in the middle of talking them into buying some Saiyan armor. Does the spandex for it come in green? Guy asked her. I think we might have a green model, but why would you want that color? The green duo's mouths dropped. This woman dared to question the awesomeness of green spandex? Why not green? Guy said in reply. An inspired look then filled his eyes, for green is the vibrant color of fresh life, showing our extreme fire of youth. Okay, fine. I'll make it green. Bulma dully in reply. Man, these two have no fashion sense, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, Trunks was showing Kiba, Akamaru and Hinata around West City. The three of them had wide eyes as they took in the sights around them. From the tall buildings to the busy streets and cars, there were things to astonish them all around. Akamaru was surprisingly being well behaved despite all the distractions. I've never seen anything like this place, Hinata said, impressed. It's not really that big a deal, Trunks said dismissively. Just then, Trunks noticed giggling and realized the group was being followed. Darn it, not now, Trunks said under his breath. What's wrong? Kiba asked. Trunks gave him a sarcastic look and said in a low voice, what happens if you're one of the richest 11-year-olds in the city, with looks to match? I don't get it. Never mind. He turned to Hinata and whispered to her, when they come tell them we're dating. What? Hinata said, blushing slightly. Look, I don't want a bunch of fangirls chasing after me. Just go along with it. He then grasped her hand to make it look like they were a couple, causing Hinata to blush even more. When the two fangirls came, their happy, ecstatic faces quickly became scornful when they saw Trunks holding hands with the weird-eyed girl. One wore a red dress and had black hair, the other wore a light green shirt with blue jeans and had blonde hair. Trunks, we haven't seen you in so long, both of them said in unison. As you can see, I'm dating someone, so leave me the heck alone, Trunks said in a slightly annoyed voice. I don't care, the one in red said. We're not leaving till we get a run. As soon as Trunks said that, the three bolted from the crazed fangirls at full speed. Back with Team 7, Kakashi had taken them all to a forest near Tazuna's home for training. We're going to do a little tree climbing, Kakashi told them. But Kakashi sensei, that's Naruto, was cut off, without using your hands. You're going to put chakra into your feet to help get traction to go up the tree. You may want to get a running start first. Goten raised his hand. Kakashi, chakra is the same as ki, right? Kakashi raised his one visible eyebrow. That depends. What is ki? From what I know, it's the energy inside every living thing. Yes, it's the same thing. Kakashi told him. Okay, just making sure. Do I have to do this too since I already know how to fly? The masked ninja thought for a moment before continuing. Yes, you have a point. I heard your earlier conversation earlier when you were saying it's a similar technique. Tell you what, show me you can do it once and I'll have you do something more advanced. Okay. Goten nodded and began walking up a nearby tree. He focused his energy through his feet just enough to get traction and walked right up the side of it like it was no problem. He then jumped off, did an air flip, and landed on the ground. That good enough? Goten said with a big grin on his face. Sasuke crossed his arms. Show off, he said under his breath. That's as good a demonstration as any. Kakashi told them. Since Goten already knows how to do this, he can sit this one out. But how does doing this help make us stronger? Sakura asked. It's to teach you how to control chakra, to bring the proper amount to the proper area. This is the most important aspect to using jutsu. This can be difficult even for a skilled ninja. The amount of control must be exact, and it is said that the bottom of the foot is the most difficult place to gather chakra. You see, by learning tree climbing you should be able to master any move, in theory. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. If that's true, then why was Goten able to do it without a problem? I told you earlier, flying is a more advanced technique. Compared to it, this isn't that hard, Goten replied. Wouldn't it be better for us just to learn to fly then? Naruto asked. No, Kakashi told them. While I think teaching you three that technique would be a good idea, I think it best you do this to learn better chakra control first. That way, it will be easier to learn how if Goten decides to teach you. Besides, learning this is also about gaining stamina. For you see, a ninja will often have to gather chakra while moving. These types of situations make control even more difficult. Well, me talking all day isn't going to do much. This is something you'll have to learn through your bodies. He then tossed 3 kunais on the ground in front of them. Use those to mark how high you make it up the tree and use it as your goal and try to surpass it. You guys won't be good enough just to walk up like Goten at first, so I suggest you get a running start first to get momentum. As Goten, Naruto, and Sakura each darted off to start training, Kakashi turned to Goten. As for you, even though you're definitely skilled, I'm sure there's still a few things I can teach you. What am I going to learn? Goten asked eagerly. Elemental training, Kakashi answered. Sorry for the lack of action in this chapter. I will make up for it when Zabuza comes back with Haku for a rematch. As for what element Goten will be, well, I haven't actually decided yet, but don't worry. As for Vegeta torturing Guy and Lee, that was more for humor than anything. I originally had them training at 20 times gravity but realized that was probably too much. For everyone who are fans of the two in green, do not fear, they will get some actual action in this story. I wouldn't be giving them cyan armor otherwise. Next chapter will hopefully have the mentioned fight with Zabuza and Haku along with the C-ranked mission for Trunks' team. For any who are interested, there's actually a scene I deleted with Bulma repairs Android 18's face. Sadly, I had to cut it for length. Maybe another time. Thanks to all those who reviewed. Chapter 9. Now remember kids, the duck goes moo. Chapter 9. Okay Goten, I want you to take this. Goten grabbed the item out of Kakashi's hand before he could continue. Thanks, I wanted a piece of gum. Goten popped it in his mouth and began chewing. Kakashi looked at him dully. Goten. What? That wasn't gum. It was a piece of paper used to tell what element you're most geared towards. That would explain why it tastes kind of bland, Goten said in reply. Kakashi then pulled out another piece of paper and handed it to him. Don't eat this one, he said sternly. Now, I want you to feed your chakra into the paper. What it does will determine your element. There are 4 main elements: fire, wind, lightning, and earth. There are also possible combinations of those, but they are rare. As you probably guessed, fire is strong against wind, wind to lightning. Lightning to earth, earth to water, and water to fire. You understand so far? Yeah, I think so. Goten then did as he was told and fed his energy into the small strip of paper. After a couple seconds it crinkled up then fell apart. What's this mean? Goten asked his sensei. That's interesting. You have affinity towards lightning and earth. Two elemental types are rare. I figured you had some affinity for lightning from seeing your Super Saiyan transformation, but I wasn't expecting earth. A genin to have affinity for both is rare. Didn't you say earth is stronger than lightning? Yes, but finding a way to combine them might prove useful. That's something you'll have to do in your spare time, however. What I can do is help you with lightning since that's my type also. Goten's eyes grew wide in excitement. Great, what do I do? First you need to get a feel for using elemental chakra. Kakashi picks up a leaf and hands it to him. Though you seem to be able to use them together, what I'm about to teach you is how to use lightning by itself. I want you to focus lightning chakra into this leaf to cause it to crumble. Goten gave a sun grin while scratching the back of his head. Do you think you could show me, Kakashi sensei? I've never done or seen element techniques, so I need to see one to know what I'm doing. Okay, watch carefully, Goten. The move I am about to perform is called the Chidori, or 1000 birds. Kakashi prepared the hand signs for his signature attack and then held his hand out as he focused chakra into it. A ball of electricity formed in his hand and he sprinted in towards a nearby tree. When he got close enough he lifted his hand and pierced the tree with it, causing it to shatter in a million small pieces of wood. While it's powerful, the downside about this move is without the Sharingan, it's impractical to use since you're moving in a straight line. In order to use it you need to be able to predict the other person's moves before they can use them. Why don't you shoot the move then? Goten asked. What do you mean? I'll show you once I've figured out how to use it, Goten promised. He then focused his energy into the leaf, being careful only to draw on the lightning element. The leaf crumpled up, causing him to smile. Hee, I did it. Wow, being able to use elemental chakra after seeing it once. Impressive. Okay, I'll show you the hand signs for the Chidori. If you say you have a way to make it more practical for you to use, I want to see. He then showed each of the hand signs necessary for the technique. Once he had taken in one, Goten nodded for Kakashi to go to the next one until he knew them all. Okay, I think I've got it. Goten preformed the signs and created a Chidori in his hand. Like this, right? Amazing. You were able to learn it that fast. Kakashi was stunned to say the least. Oh, you wanted to know what I meant by shooting it, right? Kakashi lifted up his headband to reveal his Sharingan eye and nodded for him to continue. Goten pointed the ball of lightning at another nearby tree and shot it like a beam. He put a little more force in the move than he wanted to, however, and he not only took out that tree, but about 10 others behind it as well. He then looked back at Kakashi with an on-family grin. Sorry, I kinda overdid it. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Well, in any case, I see what you mean. While launching it would be useful, the amount of chakra you used in that blast would cause even most Jonin to pass out from exhaustion after only a short time. It's a nice trump card move, but little else. Without a large reserve of chakra, but I didn't use a whole lot that time, Goten protested. You're forgetting I'm not as strong as you, Goten, plus you seem to have more experience with using chakra for ranged techniques. Yeah, I forgot about that. So how about a spar? Kakashi blinked. I don't think sparring me would do you much good. I didn't say it was for me. Kakashi thought for a moment. Maybe some other time. I really want to finish this book. I'm heading back to Tazuna's to keep an eye on him. You can stay here and train on your own if you want. Just come back when you're done. Goten nodded. When Kakashi left, Goten created 3 shadow clones. Okay. Spar for 3 hours, then we see how Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke are doing. Got it. The clones nodded in agreement and the sparring match began. Meanwhile, Trunks, Kiba, and Hinata had managed to escape the crazy fangirls who were after Trunks and were currently hiding out in a clothing store. So Trunks, does this mean you and Hinata are dating now? Kiba joked. As long as it keeps the fangirls off my back, that's what I'll tell the tabloids. Trunks joked back. He then looked towards Hinata. Thanks for going along with it. You have no idea how much of a pain it is having a famous family. Well, actually, I kind of do. Hinata admitted. The Hyuga clan is pretty well known throughout the village. I've never been chased by fans though. Well, since we're here, you might as well get something you want. Hinata. Trunks pulled out a large wad of zenny and handed it to her. There's a gas station across the street from here. I'm going to grab a can of soda. Kiba cocked an eyebrow. You mean pop, right? Yeah, it's the same thing. I'll go with you. I want one too, Kiba told him. Whatever. Hinata, we should be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. Go ahead and take your time. Kiba leaned over and whispered to Trunks as they were walking out, you do realize she'll probably be in there for the next 3 hours, right? I do, but I knew she'd want to anyway and I was feeling nice. Trunks then pulled out another wad of zenny. Besides, you know how much soda and candy we can get with this. Don't worry, this will be more than enough to keep us busy for 3 hours, Trunks said, smirking. Why do I get the feeling seeing you on a sugar high is a bad thing? Back at Capsule Corp, Guy and Lee finally noticed Trunks and the gang had left without them. Where could they have gone? I specifically told them they needed an escort when they are outside the village, Guy said sternly. Relax, Trunks is with them. Bulma said dismissively, he knows this city like the back of his hand. They'll be fine. Why don't you two go and do a little sightseeing yourselves? That would be nice, but we do not know our way around the city, Miss Briefs, Rock Lee stated politely. I have just the thing. Bulma went upstairs to her room and came back down a few minutes later with a small handheld device and handed it to Guy. Here, it's a GPS navigation unit. The blue dot, S are you and Lee. The large yellow dot under you is this building. You should be able to find just about anything with that. Thanks, Mrs. Briefs. Come on, Lee, let's go sightsee. The green duo then walked out the door with determined faces, causing Bulma to chuckle slightly. About 1 hour later, with Trunks and Kiba, Trunks was suffering the effects of his sugar splurge, and Kiba was in outside the store having to listen to him. And then me and Goten tried to take over the world using spoons. Ag. Make it stop, Kiba said as he clutched his ears in pain. Just then, Hinata walked out of the clothing store holding a bag. Kiba immediately ran to her and hugged her ankles. Please, get the crazy sugar-high purple-haired person away from me, Hinata. He's driving me crazy. Hinata gave him a look. He can't be that bad. Noticing them, Trunks appeared in front of them in less than a second. Ohi, Hinata. Do you like bunny rabbits? I like bunny rabbits. Lays by some bunnies. Kiba looked at her pleadingly. He ate all of the candy in the store. Hinata, all of it. Akamaru was whimpering beside Kiba as well. Hinata's raised an eyebrow. What do you want me to do? You're good with pressure points with that Byakugan thing you do, right? Do something to calm him down. Okay. Hinata activated her Byakugan and the veins appeared around her eyes. That's weird. Hinata said. What? Kiba asked. His chakra points are different than usual. Wow, Hinata, Trunks exclaimed. What do you mean different than usual? Kiba asked. His chakra points are in different places than usual. There also seems to be an abnormal amount chakra at his tailbone, almost as if he had a tail there. To everyone's surprise, hearing this actually caused Trunks' eyes to widen. What? Don't tell me it grew back. If it did, I need to get home before the moon comes out. You're fine, Trunks, you don't have a tail, Kiba said dully. Oh, okay then. Hey, you're not talking as fast anymore, Hinata noticed. Yeah, I burn off sugar pretty quick. I'm going to buy some more candy. No, both Hinata and Kiba said in unison. Okay, fine, it's getting late anyway, said Trunks, looking slightly disappointed. An hour and a half later, where Team 7 were training at, Goten had finished his sparring session with himself and had headed to where the rest of his team were to cheer them on and give pointers. Sakura had mastered tree climbing before he had gotten there thanks to her naturally good chakra control, and was currently with Kakashi helping guard Tazuna as he built the bridge. Naruto and Sasuke were still trying to master it, though they were improving. Naruto, Sasuke, I know something that might help, Goten yelled to them. Curious, both of them looked towards the spiky-haired half-Saiyan. See if this helps. Close your eyes and clear your mind. I think the reason you two are having a hard time is stress. It needs to feel more natural, don't force it. Goten then turned his head towards a nearby tree. What is it? Naruto asked, noticing. We're being watched, Goten said with a serious face. Goten then phased out and appeared right in front of the person watching them. Ah, said a very scared Inari. Oh, sorry Inari, thought you might be someone dangerous. HMPH, like you could do anything against someone dangerous, Inari said in a downcast voice. You really believe that, huh? Asked Goten. Why shouldn't I? Everyone I know who's ever stood up to Gato has died. Inari then started to tear up remembering his stepfather's death. Goten gave him a cold look. You think that's a good excuse? Inari looked back at him somewhat puzzled. This person seemed the most relaxed out of the group to him, so suddenly seeing him so stern seemed unreal. The reason I fight is to protect the people that matter, Inari. To just give up and think that protecting the people that matter to me is worthless, I can't do that. You get up and you fight for what matters most no matter what the cost, even in death. So quit feeling sorry for yourself and do something about it. Goten then started to walk away, but Inari stopped him. Goten, wait. Goten looked back at him. Huh, what? Inari looked to the ground shyly. You think that I could keep watching you guys train? Sure, Goten said, smiling. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had continued their training. I wonder who Goten went after earlier. Naruto wondered as he trained. His thoughts were soon answered as Goten walked back to them, followed by a smaller boy. You were worried over him? Sasuke scoffed. Goten smiled and scratched the back of his head in typical Sun family fashion. Hey, I wasn't sure. Just because I can sense energy doesn't always mean I know who it belongs to. He then pointed to the tree Sasuke was previously trying to simp. I'd be more worried about training. Naruto's starting to catch up with you. Sasuke looked up at the two trees to see that Goten was right. HMPH. He then went back to his training. Goten then sat down beside Inari. So you want to try some training? I don't know. The tree climbing looks kind of hard, Inari answered. No, not that. I was thinking something a little simpler. Goten then pulled out a small capsule revealing what seemed to be a metal hanging rack with a rope tied to it. Okay, now. I tie your feet to this rope and you see how many times you can pull yourself up. Sound easy? Inari gulped but then nodded anyway, deciding to give it a try. Good, I'll tie another piece of rope to this and do it as well. If you can do over 60, I'll give you something nice. This made Inari eager to get started. Goten's way with words had changed the small boy's entire demeanor, and he started training with determination in his eyes. Later that night, the Tazuna family had decided to supply Team 7 with dinner. Unfortunately, this was the first time they had to feed a Saiyan before and were surprised to say the least. What was even more surprising was the fact that somehow Naruto and Sasuke were keeping up with him so far. More. All three said as they finished another plate, causing Tsunami to sweat drop. Slow it down. Kakashi joked. No, I need to get stronger, Sasuke begged. Wow, I've never seen someone eat so much, Inari said with his eyes wide. You seem in more upbeat than usual, Tsunami said, smiling to her son. Yep, Goten gave me some advice earlier that made a lot of sense. He reminds me a lot of him. This caused both Tazuna and Tsunami to stare at Goten in disbelief. When he noticed he was being watched by them, he looked up. What is it? Tsunami smiled. Thanks, he's been really depressed since Kaiza died. In fact, the whole village has been depressed since then. Who's Kaiza? Naruto asked. Tazuna explained who Kaiza was, how he was a father figure to Inari and a hero in the village. He also told of Kaisa's death publicly displayed by Gato. I had no idea, Goten said with a downcast look. Now that Inari has mentioned it, you and Naruto do act a lot like him. Somehow that story motivated Naruto even more to train. He got up out of his seat and started to walk out until Goten stopped him. Hey Naruto. What Goten? Naruto asked. Here catch, it's a senzu bean. Eat it if you start to get too worn out training. It will make you feel better. Goten tossed the bean to Naruto, who caught it in the air. Thanks, I'll see you guys later. Aren't those supposed to be used for emergencies? Kakashi asked Goten. It's fine, I have 2 more. The next day Team 8 was waiting for their leader for their next C-rank mission at the front of the Hokage Tower. So, where'd you 3 go last night? Shino asked his other team members. What makes you think we went somewhere? Trunks asked, smirking. The clothes Hinata's wearing aren't from around here. He was right. Hinata was wearing black pants with a white belt and black shirt. She had her usual jacket on also. Oh, that. Well, as you know, Hinata wanted to learn to fly. She kind of wore herself out, so I decided to let her come to my world to take a break and relax. Kiba was with us, so he tagged along. I would have liked to come, you know, Shino said, looking downcast. I figured you were busy. If you want to come so bad, I'll invite you next time. Just then Kurenai showed up. Okay, everyone ready? They all nodded for her to continue. Here's the mission. We're to escort a man to Sorsal Village so he can aid in the installation of a new radio tower network. We'll be meeting the man here shortly, so just wait. This got Trunks' interest. Will we be aiding with the tower construction? Actually, Trunks, yes, you will be. Our team was specifically chosen due to your skills with handling technology. Keep in mind that you are only to help them, Trunks, not take over, build something more advanced than what they are doing. While the towers are being installed, the rest of you will guard the workers from bandits and anyone else who might want to sabotage the building. They all nodded to her in understanding. Trunks then looked toward Hinata. Hinata, this is a good chance for you to practice flying. While we're on our way there, I want you to fly for as long as you have the energy. Hinata nodded and then started hovering of the ground by about a foot. Good, stay up for as long as you can. Kurenai cocked an eyebrow at Trunks. You do know it's probably not a good idea to wear her out before we even get going. It's fine. Flying doesn't use up that much energy as long as she doesn't go too fast. I'll be sure to watch her energy levels and stop her if they start to run low, don't worry. Just then a short man with a medium build came walking out of the Hokage Tower. He had goggles above his forehead, a white t-shirt and overalls. Tucked in one of his pockets were a pair of welding gloves. Team, this is the man who will be leading the installation of the towers, Kurenai told them. Hey there, name's Carmen Vienna. He's more of a grease monkey than Trunks. Kiba thought. It's about a 4-day trip to the site on foot, so let's go. This is why I wish everyone knew how to fly. It would be so much easier, Trunks thought to himself. The next day with Team 7, Naruto and Sasuke were still training, trying to get better at tree climbing. Since Sakura had already mastered it, Goten went ahead and told her how flying worked, since the techniques were similar. He offered to teach her, but she decided to train on her own. Kakashi had originally wanted her to help protect Tazuna, but Goten convinced him that he could handle it on his own. While he was there, he was helping Zabuza with the bridge, which Tazuna greatly appreciated since most of his help had quit. He had created 5 clones and each one was doing a different for the bridge builder. Okay. Now put that beam over there. Good, now nail it in place. Tazuna yelled, giving orders to them. Good thing he wanted to work. With him helping, I'll complete this in record time. I'll complete this in record time. Meanwhile, Sakura continued to try and channel her energy for flying. Come on, Goten said. It was the same as tree climbing, only the chakra has to flow steady throughout my body. I just need to focus. Sakura concentrated her chakra through her body and tried pushing herself upward with it like Goten had told her, and she actually managed to get off the ground about a foot. Ha ha, I'm doing it, she exclaimed. She got herself too excited however and lost her concentration and fell on the ground with a thud. Ouch, this takes more focus than he said it would. How does he do it so easy? Inari was an interesting case. Motivated by Goten's earlier speech to him, he was currently training himself in his room trying to do 100 push-ups. 67, 68, 69, 70, he continued working out doing various exercises throughout the day. Later that evening most of Team 7 and even Inari were exhausted from their training. In fact the only ones who still had any energy were Goten, Kakashi, Tazuna, and Tsunami. With Goten's help, Tazuna was actually ahead of schedule with the bridge. Just one more day and he would have it completed. Wow, he used a sensu bean and he's still exhausted, Goten said. Looking at Naruto who was barely able to keep his head off the table. You've all been working hard. Hey, we have to keep training if we want to catch up to you, Sasuke said with a smirk. Goten just laughed happily at the remark giving the traditional sun grin. The next day the team was getting ready to leave with Tazuna to help finish up the bridge. Naruto and Goten were still asleep so Kakashi, thinking they must be worn out, left them to sleep in. About 20 minutes after the others had left, Tsunami and Inari heard someone yell from inside their house. Ah! I overslept. Naruto rushed to grab his clothing, nearly tripping over Goten in the process. They left him here too, he thought out loud. He then shook Goten trying to wake him up. Come on Goten, wake up. But mommy, I want to ride the pony, Goten said in response while still sleeping. Oh come on, there's got to be a way to. Oh yeah. Naruto smirked. Goten, hurry up, you'll miss breakfast. This caused Goten's eyes to widen. Breakfast? Where? He quickly shot up and looked for his food. They left us behind, Goten. We need to catch up, but I need something too. Just grab a bunch of apples or something to eat on the way. Darn it, they should have woken us up. Once Goten had grabbed a bag of apples, the two were about to dash off when Goten noticed something. Wait a second. What is it? Naruto asked. A second later his question was answered as he heard rustling in the bushes. Both of them nodded in agreement and waited to take on their unseen foe. Meanwhile the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna had come to the edge of the bridge to see the workers who were there turned to corpses. Noticing one was still alive, Kakashi rushed to him. Who did this? Kakashi asked. A monster, the man said before passing out. Darn it. Kakashi tensed up. Everyone be prepared. A mist then began to encircle them. Here they come. Kakashi sensei, this is the hidden mist no jutsu, correct? Sakura asked. Her question was answered when she heard the voice of Zabuza. Long time no see, Kakashi, and I see that kid with super strength is missing as well. How inconvenient. Without him you guys are nothing. I can, the one kid trembling in fear. Just then a whole bunch of Zabuza water clones surrounded them. Sasuke gave a smirk. I'm not shaking from fear, it's excitement. Do it, Sasuke, Kakashi said, smiling. In a flash Sasuke pulled out 2 kunai and destroyed all of the water clones around them, revealing Zabuza and with imposter hunter Nin standing beside him. You can't fool me. So he saw through the clones. He's gotten better. Looks like you have a rival, Haku. Yes indeed. The hunter imposter, Haku, said smugly. Kakashi's eyes got serious. I was right, he was working for Zabuza. I'll fight him. Sasuke scowled. Tricking us with that stupid act, I hate people like that. You're so cool, Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed in excitement. An impressive young man, even though the clones only have 1/10 the strength of the original, Haku said smugly. Still very impressive, but we have gained the advantage. Zabuza continued for him, go. With that the two boys rushed for each other with kunais in hand, dodging and parrying each other's attacks, neither gaining the advantage. Sasuke would go for a jab only for Haku to sidestep out of the way. Haku would go for a vertical slash with his kunai only for Sasuke to block with his. Both were evenly matched. Meanwhile back at Tazuna's house, Naruto and Goten waited at the front door for the intruders that were on the way. They didn't have to wait long when two men with katanas showed up. One had a coat and the other was shirtless. The shirtless one had an eye patch over his right eye. "We're here to take Tizuna's daughter," the one with the jacket said, chuckling. "Step aside, I doubt just a couple of kids could do much against us." "Just kids, huh?" Goten said, smirking as he got into a fighting stance. "Naruto, let's show them what a couple of kids can do." Naruto nodded and assumed a stance as well. Goten phased out and appeared right in front of the one in the jacket. "Hi there," Goten said, smiling. Being caught off guard by Goten's speed, the man stumbled back slightly. Regaining his composure, the man quickly pulled out his katana only for Goten to block with his arm. "Impossible, that should have sliced your arm off," the man said in disbelief. "Must mean I have tough skin," Goten said, chuckling. "Well, I guess it's bedtime for you." "What are you talking?" Before he could even finish, Goten had punched him in the gut, causing him to fall forward unconscious. Meanwhile, Naruto was taking care of the one with the eye patch. The man managed to make a slice at Naruto only for him to disappear in a puff of smoke. "What the?" the man said, but before he could even blink, the real Naruto's foot connected with the back of the man's head, rendering him unconscious. "Hey, no sweat," Naruto said smugly. "That was amazing," Inari said as he came running out of the house. "I saw everything." Naruto looked down at the boy with a smile. "Inari, if they attacked here, that means the bridge could also be in danger. Can I count on you right here?" "Yep," the boy said, grinning. "It's sure tough being a hero," Naruto said jokingly as he and Goten went to join the others. Meanwhile, neither Sasuke nor Haku had managed to gain an edge. "Sakura, step in front of Tizuna and don't leave his side. We'll let Sasuke handle him," Kakashi ordered. "Right," Sakura nodded. "I don't want to have to kill you, but won't stand down, will you?" Haku said to Sasuke. "Don't make me laugh," Sasuke said, smirking. "I see, but you won't be able to keep ahead of my speed the next time. I've already gained 2 advantages." "2 advantages?" Sasuke asked, puzzled. "The first is the water on the ground. The second is that I have occupied one of your arms. You will now only be able to run from my attacks." Haku then started preforming hand signs with one hand. "Impossible. With one hand?" Sasuke thought. "Special jutsu, flying water needles." The water around them shot up and froze, forming into razor-sharp needles. "Sasuke, remember the training." Sasuke focused his energy and disappeared before the needles could hit him. "Where'd he go?" "You pretty slow," Sasuke said, appearing behind the hunter ninja with smirk, a kunai held firmly in his hand. "From now on you'll be running from my attacks." He then went for a slash with his kunai only for the Haku to spin around and dodge with his arm. Sasuke was ready, however, and quickly spun his arm back and threw his kunai, which Haku ducked. He then brought up his leg for a spin kick, which the imposter hunter nin barely avoided. "He's fast," Haku thought to himself. His distraction cost him, however, as he received a kick to the face, sending him flying on the ground. "Looks like I have the advantage in speed," Sasuke said, smirking. "I can't have you underestimating my team," Kakashi said smugly to Zabuza. "Goten is quite possibly the strongest fighter in the village. Sasuke is one of the top 3 rookies. Sakura is the brightest, and Naruto is the number 1, hyperactive, loudest ninja in the village." Zabuza started laughing. "Hee. Haku, you realize that at this rate we'll be driven back?" "Yeah," Haku agreed. "We can't have that." Haku then formed a hand sign and the water around them started to freeze and form into mirrors. "What is this?" Sasuke wondered. "Special jutsu, demon ice mirrors." The mirrors surrounded Sasuke, trapping him, Haku appearing in each one. "Dang it." Kakashi went to rush forward but was stopped by Zabuza. "Your opponent is me, Kakashi. Against that jutsu he's finished." Kakashi let out a sigh. "What are these mirrors?" Sasuke thought. "Well, shall I begin?" Haku's voice could be heard through all the mirrors. "I'll show you my real speed." In a burst of speed, Haku began his assault. Multiple small scrapes appeared on Sasuke as he tried in vain to dodge Haku's attacks. "Sasuke, Kakashi yelled. If you try and get past me, I'll kill those two. Zabuza warned, causing Kakashi to narrow his eyes. Sakura turned around to Tazuna. Tazuna, go. I'm going to have to. Her words were cut off as two orange-clad genin appeared in front of them. Naruto Uzumaki, one introduced. And Goten, the other introduced, here to save the day. Both gave a ridiculous pose to end their entrance, causing everyone to sweat drop. Where'd they get the time to learn such stupid poses? Sakura thought. Wow, brother was right. It does leave people speechless, Goten thought while smirking. Why'd he make me do this? Even I know this is lame. Naruto thought, feeling slightly embarrassed. I think I'm going to have a special talk with the two of them about what not to do in a battle. Kakashi thought, scratching the back of his head. Naruto, go and help Sasuke. I'll help Kashi with Zabuza, Goten ordered. Naruto nodded and rushed to help his teammate. Come on Zabuza, I already beat you fair and square. Fighting right now would be useless. Before Goten could do anything, several shuriken were thrown in his direction. Rather than dodge them, he caught one and used it to deflect the others. Hey, that's not nice. Those could have hurt, you know, Goten said, looking at Haku. Leave him alone, your fight is with me. Zabuza, don't interfere. Go ahead, I can handle Zabuza, Kakashi assured. Goten turned toward the mirrors and was about to go in. He heard Sasuke yelling. You total moron. If you're a shinobi, then use your head. Why did you come inside the mirrors? Bah. I don't give a crap anymore, you're an idiot. Just then one of the mirrors shattered. Standing where the mirror used to be was Goten. He smiled and walked into the mirror circle. Cool technique, he said with a smile. Just then a barrage of needles were flung at him in all directions, or at least that's what it seemed to everyone else. Goten, however, was able to read Haku's movements and managed to catch all the needles that were thrown at him. You're pretty fast. I had a hard time keeping up with that. Impossible, Haku thought. No one's able to keep up with me when I use my jutsu. These things are pretty sharp. Goten raised his hand and dropped the needles that were thrown at him. A little blood trickled from his palm, one of the needles actually managing to cut his hand. How are you bleeding? Naruto asked. I mean, I saw you stop a katana with your arm earlier, so how can a needle cause you to? In order to stop a sharp object like you saw earlier, I need to flare up my energy in the area that's being attacked. Needles pierce the skin easier because they're smaller. At least that's why Dad always said he's scared of getting shots, Goten mentally added. I see, said Haku, having listened to the conversation, so you're not as invincible as they say. He then sent a barrage of needles at Goten, who merely flared up his ki, making them melt before they even touched him. That won't do you any good anymore, I can see where you are, Goten said, smirking. He fired a ki blast at the mirror Haku was in. Unfortunately, he forgot to take into account what happens when a bright light touches a reflective surface, and the blast bounced off the mirror and back at him. Ah! Goten quickly crossed his arms to avoid getting taken down by his own attack. Nice light show, won't do much good here though, Haku mocked. Idiot, you should have realized the attack would reflect off the surface of the mirrors, Sasuke said, pulling himself up. You could try being more positive with the people trying to save you, Goten joked. Just shut up and finish this already. Alright, your call, but I wanted to have some fun first. This person seemed fun to fight. It's no use, Haku warned. This jutsu allows me to transport between mirrors. You all look like you're moving in slow motion to me. Really? I thought I was faster than you? Goten said, smiling. It doesn't matter what I say to him, he still has that goofy grin on his face. It's like this fight is nothing more than a game to him. Just then Haku got an idea. Wait, that's it. He is treating this like a game. He could have taken me out by now, but he seems to be waiting for something. He then threw another barrage of needles at Goten, only for them to melt yet again from Goten flaring up his energy. He refuses to make a direct attack, he only counters. But why? Haku thought. As if hearing Haku's thoughts, Goten spoke. Give up already. I don't want to fight you. What are you doing? Sasuke yelled. Relax, I'm in control of this, Goten assured him. So that's why you haven't made a direct strike, Haku mused. Goten nodded, exactly, but if you continue I won't hesitate to stop you. Sorry, but I can't afford to lose. Haku then attempted to strike Goten while traveling between mirrors only to be surprised when Goten caught his arm. I told you this fight is pointless. Goten then did a spin kick to Haku's side, sending him flying into one of his own mirrors, shattering it, and losing his mask in the process. Surprisingly, he was able to stand back up after the attack. A little blood trickled from his mouth. You? Naruto said in a puzzled voice. You know this person? Goten asked. Yay. I met him in the woods. I overtrained and couldn't get back up to walk back. He gave me some medicine. So you're not bad. Otherwise you would have killed Naruto right then. So why do you insist on fighting? Goten asked Haku. I do it for Zabuza, Haku said with fury in his eyes. Sorry to cut this fight short, but this chapter is at 17 pages already. Next chapter will feature the conclusion of Goten and Haku's fight as well as show a few things Kakashi has learned from watching Goten. For those that want to see Naruto go Kyuubi, it will happen in the story, just in a slightly different way. Thanks to everyone who reviewed. Chapter 10 here it is boys and girls, Chapter 10, now with 10% more protein. Chapter 10. I do it for Zabuza, Haku said with fury in his eyes. I see. You're not going to give up then, Goten said with a withdrawn look in his eyes. Then I have no choice but to end this fight. I'm sorry for this. Hopefully, next time we fight it will be as friends. With that, Goten phased out and appeared right next to Haku. He dealt a powerful blow to his midsection, causing him to fall down from pain. When he tried to get back up, the pain was too unbearable and he collapsed, falling unconscious. I'm sorry. Goten bowed to his fallen opponent. He then walked over to help Sasuke and Naruto to their feet. You guys okay? Never better, Sasuke said with a smirk. It was then Goten realized something had happened to Sasuke's eyes during the fight. While Goten was fighting Haku, Sasuke had observed the battle. At first the two were going too fast for Sasuke to see, but over the course of the battle things started to get easier for him to make out. His eyes had taken on a transformation. They were now red with swirls around the iris. Your eyes there yes, thanks to watching you two move at such incredible speeds I have the Sharingan. My eyes have activated it to focus on the fight. Meanwhile, Kakashi's fight with Zabuza wasn't gaining any ground. Kakashi started with the lead thanks to his Sharingan, but his advantage soon faded when Zabuza found a way to counter it. He created a thick mist that surrounded the both of them and began fighting with his eyes closed, reacting on sound alone. Kakashi went for an uppercut to Zabuza's jaw only for it to be blocked by his sword and countered with a kick to Kakashi's side. It hit its mark and sent the copy ninja flying and skidding on the ground. He managed to get back up clutching his side. Nice move, I wasn't expecting that. I need to end this quick. He stopped clutching his side and composed himself. Watch closely, Zabuza. I'm about to show you the one move in my arsenal I didn't copy. Kakashi preformed the necessary hand signs and started drawing energy for the Chidori into his hand. I'll give you one last chance to surrender, Kakashi warned. Zabuza's eyes just narrowed at him. Very well. Once he had it fully charged, he rushed at Zabuza at full speed. Chidori. He aimed the move right at Zabuza's heart, but the assassin was able to avoid a fatal injury at the last second as he leaned to the left. The move came in contact with his upper right arm, severing it from his body. Zabuza's eyes widened as he clutched the stub in pain with rage in his eyes. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. This fight is over. It's impossible for you to fight now in your condition. Then go ahead, finish me off. I admit I was going to, but it isn't necessary anymore. As Goten said earlier, you're already beaten. Before Zabuza could say anything different, they heard the clapping of hands close by. Very interesting show, however, it must come to an end. The man was middle-aged with brown hair. He wore a business-type suit with a purple tie. To top off his look, he had a pair of sunglasses. Behind him was an army of people. Zabuza gave the man a scowl. "Why are you here?" The man gave an evil grin. The plan has changed." "Well, actually I was planning on doing this from the beginning. Zabuza, I'm going to have you killed here." "What?" The man snickered. "I never planned on paying you any money." By this time the rest of Team 7 had been watching the fight and were surprised by this turn of events, to say the least. "You see, hiring a normal ninja is expensive and there's always the chance they'll betray me, so I get you missing nins who are easy to take care of afterwards. I have the ninjas take care of each other, then finish them off with numbers. Good plan, don't you think?" He let out another laugh. "The only problem in the plan was you, Zabuza. You're the devil of the hidden mist. What a joke, you can't even take care of a few kids. We can easily kill you now. There's so many of them," Naruto thought. Zabuza then did something no one expected. He grabbed his sword with the hand he had left and turned to Kakashi. "Sorry Kakashi, this fight is over. Since I have no more reason to go after Tazuna, I have no reason to kill you." "Ah, you're right." Kakashi agreed. Zabuza's eyes narrowed at Gato. "Plus this guy is really pissing me off." Goten shouted at him. "What are you doing? Believe it or not, you kids showed me something. Besides, this man betrayed me. I'm going to return the favor." He rushed at the army of mercenaries with his blade held in his good hand. "That's enough, kill him," Gato shouted at his hired help. "Sure thing," one of them replied. "A badly injured ninja against these numbers, there's no way he can win." Zabuza started slashing his way through the ranks towards Gato. One tried to attack from behind. He swung his sword around and sliced him. Just then one of them got lucky and managed to stab a katana into Zabuza's back. The others took advantage of this and stuck their weapons in as well. Ignoring the pain, he continued, reaching the business tycoon. "Just die already," Gato yelled. "Not without you, we'll go to hell together. Then we'll see if I really am a devil." He then swung his sword, taking Gato's head clean off. With a smile he let out his last words. "This is goodbye Haku. Thank you for everything, I'm sorry." "You don't have to die," Goten yelled. "Come on, I know I have a sensu somewhere." Goten started searching his vest for the miracle beam when Kakashi placed a hand on his shoulder. "That's enough, Goten. I'm sorry, but it's too late to save him. It wasn't your choice, he chose to do this. The end of a man who led a difficult life." Just then, Haku was starting to stir from his unconscious state from fighting Goten. "Zabuza?" Haku turned his head to see Team 7 and Tazuna nearby him with a mass of people surrounding his now deceased sensei. Narrowing his eyes in rage, he forced himself up off the ground. "What happened?" Haku asked as he made his way over. "He gave up his life to take out Gato. Then I must follow his wishes to the end." Just then they heard a voice from the other side of the bridge. "Wait, don't start without us." Everyone looked at where the voice had come from to see none other than Inari holding a crossbow backed by a mob of villagers. Naruto smirked. "That's what I like to see." He then created a mass of shadow clones to help the villagers. Seeing they were greatly outnumbered, the mercenaries who had survived Zabuza took off to run. Haku was about to go after them when he was stopped by Goten. "They're not worth it." Upon hearing that, Haku went over to Zabuza's corpse and picked it up. "I promise I'll avenge your death, sensei. I'll make you proud." He put the body on his shoulder and turned to Goten, giving a smirk. "I'm going to give him a proper burial fit for the shinobi he was." Everyone was silent as he made Zabuza's grave and place him in the ground. "I should have gone with you," said Haku as a tear rolled down his face. "I should have been the one to die first." "Don't say that," Naruto said to him sadly. "He's right, blaming yourself will only make it harder," Kakashi said in agreement. "You're right, I need to move on. I'll see you all again sometime, and when I do," he paused and looked at Goten with a smirk, "I want a rematch." "Wait, what are you going to do?" Sakura asked him. "Sensei had some unfinished business to take care of. I think he'd want me to take care of it as his last wish." With that, Haku started walking off towards the woods. "Even dead, he's using him as a tool," Goten said. Kakashi nodded in agreement. A shinobi isn't supposed to pursue his own goals. Becoming the country's tool is most important. It's the same for the Leaf Village. Naruto's eyes narrowed. That's what it means to be a ninja. I don't like it. Each and every ninja has to live while dealing with that issue, Kakashi said in response. The same went for the people I knew back home. Goten lowered his head. Anytime the earth was in danger, they would give up what they were doing and come to its defense, no matter what the cost. A few even lost their lives in the process more than once, even me at one point. Naruto's eyes widened. That's right, the Dragon Balls. That means we can bring. No, Naruto. Kakashi warned. What? Naruto asked. From what I've heard of the Dragon Balls, I understand how tempting it might be to use them, but it wouldn't be right. Something that powerful should only be used in emergencies only. Okay. But I've decided if I'm going to be a ninja, I'm going to find a way to do it my own way. Kakashi smiled under his mask. They seemed to be starting to understand. The next day, Tazuna's family had went with Team 7 to the newly built bridge to see them off. Thanks to you we finished the bridge, but this is really sad, Tazuna said with a sad smile. Thanks for everything, Kakashi said with a smile. Don't worry, we'll come visit, Naruto told them. You better, Inari said, trying to hold back tears. You're sad, right? Goten asked him with a smile. It's all right to cry. I'm not going to cry, but you and Naruto can cry too, Inari said, forcing himself not to cry. Nodding, Goten turned his head to leave, Naruto doing the same thing. Fine, later, Naruto said, waving as he turned around. Once they turned away from Tazuna's family, tears started rolling down their cheeks. Seeing their backs to him, Inari started crying as well. They're like triplets, thought Sakura. Tazuna gave a smile. There's something about those two that has the ability to change people's hearts. They gave us a bridge to hope. His eyes then widened. Oh yeah, the bridge, we need to name it, but which one do we name it after? What about the Great Orange and Blue Bridge, since they both always wore those colors? Inari asked. The Great Orange and Blue Bridge, huh? Sure, why not? The name will be in hope that the bridge will never fall, and one day it will become a super famous bridge that will be known throughout the world. Meanwhile, Team 8 still had one more day before they made it to their mission site. Hinata had mastered flying, so Trunks was going over it with Kiba and, oddly enough, Akamaru as they traveled to their destination. He wasn't quite sure how a dog could learn to fly, but at least it gave him something to do while he went to the mission. Shino decided he would learn the technique on his own without Trunks' help. Kurenai, though she wouldn't admit it, was interested in learning as well and eavesdropped while Trunks was going over it. Trying to spark some conversation with his new bodyguards, Carmen went over to talk to Trunks. So, I hear you have a talent for building things, boy. Trunks let out a sigh. Yeah, I guess I've always been interested in tinkering with electronics. I guess being around it all my life has an impact. When I came here, I nearly went crazy not having anything advanced to tinker with. Carmen nodded in agreement. Believe me, I understand, from one grease monkey to another. Trunks cringed slightly at the word monkey, but decided to let it go, considering the other person meant it as a compliment. What I really like building is equipment for martial arts training. I helped my mom design a portable gravity chamber along with. Trunks was about to continue when Kurenai put hand over his mouth. That's enough, Trunks. Then she put her mouth close to his ear and whispered, you want everyone outside the village to know you're from another world. You need to keep some things to yourself. When she let go of him, he crossed his arms and pouted. HMPH, Killjoy, he said under his breath. What was that? Kurenai asked him. I said, oh boy, I just can't wait to help with those towers, sensei. Apparently she bought it as she just nodded, and they continued on. Later that night, Team 8 along with Carmen all stayed inside a capsule house Trunks had brought along with him. When Carmen had questioned about the house, Kurenai had come up with the excuse that it had come from a summoning scroll. Personally, Trunks didn't really see the point in lying about it, but didn't really care. The capsule house they were in had 3 bedrooms, each with 2 beds, and 1 bathroom, all circling around a combined living room and kitchen. Carmen and Shino took 1 room. Kiba, Akamaru and Trunks took the middle bedroom, and Kurenai and Hinata took the one furthest left. Shino had said he was staying with Karamine to keep an eye on him and make sure he was safe, but in reality he just couldn't sleep in the same room with Trunks. He always talks in his sleep and it was starting to get on Shino's nerves, so it was either send a chakra bug to the Demi-Saiyan's vocal cords or sleep in another room. Fortunately for Trunks, he chose the latter. Kiba was currently looking out of the bedroom with Akamaru staring at the full moon. "Trunks, you got to come see this. I don't think I've ever seen the moon this big before." Instead of looking towards the window, Trunks just looked up at the ceiling. "No thanks. Whenever I stare at the full moon I get a real bad headache. Besides, if my tail grows back while I'm looking at it I'll turn into a giant ape. Trust me, it's better for everyone if I just go to bed." Kiba cocked an eyebrow at him. "You're kidding about the whole giant ape thing, right? I mean, it sounds like something straight out of some crappy horror story." Trunks gave a serious look. Real life is often scarier than some made-up story. "I guess you're right. Oh, there was something I wanted to ask you." Trunks gave him an annoyed look. "Talk quick, I'm tired." "You keep calling yourself a Saiyan. I realize it must be some sort of special bloodline, but I want to know more about it." "It's a long story. Ask me again in the morning and I'll tell you on the way." The next morning Trunks was up early. After looking to make sure no one was looking at him, he grabbed a capsule he kept around his neck and popped it to reveal a basic-looking broadsword. While it wasn't that impressive looking, it did have sentimental value. It was a sword given to him by a friend 2 years ago, a friend who was very much like an older brother to him. Since then he had practiced with it, becoming more proficient with it. It was also an outlet for him to relieve some stress when he didn't have anyone to spar with or anything mechanical to take apart. He moved the sword in a rhythmic pattern, doing katas at speeds that no ordinary human would be capable of and even fewer could perform without injury to themselves. The next person to wake up was Shino, and unknown to Trunks he had come outside and was watching him practice. "Not bad," Shino said, causing Trunks to look in his direction. "I didn't realize anyone was watching. I think my form was a little off. I remember you saying you could use a sword pretty well, but this is the first time I've actually seen you with one and I'm curious. How about a quick spar?" "No offense, Shino, but you know I could run circles around you." "Yes, you do have amazing abilities, but there's more than one way to win a sparring match. Let's hurry up, I want to get this over with before the others wake up." Trunks gave a smirk that resembled his father's. "Okay, it's your mistake, not mine." And with that he got into stance. "Sorry for taking so long on this short chapter. I've been really busy the past week." Next chapter Trunks gets to see just what Shino's bugs are capable of, and Goten takes it upon himself to toughen up his teammates. "If I get to it I'll also try to get the start of the chunin exams, but I'm not promising anything. Next chapter will definitely be better, and if you're really lucky you might even get to see Naruto go Kyuubi, Chapter 11. Congratulations, you win a pony that can shoot freaking lasers out of its eyes. Chapter 11. The fight between Shino and Trunks had begun. Holding back enough to keep from hurting Shino, Trunks went on the offensive first and attempted a horizontal sweep with the blunt side of his sword. Rather than dodge like the half-Saiyan anticipated, Shino just stood there when it connected and then dissolved into millions of tiny bugs, surprising the heck out of Trunks. "No way. How the—" He felt something tap his shoulder and turned around. "My chakra bugs have many abilities. That last one was a technique to create bug clones." Trunks smirked. "So that's it, huh? Well, if all you can do is play with insects, this fight is going to get boring fast." This caused Shino to smirk from under his collar. "Is that so? You'll think different in a few more seconds." Just then Trunks started to feel a little lightheaded. "What's happening? I feel weird. My bugs feed on chakra. When you attacked my bug clone, a few of them attached themselves to you. They feed off energy, huh? All right. Let's see how much they can handle." Trunks started powering up. His hair turned gold and his eyes turned green. "Ah. You're just giving them more energy, you know." Trunks just smirked. "I know." He started powering up even more, causing the dirt below him to crumble slightly. Stop. That's too much chakra. Any more and they'll explode, Shino shouted. Trunks powered down, his hair returned to normal. Hey, you're the one who wanted to fight. Yes, and it seems that even with my insects you're too much for me. Still, I'm impressed. I think they were able to take at least a fifth of my energy away. Hungry little suckers. Nothing a little breakfast can't fix though. They then headed toward the capsule house. Once inside, Trunks was surprised to find Kiba on the couch. He had found an old video game system and had it hooked up to the television and was currently somehow playing a fighting game with Akamaru, who had preformed a transformation jutsu in order to grab the controller. How is the dog able to? Trunks asked, confused. Best not to ask, Shino replied. Oddly enough, I think the dog is winning. Shrugging, Trunks walked over to where they were. Think I could give it a round? All he got was a growl in response. Okay then, be that way. I need to eat anyway. He then went to the fridge to get something to eat. 3 hours later and Team 8 was at their location to find a surprise waiting for them. This isn't good, Carmen said with worry in his voice. What's wrong? Kurenai asked. All the equipment's missing, it's not where I left it. Who in the heck would want to steal a bunch of radio equipment? Meanwhile, 5 miles away, a man with a long beard who looked as though he hadn't bathed in weeks was in a cave with the said equipment. The cave itself was cluttered with random items the man had collected during his time there, all for the purpose of aiding the insane man with his equally insane plan that will likely never come to completion. In short, he was a mentally disturbed hobo. Yes, with this I should be able to summon them. Then they'll beam me aboard their ship and give me a third nipple in order to make me invincible so I can destroy the squirrels once and for all. He then began constructing the radio equipment randomly with no clue as to what he was doing. Oh well, it's no big deal, Trunks said assuringly. You're lucky you have me here. I can have new equipment for you within the hour. Carmine's eyes widened in amazement. You're serious? You know how expensive those parts are. My mom owns a technology company and always keeps a few spare parts around anyway, so it's no big deal. Just tell me the parts you need. After he was given a list of what he needed, he pulled the remote device from out of his vest. Okay, like I said, I'll be back in an hour. Trunks opened the portal and walked through. It closed mere seconds afterward. Carmen just stared in shock. That has to be the most advanced technology I've ever seen. I told him not to show off, Kurenai said with a hint of annoyance in her voice. Meanwhile, back in Kahona, Goten had asked Team 7 to meet him at the training grounds for a surprise. No one knew what he had planned, not even Naruto, so they were waiting. One particular fox kid more than the others. I can't wait to see what the surprise is. I hope it's ramen, Naruto said excitedly. Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. Is that all you think about? Not always, it's just ramen is my favorite food and Goten's a good cook, Naruto said defensively. This perked Sakura's interest. You're kidding, right? I mean Goten cooking? Why's that so hard to believe? Said a voice above them. They all looked up to see Goten floating in mid-air. It comes in handy. He was wearing his usual orange GI with long-sleeve blue undershirt. What was different was that he had thick bands on his arms and legs. You're late, Goten, Sasuke said impatiently. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I had trouble finding weights for what we're going to do today. He lifted his left arm and pointed to it, showing the weighted armband he had on it. Sakura's eyes dulled. Something tells me I'm not going to like this. Goten then landed on the ground and smiled. I figured we could all use the practice, so I thought we could spar. It would be a great way for all of us to get stronger. Sasuke scoffed. I've seen how strong you are, why spar with us? Because I want to and you need the practice. Besides, you all have a handicap since I'm wearing weights. Just how much do they weigh anyway? Sakura asked in curiosity. Goten put his hand to his chin and thought for a second. Let's see. Counting the vest under my blue shirt, I have 5 weights and they weigh about a ton each, so they're 5 tons? Sakura finished for him as her eyes widened. Yep, 5 tons. So are you 3 ready to fight or not? He then got Into the turtle-style fighting stance. I want all three of you to come at me without holding back. Sasuke smirked as he activated his Sharingan and got into fighting stance. Naruto and Sakura followed suit as well. In a matter of seconds all three stormed the half Saiyan with a flurry of punches and kicks, all dodged by Goten mere millimeters before they connected. After about 10 minutes of this everyone broke away breathing heavily. Not too bad, but there's some things I noticed you can all do to improve your technique. What's wrong with my fighting technique? Naruto said defensively. Well, to start with, you're using only about 1/10 of your energy. Naruto. With the energy you have, you should have been able to give me a better fight than that. How was I only using 1/10 of my chakra? I was going all out. That's why I wanted you all here. I'm going to show you all techniques to improve. I just wanted to spar to see what level each of you were on. He then started preforming hand signs, Kage. Bushin no Justu. 2 shadow clones appeared beside the orange-clad half Saiyan. I'm going to work with you all individually on what you can improve, and once you've mastered it we'll continue sparring. We'll separate into 3 groups and go to a different training area each. Naruto, you're with me. The real Goten said as he motioned for Naruto to follow him. The first clone, let's call him Goten 2, motioned for Sakura, and Sasuke went with Goten 3. Once they were by themselves, Goten stopped walking. Before we start, I need to know if you even know how to channel your energy, Goten told Naruto. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Like this, Goten said as he tightened his arms and began focusing his energy throughout his body. I think I can do that, Naruto said as he began trying to channel energy as well. After only a few seconds he became out of breath and fell over. This is harder than it looks, Naruto said, panting. Must need to find your center, Goten told him. My what? Naruto asked. Try doing this. Sit down, close your eyes and focus, doing exactly what I tell you. Naruto did as he was told. Okay, now what? Focus on your body, feeling out your energy until you've found where it's focused the strongest at. It's usually strongest in the chest, but I remember Gohan telling me sometimes it can be in other areas instead. Naruto did as he was told and began meditating to find the center of his chakra. After a few moments he smiled. Okay, I think I've found it. Now what? Now focus on channeling it throughout your body. Try to bring it out to its peak. Naruto stood up and started channeling the newfound energy he had. A red aura started to envelope him, his whisker marks became more pronounced, and his eyes turned red and the pupils became slits. This might be bad, Goten thought. I knew he had something sealed inside him, but I didn't actually think he'd be able to draw energy from it. Naruto's features became more feral by the minute as what seemed to be a tail and fox ears emerged from the energy around him. Realizing Naruto was slowly starting to lose himself in the energy, Goten decided that was enough energy. Okay Naruto, that's good for now. I think I need Dad to take a look at you. Meanwhile, with Goten 2 and Sakura. Okay, did you master flying yet? The shadow clone asked. Sakura smiled as she floated up in the sky and flew around him in a few circles. How's that? She asked. Wow, you learned better than when my brother taught Vital. You have very good control of energy, I mean chakra. I knew what you meant, you don't have to correct yourself, Sakura told him. Okay, fly with me, I need to find something. Sakura nodded and the two of them flew into the sky. Look for a really big rock, Goten 2 told her. How big? Sakura asked. Bigger than you, Goten 2 said, chuckling. They flew for a few minutes until they came across a large boulder. There's one, Goten 2 said, pointing to it, causing Sakura's eyes to widen. What do you want me to do with that? Sakura asked. Goten 2 laughed. You're gonna break it, what else? Sakura's sweat dropped. Break it? Yep, you know how to channel energy, so it won't be that hard. Whatever you say, Goten, Sakura said, not really believing him. Just tell me what to do. Just focus all the energy in your body into your arm and punch the big rock. Okay, I'll try it, Sakura said. She started concentrating the energy she had into her arm as she was told. When she thought she had enough, she punched the rock full force and stared amazed when a small crack appeared on it. Wow, it worked, she said, dumbfounded. Just keep practicing, Goten 2 said. Finally, with Sasuke and Goten's other clone, Goten 3 looked at Sasuke. Your Sharingan thingy lets you copy people techniques, right? He asked. It can, Sasuke said without any hint of emotion. Okay then, let's see what all you can copy off me then. Try and copy whatever I do exactly, like playing follow the leader, the clone said with a smirk. Just hurry up, you're annoying, Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. Nodding, the shadow clone lifted up into the air and motioned for Sasuke to copy the technique, which he managed to do with little difficulty. He then stared at the clone while floating horizontal with his arms crossed. That all you got? He said with a smirk that surprisingly reminded Goten of Vegeta. Because if it is, I have better things to do than play birdie. You mean getting chased by all those pretty girls that are after you, right? Goten 3 said, laughing, causing Sasuke's eyes to narrow. Don't even joke. Do you even know how scary they are in swarms? Sorry, Goten 3 said, scratching the back of his head. When I did the fusion dance with Trunks, part of his personality never left, so sometimes it slips out. Sasuke gave a disgusted expression. I hope the fusion dance isn't what I think it is, Goten, because if it is, I'm avoiding you from now on outside of missions. It took a few seconds before it dawned on the clone what Sasuke was talking about, and when he realized it, he nearly gagged. When he was able to compose himself, he explained what he meant. It's a technique that fuses two people together for 30 minutes, increasing their power. The downside is all of their memories flood into yours, so when the fusion ends you end up picking up some of their habits and personality. It's pretty fun though, you should try it with Naruto. Sasuke's sweat dropped. You're kidding, right? Fuse with that idiot? A mental picture of what a fusion between him and Naruto would look like. The shape of the face resembled Sasuke's, while it had Naruto's fox whiskers and blue eyes. The hair was black with blonde streaks. Just thinking about it makes me sick, he said to the clone. Okay then, I guess I'll teach you that later then. How about you try doing this though? Goten cupped his hands together beside him. Ka, me, ha, me. A blue orb of pure energy formed between his palms. Ha! He fired the orb at a nearby tree and decimated it completely. In its place was a smoldering crater. Just don't put too much energy into it, otherwise you'll pass out. Sasuke nodded and smirked. All right then. He assumed the position for the technique. Ka, me, ha, me. A blue orb filled his hands. Ha! He launched the blast right at Goten's shadow clone, who, not expecting it, barely had time to dodge. Sasuke started laughing hysterically. Hey, that's not nice, you could have warned me you were gonna do that. Where would the fun in that be? You've shown me a new way to use chakra, and I'd rather test it out on a living person than some tree. Chuckling, Sasuke formed a small key ball in his hand. Right now I don't care if you're stronger than me. This is going to be fun. He started launching a flurry of ki blasts at Goten's clone, one after the other, each one being dodged mere seconds before they hit. Due to Sasuke's persistence, this was going to go on for a while. Back with Trunks, he had returned with the supplies and had every tower built within a matter of seconds, leaving everyone watching dumbfounded. Impossible. That's 10 days ahead of schedule. Not even my crew can go that fast. I guess you guys have 9 days paid vacation then, Trunks said jokingly. He then pulled out a capsule from his vest and popped it open to reveal a hoverjet. I took this while I was home, figured we could use it to get home faster. It fits up to 8 people, so it's not crowded. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. I refuse to ride in something if I don't even know what it is. It's your basic hoverjet. It uses anti-gravity thrusters to lift you off the ground and has a jet propulsion engine for an added speed boost if you need to go somewhere really fast, Trunks explained as if it were nothing. I have no idea what you just said, Kurenai said, confused. It's a vehicle that makes you go really fast. In this we should make it to Konoha within less than an hour. He then looked towards Carmen. You want a ride back? No thanks, I don't live too far, I'll walk. That thing kind of scares me anyway. Trunks shrugged, suit yourself. He then opened the hatch. All right everyone, climb aboard. Don't worry, I've been flying these things since I was 2. Team 8 gulped as they climbed aboard. 3 days and several hours of brutal training and D-rank missions later, Team 7 had just finished doing a mission and Kakashi had left them to themselves. Sakura immediately taking the chance to flirt with Sasuke and as usual was completely blown off. Feeling rejected, she was now following Goten and Naruto around Konoha as they talked about different flavors of ramen, and she was hoping desperately that something would happen to cheer her up. Just then all 3 of them heard a familiar voice behind them. Hey, what's up? Recognizing the voice immediately they turned around. Hi Trunks, Goten said. Where you guys going? I'm free so I've got nothing to do. Noticed something odd behind them and raised an eyebrow and pointing. What's with the weird square rock behind you? Naruto turned around and his eyes narrowed. I know that's you, Konohamaru. What kind of a rock is square, really? The box lifted up to reveal Konohamaru and 2 other pint-sized kids with him. A little girl with her hair tied in 2 buns and a boy with glasses and a continuously runny nose. That's the man I view as my rival, Konohamaru said with a determined look on his face. So what's with the goggles? Naruto asked him, noticing the boy's new eyewear on his forehead. You used to wear it. We're copying you, he said, smiling as he pointed to them. Naruto just stared blankly, not really knowing what to say. So what do you want? He asked. Are you free? The little girl asked. Nope, I need to train, Naruto told them. But you said you'd play ninja with us, Konohamaru pouted. Hearing this, Sakura's eyes narrowed at them. Why would a ninja play ninja? Same reason I like sparring, Goten said in Naruto's defense. It's fun to just play around. That reminds me, you feel like sparring, Trunks? You said you were free. Sure, I'm bored stiff, let's go. With that, Trunks and Goten flew off to spar. I need to learn how to do that, Konohamaru said with a big smile on his face. Learn tree walking first, Naruto told him. Konohamaru then looked at Sakura. So Naruto, who's the girl? He said, pointing to her. Seeing Sakura's eyes twitch with a hint of killing intent lit up a spark in the boy's head. I get it. Not bad, bro. She's your, he formed the hand sign for girlfriend, this. Naruto chuckled nervously. Wow, you're very perceptive. Now Sakura was pissed. She was beyond pissed. She was going to make Naruto pay for even hinting that they might be going out. She cracked her knuckles, making them all gulp, and proceeded to punch the crap out of Naruto, to the shock of the 3 children watching. Seeing this, Konohamaru came to his defense. How dare you? He then rushed Sakura, only to find she was still not a happy camper as a fist went straight for his jaw. Feeling satisfied that she taught the 2 rude boys a lesson, she started to walk off as Naruto and Konohamaru laid on the ground drooling. Konohamaru, are you all right? The runny-nosed boy asked. This was enough to snap the 2 out of their stupor, and Konohamaru grabbed his head in pain. Man, that hurt. Is that really a girl? Unfortunately, Sakura wasn't out of earshot yet and once again became enraged. Seeing her bloodthirsty eyes as she ran over to pound the living daylights out, the group caused the fox boy and the 3 kids to run for their lives. They only reached a few feet, however, before Konohamaru ran into someone. Ouch, he said, rubbing his forehead. That hurts, you know, said the person he ran into. He looked up to see a blonde girl with pigtails and a boy wearing black clothing with purple face paint staring at him. The one in perp face paint picked him up. She's right, that did hurt. Sorry, we were just messing around, Sakura said apologetically, while at the same time wondering who the heck these people were. Don't, we'll get yelled at later, the girl said. Hey, let go of him, Naruto yelled. HMPH. The one in face paint scoffed. Let's play a little before the boss comes. Before he could do anything, however, a ki blast flew past his face. He turned to see none other than Sasuke looking at him, sitting on a nearby tree. What are you doing in our village? He started forming another ball of ki. What kind of jutsu is that? The blonde girl said with her eyes wide. Chakra in its purest form. Raw, untainted energy. Sasuke explained with a sadistic smirk. From what I've been told, enough of it can possibly blow up a planet, though I'm not quite that strong, yet. Now, explain what you jerks are doing in my town. Ninjas from other countries aren't allowed here without some form of written documentation, and I have no problem with wiping the floor with either of you. Jeesh, he learns how to shoot ki blasts and now he thinks he can take on anything. Naruto thought to himself, annoyed that Sasuke stole his thunder. Naruto, you suck. I believed in you, Konohamaru said with tear-filled eyes. Hearing this, Naruto put on a fake smile and looked at him. No, silly, I could beat them easily. Darn it, Sasuke, you always make me look bad. Ignoring Naruto's battle to try and win back the few members of his fan club, he had the ninja with face paint continued to glare at Sasuke. Get down here, punk. I hate show-offs like you the most. He pulled off a thing covered in bandages that he had on his back. Kankuro, stop it, said a voice a few feet away from Sasuke that sent chills down his spine. You're an embarrassment to our village. When everyone looked at the voice, they saw a boy with dark circles around his eyes, red hair, and a kanji on his forehead. He also carried a gourd of who knows what on his back. By just looking at him you could tell he didn't get much sleep. Losing yourself in a fight, how pathetic. He continued, why do you think we came here in the first place? But Gaara, they started it. Shut up or I'll kill you. To sneak up on me like that. That's Kakashi level sneakiness, Sasuke thought. Sorry to you guys. The tired redhead now known as Gaara said. Though something in his eyes revealed he would actually enjoy picking a fight even more than Kankuro. He then jumped down and joined his teammates. Seems like we came here early. We didn't come just to play around. Sakura gave them a glare, like Sasuke said. We know you're not from this village. We know from your protectors that you're allies, but you're still not allowed here without permission. State your reason and we may or may not be able to let you go. The blonde girl pulled out a passport. You guys don't know anything, do you? Relax, we're here for the chunin exams. See, perfectly legal. She showed them the card. What's a? Before he could finish his sentence, Sakura put a hand over his mouth. Not now, blockhead, I'll explain later. So what's your name? Sasuke said, jumping down from the tree. You mean me? The blonde asked with hearts in her eyes. Sasuke gave her an annoyed look. No, the one with the gourd. Gaara of the desert. The tired-looking boy spoke. And you? Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke said with a smirk. What about me? Naruto said, pouting. Not interested, and with that the sand genin walked off. The next day, Kakashi had told them to wait for him for a surprise he had, and as usual he was late and they were waiting on him. Sakura was ranting on how disgraceful it was for their sensei to not be on time. Sasuke was ignoring them completely while Naruto and Goten were eating breakfast thanks to a fridge capsule Goten borrowed from Trunks. Morning, people. They heard Kakashi's voice say from above them. They all looked up to see him sitting on a high beam. Today I got lost on the road to life. Yeah, right. Sakura scoffed. Ignoring her outburst, he jumped down and continued. It may be sudden, but I've nominated you all for the chunin exams. Goten's eyes lit up after hearing this. From what he knew about the exams, this would be fun. In an outburst of excitement, he grabbed Naruto's arms and began jumping up and down like a lunatic. Yay, the chunin exams, he said repeatedly for the next 2 minutes as Naruto struggled for dear life not to get his arms ripped off. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Did he eat anything unusual today? I don't think that's normal. No, we just saw him eat breakfast, Sakura answered back. Shaking off the disturbing image he just saw, Kakashi handed them each a pass for the exam. It takes place at 4 p.m. tomorrow, you're free until then. Goten, Naruto, stay for a minute, I want to talk to you too. Back with Team 8, the group was in a restaurant waiting for Kurenai to give them some news as they enjoyed their meals. Much to Trunks' delight, his sensei had thought ahead and came to a restaurant with an all-you-can-eat buffet, knowing that he would otherwise clean out her bank account, and he now had a foot-high stack of meat, vegetables, and other assorted foods on his plate. The reason I called you here is to tell you I've nominated all 4 of you for the chunin exams that are to take place in 4 p.m. tomorrow. I think you guys definitely have a shot. This caused Trunks to look up from his enormous pile of food as well as the others to look up from their meals. I have passes for each of you, I'll give them after you've all eaten. This motivated Trunks to eat even faster than usual as he devoured the massive pile of food he had within 5 minutes. Kiba stared in disbelief. Where does it all go? Akumaru took advantage of Kiba's state of confusion to eat what was left on Kiba's plate, which consisted of mashed potatoes and a half-eaten steak. When Kiba looked back to his own meal, he was even more confused. Huh, where did it? Kurenai, being the only one to notice this, chuckled slightly. 7 days later, and all of Team 7 minus Kakashi were meeting up for the chunin exams. Sasuke and Sakura were there about 5 minutes early, but nearly 20 minutes had passed and Naruto and Goten still hadn't shown up. Where are they? Sakura said impatiently. Sasuke just ignored her as he waited. Just a moment later they appeared. Naruto wearing a pair of sunglasses along with his usual attire, and Goten, who was wearing his usual orange gi with weighted arm and leg bands. Sorry we're late guys, I needed to ask my dad a question about something, Goten said innocently. Yeah right. Sakura replied. I know something is up you two, and why is Naruto wearing sunglasses? It's nothing. Naruto said in reply. She went over to Naruto and promptly tried to remove the pieces of eyewear from his head. Come on Naruto, I know something's up and I want to see. Leave them alone Sakura, there's nothing wrong with my eyes. Once she finally succeeded in her goal of relieving Naruto of his sunglasses, she was disappointed to see his normal blue eyes. Naruto grabbed his sunglasses back and repositioned them on his head. See, nothing wrong. Can you quit playing around, we need to get to the exam area. Sasuke said annoyed, you can question Naruto about his choice in eyewear another time. They made their way to the building where the exam would take place. When they got to what was supposed to be the 3rd floor, they overheard a boy in a green jumpsuit with what to Goten appeared to be cyan battle armor in a fight with 2 other genin who were guarding door 301. You plan on taking the chunin exam with that? You should quit now and go home, Spandex boy. Please let us through. A nearby girl with 2 buns in her hair said. What she got in reply was one of the genin guarding the door slapping her across the face, making her fall down. The chunin exam isn't easy, even we've failed it 3 straight times. We've seen it all from people quitting as shinobis to people dying during this exam. We're just doing you all a favor by weeding out the weaklings that would fail anyway. Sasuke was about to say something, but before he was, a boy with purple hair appeared in front of them. That's nice, but I'm getting through. Oh, and just so you know, this genjutsu sucks. I've seen better illusions on the back of a cereal box. So you've noticed. The person guarding the door said. Immediately the sign on the door changed from 301 back to the 201 it was supposed to be. You must have noticed too, right Sakura? Sasuke asked her. Yeah, of course. The sign said 301, but this is the 2nd floor. Got a point. Goten said in agreement. I didn't think Trunks would be the one to point it out though. The guard on the right smirked. Not bad, but you only saw through. He was about to swing a kick and Trunks put his right arm up to block. Before anything could connect though, the boy in green Wonder got in between them to stop the fight. Ah, come on Lee, I wanted to have some fun, Trunks pouted. A male Hyuga that was near him spoke. What happened to the plan Lee? We're supposed to avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Well, Lee was about to respond, but before he even started he noticed Sakura and was immediately raptured in her beauty and walked over to her. Hello there, my name is Rock Lee. Yours is Sakura, right? He then flashed a smile, blinding everyone with his shiny teeth, and gave a thumbs up at the same time. Will you go out with me? I will protect you until I die. Sakura narrowed her eyes. No way. You're lame. Why is it only losers ask me out? If it was Sasuke or Trunks I might consider it, but boy with bowl cut and huge eyebrows just creeps me out. How do they stay on his head anyway? Lost in her train of thought, she was about to pull on Rock Lee's eyebrows to see if they were even real when Goten shook her back to reality. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Coming out of her daze, she looked at Goten. "What?" Your hand was reaching for his face. She chuckled nervously. "No, it wasn't. Let's just take the exam. Let's go, Sasuke." They were making their way to the exam when Rock Lee jumped in front of them, stopping them. "You with the dark eyes, will you fight me right here?" Sasuke and Goten looked at each other and back at him. "Which one of us?" they both said simultaneously. "The one in black," he said. "My name is Rock Lee." "Sasuke Uchiha, at least you're nice enough to introduce yourself. I want to fight you and test my techniques against the heir to the Genius Ninja Clan. Plus..." Lee looked to Sakura and gave a wink that made Sakura wince. He then blew her a kiss, which she purposely dodged. "Don't throw weird things. I barely escaped with my life," she yelled back at him. Sasuke gave Lee a glare. "Challenging me when you know the Uchiha name, that's a mistake." Thick brows. Lee got into stance. "Please." "Wait," Goten yelled, stopping them. "Fight later, now's not the time." "I am sorry, but I am not stopping," Lee said. "You know Trunks, right, Lee?" Goten asked. "Yeah, but what does that have to do with this?" Lee asked. "I'm at the same level he is in terms of strength." Lee looked toward him. "I am sorry, but I must do this to prove myself," Lee said with determination. "You sound like fun. I'll fight," Sasuke said with a smirk. "Sasuke," Goten protested. "Relax, it won't go beyond a quick spar. 5 minutes is all I need." With that, Sasuke rushed Lee first, only for him to phase out in front of him and was met with a spin kick from behind, which he was barely able to block, or he thought he blocked. The kick was only an after image. "What?" he exclaimed, only to receive a kick from behind, sending him flying. After forcing himself up, he smirked. "This gives me a good chance to practice." He then activated his Sharingan. This did little to help, as before he even blinked, Lee sent a kick to his jaw, sending him flying again. "You may be able to read my moves, but what good is being able to read a person's techniques if you do not have the speed to react to them? The next jutsu I am about to perform is possibly the best taijutsu to use against the Sharingan." Before they could continue fighting, they heard a voice. "That's enough, Lee." They all looked to see a large turtle. "You know that jutsu is forbidden." "But Guy-sensei." "So the turtle is his sensei? Is that even possible?" Naruto thought out loud. "I have no idea," Goten replied back. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "I've lost to weirdos." After the turtle had scolded Lee, smoke appeared and a man who looked like an older version of Lee was standing on the turtle in a pose that would make the Genu Force proud. "You guys definitely are full of the flame of youth." He then punched Lee. They hugged passionately with tears coming from their eyes, and everyone of Team 7, even Goten's sweat dropped. After the odd display, Guy turned his head over to Team 7. "Hey, how's Kakashi doing?" he said with a smirk. "You know Kakashi?" Naruto asked. Guy chuckled. "Know him?" He then disappeared and reappeared behind them faster than anyone but Goten could follow. "He's my eternal rival, 50 wins, 40 losses. I'm stronger than Kakashi." "Guy is incredible," Lee said with newfound motivation. "Sorry about Lee. I swear on this face it won't happen again. You and Lee should head over to the classroom." "I look forward to another match," Lee said before heading off to the classroom. "Must have trained hard," Goten said with a smirk. Feeling glad about some new competition, they went to the classroom where the first part of the exam would take place, to be met by Kakashi at the door. "Oh, so Sakura came too. That's good. They usually don't let a team of 4 enter, but Trunks' team has entered as well, so it's balanced out." They opened the door and were greeted by a classroom filled with a crapload of genin. They also noticed a blonde female leaf genin glomp Trunks, who looked petrified. "At least she's not after me like usual," Sasuke thought. "Goten, get her off me," Trunks pleaded when he noticed his best friend. "Let him go, Ino pig," Sakura demanded. "You're scaring the poor boy." "Hi Naruto," Hinata said, blushing. "Hi Hinata," Naruto said back. These guys are taking the test too. This is going to be troublesome, replied a boy with his hair tied back. So we're all here, huh? Kiba said, smirking. Keep it down, said a boy with white hair and glasses. You guys are rookies just out of the academy, right? Keep it down and quit chatting like a couple of schoolgirls. Who do you think you are? Ino demanded. I'm Kabuto, but I'd be less worried about me and more about the people behind you. They turned around to see a bunch of genin from other countries staring at them. They're from the Hidden Rain and they have short tempers. Everyone is nervous about the exam, so pipe down before you cause a scene. So Kabuto, right? Sakura asked. So is this your second time? No, it's my 7th. This exam is held twice a year and this is my 4th year. Trunks leaned over to Goten. You sense that? Yeah, there's something weird about him. He's too strong to be just a genin. Wow, you know a lot about this exam. Sakura said, impressed. Yeah, Naruto agreed. That's right. Kabuto said smugly. For complimenting me, I'll share these with you. He lifted up a deck of cards. These are nin info cards. All I need to do is put chakra into them and they'll reveal info on anyone here. Trunks raised an eyebrow. Prove it. Tell me what it says about me. Trunks briefs. He pulled out a card. Let's see, Trunks. It says here you've completed 2 C rank missions and 6 D rank. You have a specific trait and you have enough chakra to level the entire planet. What the heck? That's impossible. Not even the Kyuubi was that strong. This thing must be screwed up. Trunks smiled sheepishly and scratched his nose. Neat. Those things are pretty accurate. I've got 2 people. Sasuke said. Gaara of the Hidden Sand and Rock Lee of the Leaf. Let's see. Rock Lee is a year older than you guys. He's completed 20 D rank and 12 C rank missions. His sensei is Guy and he has improved greatly in taijutsu within the past year. The rest is nothing impressive. Gaara, he completed 8 C rank and 1 B rank mission. Since he's a newcomer from a foreign country, I don't have much info, but it seems he came back from his B rank mission without a scratch. Kabuto smiled. Leaf, rain, sand, grass, waterfall and sound. Many outstanding genin are here to take the exam. The Sound Village is new, so I don't have much info, but the rest of the villages are filled with talented youngsters. Piece of cake. I was born to fight, I won't lose, Trunks said with a Vegeta-like smirk. All right, squirts, quiet down, a voice said from in front of the room as a group of people appeared. The one in front of them was wearing a suit, had spiky hair with a single bang hanging down, and wore a pair of glasses. Your original instructor, Morino, was called to do something else and couldn't make it. My son Gohan will be filling in. Gohan, wow brother, how'd you get to be in charge of giving the exam? Goten said excitedly. Gohan gave the son GRN. Well, Dad knew I needed a job teaching and recommended me as a sub. This guy's not so tough, he looks like a nerd to me, said a genin from the Waterfall Village. Gohan smirked. A nerd, huh? He took off and folded his glasses and then threw them at the table the genin was sitting at, making them stick into it and silencing the genin. I wear them to look more professional when I teach. Rule number 1 of fighting: never underestimate your opponent. Insult me again and I will fail you. Understand? Disobedience is not to be tolerated. He then smiled warmly and pulled a notepad with numbers out of his pocket. Now to start the first test of the exams. Instead of the current seating arrangements, you will pick one of these tabs and sit in the according seat. We will then hand out the exams. A written test? Naruto, Goten, and Trunks all said in unison. Once the seats were assigned, Gohan gave the rules. Now, before you turn the paper over, there are some rules you need to know for the test. First, once it begins, questions aren't allowed, so listen carefully. Second rule, the test starts with 10 points. Each question you get wrong will subtract a point. You fail if you have less than 7. Also, this is a team test. Whether you pass or not depends on the score of your teammates, so each of you will compete to see how many points you can hold on to from the initial 30. Also, if you're caught cheating, you get 2 points subtracted for each offense, so there will be some who will lose all their points and be asked to leave. If you're caught cheating, you deserve to lose. Now, for the final rule, anyone who loses all their points and fails to answer any questions right fail the test immediately with their 2 teammates. This caused many genin to gulp nervously. The test will last 1 hour. Begin. Okay, that's the end of chapter 11, my longest freaking chapter yet. I know it's a little late and leaves a little to be desired, but the Forest of Death will make up for it, I promise. Having Gohan give the first part of the exam was a bit of humor on my part for any Gohan fans. I won't make replacing characters too much of a habit, but I couldn't resist with this one. Plus I'm weird and I've always wanted to see someone throw a pair of glasses shuriken style into a wall, and a school desk comes pretty close. Thanks to all those who reviewed and or gave advice. Until next chapter. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. To avoid the confusion between talking and thinking from here on out, I will be putting people's thoughts in italics. I don't know why I didn't think of it until now. Gohan watched as all the students started their tests with intent. As expected, they started finding ways to cheat almost immediately. All except for Sakura, Goten, Trunks, and Naruto, that is. This is going to be interesting. The test itself was purposely made too hard in order to promote cheating and to see how well the genin could gather information. Most of the genin found this out within the first 10 minutes. The others were either smart enough to figure out the questions on their own or were too honest to cheat their way through. Trunks worked on the test diligently. He was just as smart as his mother when he put his mind to it and was breezing through the test as if it were nothing. Let's see. If a kunai flies at a rate of 20 mph at a 95-degree angle from 10 feet away, how long will it take to hit its target? He rolled his eyes and wrote down the answer. Could these be any easier? Meanwhile, Goten was also working just as diligently. He wasn't quite as smart as Trunks or Gohan, but all the studying his mom made him do was definitely helping. Gaara, who was sitting right next to him, was glad of his seating arrangement and was using it to cheat off the half-scion, who was completely oblivious. Sakura was faring just as well. Having read all the ninja books front and back countless times, she was having little trouble figuring out the answers on her own. Naruto was having the most trouble. He didn't realize he was supposed to cheat on the test, and even if he did, would be too honest to. He was doing his best, but so far the only question he was able to get right was, insert name here. Written tests definitely weren't his thing, and he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Goten managed to answer every question except for question 10 with a half-hour to spare, and soon noticed a ladybug moving on the table. "Charlie, you came back," he whispered in delight. Much to the annoyance of Gaara next to him, he started playing with Charlie. "Okay, Charlie, let's see if you can climb on the pencil." Before the insect could make another move, Gaara's fist came upon it like a boulder, sending poor Charlie into the great beyond. "Say one more word and I'll kill you," he said in an annoyed tone. Goten's eyes started to tear up. You killed Charlie." "His existence was meaningless," said Gaara without emotion. Goten just stared at him dumbstruck as to why Gaara killed his new friend. Maybe cheating off him wasn't such a good idea, thought the Sand Ninja. Meanwhile, Trunks had finished as well and was waiting for the final question until his head started to hurt. He clamped his forehead in pain. What the heck is happening? Then he noticed it, someone trying to get into his head in order to cheat off his test. He smirked. "So that's it. I'll show her, whoever is doing this." He closed his eyes and focused on the foreign body within his mind and began pouring the most disturbing images he could think of into it. This meant anything from his dad's war stories to some of Roshi's kinkier magazines he had, accidentally, seen. Within a few short seconds he heard a horrified gasp from the perpetrator, the blonde girl who tried to violate him earlier, Ino. "Never invade my mind. Next time it'll be worse," he told her telepathically with a Vegeta-like smirk on his face. Once 45 minutes had passed, Gohan stood up with a serious look on his face. "All right, everyone, time for the 10th question. But before that, let me explain a special rule added for this specific question by Monero. Since I'm just subbing, I can't change it. If you choose not to take the question, your points will be reduced to 0 and you fail along with your teammates, but if you choose to take the question and fail it, you'll never be allowed to take the chunin exam again. Kiba stood up enraged. What do you mean? There were people here who took the exam before. I'm sorry, but each teacher has the right to his own rules, and those were his. I can't do anything about it. There is a way out of it though. If you choose not to take it, you will be allowed to try again next year. A leaf genin with a sash and goatee raised his hand. I won't take it, sorry Jenny and Inochi. Number 50 fails. 130 and 111 also. Others raised their hands as numbers were called out. Naruto thought about raising his hand. After all, he hadn't answered a single question. All of the rookies gasped when he actually raised his hand, only to slam it back down on the table. Don't underestimate me. I'll take it. Even if I'm stuck as a genin forever, I'll find a way to become Hokage. I'm not afraid. Gohan gave everyone a serious look. Alright everyone, last chance. If you want out, say something now. He then looked around the room to see confident faces. Looks like his little speech motivated the rest in the room. Now there's 74 more than originally estimated. He then gave a warm smile. Everyone made the right decision. Congratulations to the 80 still here. You all passed the first test of the exam. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? What about the 10th question? Sakura asked. There never was one. Gohan explained. The 10th question was your choice whether or not to stay. So the first 9 questions were pointless? Screamed Temari. Far from it. It was meant to see how well you could gather information. As I explained before, this test is based on all the success of all of your teammates. This puts pressure on each team member to want to do their best. Gohan then smrked. I'm sure you realized by now the questions on this test were more than most genin could answer, and most of you realized you needed to cheat. There were chunin in the crowd for that purpose. Of course, those that cheated poorly failed. This is because on the battlefield, information can mean life and death. But I still don't understand the 10th question, stated Temari. It was a way to test whether or not you were willing to risk everything. To see if you are willing to risk yourself and your teammates in order to carry out the mission. Congratulations on passing the first part. I wish you all luck. That's right. Wish us luck, exclaimed Naruto. I can see why Goten and Trunks get along with him. He acts like a fused version of the two. Gohan mused to himself. Just then a woman with wild appeared in front of them in a cloud of smoke. She wore a long open coat and had a leaf headband around her neck. No time for celebrating yet, maggots. I'm your examiner for the second test, Anko Midarashi. Follow me. I wasn't done yet. Gohan said blankly. 26 teams, your way to soft Gohan. Anko stated. Gohan smirked. What can I say, they have spunk. Whatever. I'll cut those numbers in half. Follow me everyone. They all followed her to a fenced-off wooded area where she stopped and gave them all a sadistic smile. Welcome to the stage for the second test, the Forest of Death. Trunks rolled his eyes. Forest of Death, huh? Big whoop. The examiner replied by flinging a kunai at him. He was caught off guard but was still able to catch it between 2 of his fingers. You know it's not nice to throw sharp things at people. You could put an eye out, Trunks said with a cocky smirk. Anko's eye twitched slightly. Anyway, I'm going to hand out these papers. She pulled out a whole bunch of insurance forms. These are to make sure I'm not held responsible for any deaths involved in the exam. You can sign them after I explain, then you can go to the check-in booth behind me. As for the test, it's the ultimate survival test. Around Practice Arena 44 are 4 locked gates, a forest, river, and a tower in the center. It's about 10 kilometers to the center from the gates. Here you will be fighting a battle for scrolls, 1 heaven and 1 earth. She pulled out a pair to show what they look like. There are 80 people here, making 26 teams. 13 teams will have a heaven scroll and 13 an earth scroll. To pass the test you need to make it to the tower with both scrolls. So that means 13 teams will definitely fail, thought Sakura. As for food, the forest is full of it as long as it doesn't eat you first. As the days go it will get harder, so don't expect 13 teams to make it all the way through. Also, you will be disqualified if one of your teammates dies or you fail the course. There is no quitting. You will be in the forest for 5 days. Oh, and one last rule, no looking inside the scrolls. Goten cocked an eyebrow. Why, what happens? That's a surprise for anyone who does. A chunin will sometimes be asked to handle classified information. This will test your trustworthiness. When you're ready, exchange the insurance forms for your scroll, then pick a gate to start. They each walked up to the trading booths and received their scrolls, and 30 minutes later the instructors led them into the forest, each team in a different gate. Once inside the forest, anyone would understand why it was called the Forest of Death. Danger lurked everywhere, and it would be easy for the average person to get lost here for days. After making their way in, Team 8 started working on their plan to get a scroll. Trunks was the first to come up with an idea. Okay. There probably wouldn't suspect a couple of us in the sky. If 2 of us fly above the 2 walking, they'll think the 2 walking are an easy target. In other words, we bait them for their scroll. Easy, right? You can sense people, can't you? Kiba asked. It would be easier just to find someone's energy and hunt them down. Yeah, but it would be a pain if we hunted down someone with a scroll we didn't need, Shino said. Just because I can sense them doesn't mean I know what kind of scroll they have. So which 2 of us walk? Hinata asked. I'd say you and Shino. Trunks answered. No offense, Hinata, but you look the least threatening, so they'd be more likely to come at you. As for Shino, he's equally easy to underestimate. So are we agreed to the plan? The rest nodded, and Kiba, Akamaru and Trunks flew to the sky. Trunks gave Kiba a reassuring smile. Relax, this will work. They're always too dumb to look up. You know, I still have no idea how you teached your dog to fly. It's kinda creepy, actually. Kiba just smirked. Team 7 had a slightly different approach to finding a scroll. Goten wasn't quite as sneaky or as good at planning ahead as Trunks, so Sasuke ended up coming up with the plan. I say we just make our way to the tower. I'm sure some poor sap with the other scroll will come and take it from us. Sounds good, Naruto said as he went over to a tree. What are you doing? Sakura asked. Using the bathroom. Naruto answered, only to have his head pounded before he could unzip his pants. Not in front of me, Sakura scowled. Go in the brush somewhere. Yeah, he said as he went into some nearby bushes. A couple minutes later, Naruto came back with a relieved look on his face. Aw, that's much better, Hugh said as he zipped up his fly. I said not in front of me, Sakura screamed. Noticing something was off, Sasuke gave Goten a quick look. Goten looked back and nodded. After this brief exchange, Sasuke sucker punched Naruto right in the face, sending him flying into a tree. You didn't have to go that far, Sakura said, worried. That's not the real Naruto. His energy's different, Goten said. And he has his kunai pouch on the left side. Naruto's right-handed, Sasuke continued. Goten crossed his arms. If you're going to pretend to be someone, learn to mask your energy signature. The henge disappeared to reveal a rain genin wearing a gas mask. Sasuke, take care of this one. I'll take the 2 hiding out waiting to ambush us. Sakura, Naruto's somewhere nearby, find him. Sakura and Sasuke nodded and they went off. Goten then appeared in front of a very confused rain genin who was hiding in the trees. Hi. Nice up here, ain't it? Goten said, smiling. The rain genin gulped. Goten then waved before poking the rain genin in the chest, knocking the wind out of him. He then noticed the scroll hanging on the ninja's side and grabbed it before pushing him out of the tree. Thank you, Goten said jokingly as he jumped out of the tree and landed next to Sasuke, who had already taken care of his opponent. One more hiding on the left, Goten said to him. Right. I got him, Sasuke said as he jumped out and flew right in front of the rain ninja hiding in the brush and smirked. Run. Apparently he got the message as he ran away in fear. Minute later, the real Naruto came in, grabbing his head in pain. Ow, my head hurts, Naruto said, stumbling slightly towards the group. Jerk hit me in the head while I was going to the bathroom. Now my pants are covered in. He looked at the group and his eyes widened. Did I just say that out loud? The others just nodded slowly. Sakura cocked an eyebrow. How do we know it's really you? It's him, I recognize his energy, Goten said assuringly. Goten then reached into his vest and pulled out a capsule. Good thing I was able to sneak this in here. Naruto catch, it's a change of clothes. Goten tossed him the capsule which he caught without trouble. Thanks, Naruto said going behind a tree to change. Are you sure it's a good idea to get separated again? Sakura asked. Do you want to smell his urine-stained clothes all the way to the tower? Goten asked back. Good point. A few minutes later Naruto came back wearing one of Goten's spare fighting GIS. That's better, Naruto said as he walked back to his teammates. Just then an explosion tag appeared right in front of everyone. Reacting quickly, Goten put a shield of energy up around the blast to guard his teammates from damage. I was hoping that would work, said a snake-like voice above them. They all looked up to see a young man with a straw hat and long hair standing on a tree. It was hard to tell exactly what it was, but something about him seemed snake-like. Well, that's it for chapter 12. I doubt any of you will have trouble guessing who they fight next, and don't worry, I will do my best to make the fight interesting. As for what's going to happen with Trunks' team, Kiba does the fusion dance with Akamaru and Shino weds a pickle. Just kidding. That would be a bit odd. In fact, I have no idea why I even thought of or typed that. I think I need slapped for just thinking it. The poor pickle would never be the same. In all seriousness, thanks to everyone who reviewed and or gave advice. Chapter 13. I can see you. I'm staring at you right now holding a duck. Chapter 13. The snake-like person looked at them and smirked wickedly while pulling out a scroll. You guys need an earth scroll, right, since you have a heaven scroll. He then, in the most disgusting way imaginable, swallowed the scroll. Now let's begin the battle for the scrolls. Everyone just stared. That's just creepy. Besides, we already have two, Goten said, lifting up the two scrolls they have. You're not getting out of this that easily. Smirking, the person formed a genjutsu of them dying by his hands. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all on their knees from the shock of the genjutsu. Goten, however, just smirked and went into fighting position. That's strange, you weren't affected, the snake person said. I'm half Saiyan. All you did by doing that was get me more excited. Besides, I can tell I'm stronger than you, Goten said in a confident tone. Anger rose in the person's eyes for a split second before they once again returned calm and manipulative. Stronger, you say? Then let's see what you can do, boy. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, get out of here now. This guy's beyond your level, I'll handle him, Goten yelled. Understanding, they ran off. I don't think so, the snake person yelled before trying to race after his fleeing teammates. Goten appeared right in front of him and punched him in the jaw. Leave them alone, you're fighting me, Goten said in a serious voice. The man wiped some blood of his lip. Oh, you think you can challenge me, huh? I can sense you're not that strong, kid. You just got a lucky punch. Goten smirked. I hold back a lot to keep from hurting people. If I didn't, I'd end up blowing things up just by sneezing. Interesting. The snake person then reached for his face and pulled it off to reveal an even more snake-like face, creeping Goten out even more. My name's Orochimaru. Learn it so you have someone to hate in the afterlife once I kill you. Could you stop with the whole death thing? It's kinda depressing. Since you're still not convinced, I'll have to show you. He turned Super Saiyan and began powering up, forming a small crater around him. Debris and rocks started floating from the ground. Before long, it took everything Orochimaru had just to keep from being blown away. Once Goten saw the look of shock on Orochimaru's face, he powered down and... So give up yet? The left side of Orochimaru's mouth twitched into a smirk before he broke out in insane laughter. Yes, you're very strong. You will make a perfect body for me. Goten cocked an eyebrow. What? Ignoring the question, he then ran towards Goten with his mouth wide open in an attempt to bite the half Saiyan. Goten merely dodged and sent a kick to his back and sending him flying into a tree. He sluggishly got up to see Goten with a disgusted look on his face. What the heck's wrong with you? Are you some weird sicko or something? Going around biting people? I mean seriously, come on. I need that body. Orochimaru yelled as he lunged for another bite attack which Goten once again dodged. He then grabbed the snake Sannin's right arm, broke it, and then sent a punch to his stomach, knocking him unconscious. Creepy sicko. Now I'm gonna have nightmares about perverted snake people, muttered Goten as he flew off to find his teammates. About an hour later, Orochimaru started to stir from his state of unconsciousness. His head was pounding and he felt like he had literally been hit by a bus. Stupid brat, I'll make him pay. Just then he realized someone was watching him from behind a bush. Unfortunately for him, he was still too sore to move. When the person who was hiding appeared, he seemed to look as if he had been away from civilization for a long period of time. A crazed look in the man's eye told the snake master that this wasn't going to end. Well, yes, I've found you, Mr. Alien, the crazed man exclaimed. Now I'll take you to my squirrel hunting fortress and you can give me a third nipple. Before he could even react, the crazed hobo slung him over his shoulder and ran off back into the wilderness. Shino and Hinata were still walking around with Trunks and Kiba floating above them, waiting for someone to take the bait. They had just recently passed some weird guy screaming about squirrels while carrying some weird snake-like person on his back, but just shrugged it off, figuring it must be an escapee from the Kahona Mental Rehabilitation Clinic. Finally, after what seemed like forever, they were ambushed by another team. A group of Mist Ninja came upon them thinking they had it easy. Unfortunately for the Mist Ninja, this wasn't true. In fact, these particular ninja were so pathetic I'm not even going to bother describing their appearance. Okay, they're here, Kiba whispered to Trunks. Ready to take care of them. Just wait, I want to see if Hinata and Shino can take them, Trunks replied. Yeah, but that's not the original plan. I know, but I can tell those two can handle this no problem, Trunks said assuringly. All three of the Mist Ninja jumped out of hiding and attempted to ambush the two ninjas. One ran for Hinata while two dashed for Shino. The two that went for surprised when he dissolved into thousands of tiny bugs upon impact. They frantically looked around for the real Shino, only to pass out from chakra exhaustion within a few seconds. Hinata was preforming just as easily. When her sound ninja attempted to attack her, she turned around to block and sent a kick to his stomach. She then used her gentle fist style to stop his chakra flow and leave him twitching on the ground. Seeing he had a scroll, she picked it up and pocketed it. Once they were taken care of, Trunks and Kiba dropped down from the sky. Guess they didn't need us for that, Kiba said, disappointed. Come on, let's just get to the tower, the real Shino said, appearing from behind a tree. They then started their way towards the tower. Oddly enough, Akamaru decided he liked flying and was now happily barking and flying circles around the group while they walked. To anyone observing, this was definitely a disturbing sight. Out of curiosity, the group stared to see what would happen. Now Orochimaru was starting to get ticked. Some pathetic fool was trying to take him to who knows where in order to get a third nipple. The guy was more nuts than he was, and that alone was cause enough to end his meaningless existence. With his good hand he pulled out a kunai and stabbed the man who was carrying him in the back, causing the man to drop him. Caught by surprise, the hobo didn't have time to react. Orochimaru grabbed the man's neck and gave it a quick snap, severing it from his spine. Sorry, but I have a more pressing engagement at the moment, he said as he popped his broken arm back into place with a loud crack. He then gave a wicked smirk. Cyan, that's what he said. With that much power, the cursed seal would be useless on him, but then again I wouldn't need it. Yes, the next body I possess will be that of a Cyan. He was about to go off after his prey when he heard a young scratchy voice get his attention. I heard that, loser. If you think you can take over a Cyan body, then you've got problems. Orochimaru looked around until he noticed a purple-haired boy with a cocky smirk on his face and his arms crossed. Next to him was a Hyuga girl, a boy with sunglasses and a trenchcoat, and an feral-looking boy with a dog floating beside him. Trunks, are you sure this is a good idea? He looks strong, the Hyuga girl questioned to the purple-haired boy. Relax, I'll have this guy down before you blink, Trunks said, smirking. He then looked back at Orochimaru. I can tell by the energy you're putting off that you were the one who tried to fight Goten earlier. Yes, I felt the ki you two were putting off. I just ignored it because I knew Goten had it under control. Since you're live, I see he let you off pretty easy. Orochimaru's eyes darkened with rage at the young boy who was mocking him right now. How so, boy? The snake man said with a scowl. I wouldn't have bothered to hold back, just looking at you makes me sick. That was the last straw. Orochimaru's eyes widened with rage as he went for a lung at Trunks with his fist. Trunks had been expecting this, however, and phased out of view in an after image and reappeared behind the snake Sannin and tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention. I think you missed me. Man, you have crappy aim. Orochimaru gave him a scowl. Okay then, brat. Let's see how you handle the Kusanagi. He then reached into his mouth and pulled out a katana. Trunks, however, didn't seem intimidated in the least. Weird, but I've seen weirder. Trunks then pulled off the capsule he kept around his neck, clicked it, and threw it into the air. It turned into a sheathed broadsword which he caught by the handle. Been a while since I had a sword fight, but I'm game, he said as he unsheathed his sword and went into stance. Orochimaru was the first to attack, sending a slash at the half-Saiyan, who parried it without effort and sent a counter-slash. Orochimaru blocked it, but the sheer force Trunks was using caused the Sannin's sword to shatter. That's too bad. I was actually holding back to make this last longer too. I really wanted to sword fight. Trunks pouted. Orochimaru just stared at his sword in disbelief. He knew from his earlier fight with Goten that Saiyans were powerful, but this was ridiculous. At this rate he'd have to summon Manda, and he wasn't even sure that would be enough. He'd have to leave and come back another time with a strategy. He then ran away as fast as he could. Shouldn't we go after him? Kiba asked Trunks. We should, but I'm curious to see what he comes up with next, Trunks said with a smirk. Besides, it's not like he can do much to us anyway. Let's just forget about it and fly to the tower. It should only take us about an hour flying. Meanwhile, a certain red-haired sand genin had noticed both of the Demi-Saiyan's power spikes and was doing all he could to keep from going crazy with bloodlust. Yes, mother, I will kill them for you. Gaara thought with a look of insanity in his eye as he and his team continued their way. Are you okay, Gaara? Temari asked. Shut up or I'll kill you, Gaara said in a monotone voice, and he quickly went back to listening to the voice in his head. Yes. So much power. To kill both of them would truly prove my existence. The only way to exist is through killing all in my path. Gaara now had a maniacal grin on his face, causing the other Sand siblings to get a little more than creeped out. Then everyone will know I exist, he screamed. Gaara, calm down, you're scaring me, Kankuro told him. The Sand Master looked at him and realized he just said that last part out loud. Someone's a few cards short, said a voice to them. Within a matter of seconds 3 rain ninjas had jumped out of the trees and appeared in front of them. They all had black jumpsuits with some strange armor draped around their shoulders. On their arms were striped sleeves and gloves. Makes our job a whole lot easier, said one of the rain ninjas. This one seemed to be the leader. He had an eye missing with a big gash going down his face, and he had a bandage around his head. Enough talk. Let's do this, Gaara said coldly. The rain genin quickly grabbed what appeared to be 3 umbrellas and threw them up in the air. He then began forming hand signs. Ninpo. Raining needles. Suddenly hundreds of needles shot from the umbrellas toward Gaara. There's no way you can defend. All of the needles are controlled with my chakra to attack my target. When the dust from all the needles showering Gaara cleared, however, it was revealed that the red head was unharmed. A shield of sand stopping the attack. Is that it? He asked, unimpressed. He then clenched his hands together and then thrust his right hand outward. Desert coffin. Instantly sand began covering the rain ninja. He tried to get free, screaming in pain, but it was no use. Once Gaara had had enough of the guy, he grabbed an umbrella that the man dropped with his free hand and closed his fist on the one that was pointed outward. The sand surrounding the man condensed and destroyed him completely, blood and sand spraying everywhere. The blood mixes with the sand and grants more power to its killer, Gaara said coldly. Here, just take the scroll and let us go, one of the two remaining rain ninjas said as they handed it to him and started running away. Just then sand started to consume him as well until a ki blast was sent towards it, causing the sand to explode. A boy then dropped down in front of them, who Gaara recognized as the kid he cheated off of during the exam. The boy looked toward the rain ninja. "Run, I'll stall him." Gaara looked at him with rage in his eyes. "You stopped me from my kill. I must prove my existence. If you need to fight someone, then fight me after this exam is over." Goten then picked up the heaven scroll on the ground and tossed it to them. "I must kill. I need more blood," Gaara screamed. Before anyone could even blink, Goten phased behind him and sent a quick chop to the back of his neck, causing him to slump forward. Kankuro and Temari just stared in disbelief. "No one's ever penetrated his sand defense before," Kankuro said in awe. "Just take him and go," Goten said in a serious tone. With that he flew off to join back up with his teammates. He had told them to go on ahead when he noticed an abnormal power level and went to investigate. "He can fly, that looks cool, I want to learn," Temari said excitedly. Kankuro's sweat dropped. Figuring there wasn't much he could do about her new fascination, he slung Gaara over his shoulder and they went towards the tower. That's the end of this chapter. I wanted the forest to be longer, but with Goten and Trunks being as powerful as they are, I had trouble getting the chapter this long. For anyone interested, I plan on having Gotenks make an appearance a few chapters from now. As for Orochimaru, well, let's just say I want to torture him for a few more chapters. Chapter 14. Sorry for having this out later than usual. I was really busy and well, hides inside a cardboard box. When Team 7 had gotten to the tower, they opened both scrolls and realized they were meant to summon something. Goten and Naruto, who were both holding them, set them down on the ground. They were shocked when the paper started smoking, and Iruka. "Amino. Long time no see," he said with a smirk. "Why were you summoned?" Goten asked. "At the end of this test, it's set up so as chunin greet the exam takers. I was the one who got to greet you." He pulled out a watch from his pocket. "Wow, you guys are done early. Congratulations, you all pass. Now how about I treat you all too?" Before he could finish, Nato gave him a hug in excitement. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," he screamed excitedly. "I see you haven't changed much, Naruto," Iruka said. "Oh sensei, what does that poster on the wall mean?" Goten asked, pointing to it. "It says without in heaven. There's words missing." "Oh, I'm here to explain that too," Iruka told them. "It's the motto of the chunin written by the Hokage. Heaven refers to the mind and earth refers to the body. If you lack heaven, seek wisdom. For instance, if Naruto lacks knowledge, then he should gain information before a mission. If you lack earth, run through the fields and seek advantages. In other words, if your weakness is stamina, train hard. If you have both heaven and earth, you can succeed in any mission." "So what would have happened if we opened the scroll?" Sasuke asked. "You would have been put under a powerful sleeping genjutsu until the end of the exam. Good thing we didn't open it," Sakura thought. "The purpose of the exam was to test for the basic abilities needed to become a chunin, and you all successfully passed that. Chunin are captions of teams, and knowledge, stamina, and inner wisdom are all needed for your duties. I want you guys to take the next test with that in mind." Naruto gave him a salute, and Goten, Sakura, and Sasuke nodded. "Just don't push yourselves too hard," Iruka said to them. "Relax, we're ninja," Naruto said assuringly. "My mistake," Iruka said back with a warm smile. He waved and then walked away. Team 8 had a similar experience when they got to the tower. Trunks and Kiba were the ones to open the scrolls. The chunin that appeared was a girl with a chunin vest, black shorts, and black armbands. She also had red paint going down the side of her face. Upon seeing her, Trunks could immediately tell she was related to Kiba. "I guess you all pass," the girl said with her arms crossed while smirking. "Congratulations, I'm impressed." "Hey Kiba, that's your sister, right?" Trunks asked. "Yeah, why?" "Nothing really, it's just I can really see the resemblance," Trunks told him. He then walked up to Kiba's sister, Hana Inuzuka. So we really passed the test? Trunks asked. Yeah, the purpose of the test was to see if you had the needed abilities to become a chunin. You all passed with flying colors. Awesome. Kiba and Trunks both exclaimed. Hinata just smiled and Shino smirked behind his collar. She explained the meaning, then continued on to explain the meaning behind the poster and what would have happened if they opened the scrolls. By the end of the second exam, 23 participants were left. Since this was still too many, a tournament was about to be held to decide who advanced to the next round. The Jonin were waiting there to greet their teams. Seems your team made it too, Kakashi. Not too bad. Or maybe they're just lucky, Guy said with a confident grin. But as long as my team is around, getting any farther is impossible. Kakashi looked at him passively. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Guy's eyes widened. Looking around at the crowd, Trunks smirked. Wow, a lot of the other teams made it. I hope some of them will be worth a fight. All of the genin who made it through the second test were now in an arena-like room. The Hokage was standing on a stage with the Jonin. Sensei's behind him. Everyone pay attention. Anko shouted. The Hokage will now explain the third test. Listen carefully. Go ahead, Hokage, she said, motioning for him to come forward. The Hokage cleared his throat and began his speech. I will explain the third test shortly, but before that I want you all to know something. It concerns the true reason for this exam. He adjusted his hat as he continued speaking. Why do we have all the allied countries taking the exam together? What the heck is this old geezer talking about? Thought Trunks. The Hokage continued, to promote friendship between countries and raise the level of shinobi. Sure, these are two of the outcomes, but the true reason for the exam is to act as a replacement for war among the allied countries. In order to prevent wasteful fighting, they created the chunin exams as their stage for battle. Why do we have to do that? Isn't this for deciding who's chunin? Naruto yelled. Yes, it is a fact that this exam decides which shinobis have what it takes to become chunin, but it has another side. Each country's shinobi risk their lives to protect their land's prestige. Among those watching these exams will be leaders and influential individuals from the many clients who make up the clients of the shinobi, and the leaders from all the countries will also be present to watch you battle. If the strength of a country is clear, it will receive more clients as opposed to a country that seems weak. It also sends a signal to potential enemy countries that will say, this village has much power. As the Hokage continued his speech on the reason for the exam and getting hired by potential clients, Goten's mind started to wander. He couldn't help it if he had a short attention span when it to speeches and lectures. I'm getting hungry. I wonder if there's anything to eat around here. I wonder if they serve roasted duck anywhere in town. Yeah, that would taste good, with some gravy and mashed potatoes. Now that I think of it, Sakura's hair kind of looks like cotton candy. I wonder if it's edible. His random thoughts of food and edible hair were interrupted by someone's hand slapping the back of his head. Pay attention, Sakura said, scolding him. She had been standing beside him and noticed he was staring off in a daze, and a bit of drool was starting to form on the side of his lip. Being snapped back into reality, he looked at her. Oh, Sakura, what were we doing again? The Hokage continued, oblivious to the interaction that had just taken place. This is a life-risking battle with your dreams and your country's prestige on the line. I don't care what it is, Gaara interrupted. Just tell us what this life and death battle entails. Slightly annoyed, the old man continued. Yes, I'd like to explain the third test, but actually, he was cut off by someone coughing. A sickly man appeared in front of everyone, kneeling in front of the Hokage. From here on, will you please let me continue, sir, since I'm the referee, Hayate Gecko. By all means, Satorubi told him. The sickly man got up slowly. Hello everyone, I'm Hayate. He then had a coughing fit before continuing. Before the third test, there's something I would like you all to do. It is a preliminary match to see who goes on to the main event. Preliminary? Sakura wondered out loud. Why do we need a preliminary? Goten asked the sickly referee. Because the first and second test may have been too easy this year and we have too many people remaining. According to the chunin rules, we must have a preliminary and reduce the number of participants for the third test. As the Hokage stated earlier, there will be many guests at the third test, so we are limited in time. So anyway, anyone who isn't feeling well or feels like quitting after these explanations, please leave now since we'll be starting immediately. The only one to quit was oddly enough Kabuto. Trunks noticed he almost seemed cheerful as he left, which raised his suspicion about the other genin even more. You're Kabuto Yakushi from the Leaf, right? You may now leave. Oh, I forgot to tell everyone, from now on you'll be battling individually. You can raise your hand based on your own judgment. After seeing no one else wanted to quit, Hayate continued. Now let's begin. The preliminary will consist of one-on-one fighting. You are to fight as though this is a real-life confrontation. Since we have 22 entrants, we will conduct 11 matches and the winner will advance to the third test. He coughed before continuing. There are basically no rules. The fight ends when one of you person gives up, dies, or admits defeat. If I see that a clear winner has been established, I'll jump in and stop the fight from continuing. The object that will control your destiny is a part of the wall raised up to reveal an electric scoreboard. This scoreboard, it will show the matchups for each battle. Now let's announce the two names for the first fight. The scoreboard started randomly going through the names of each of the genin present as each of them looked up at it in anticipation. After doing this for about 10 seconds, it landed on Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato. Yoroi was another leaf genin with a mask over his face. Sasuke didn't know much about him aside from that. Sasuke smirked as he walked down, confident he was going to win. He hadn't been training with Goten for nothing. Once him and Yoroi came down to the center, Hate continued. Now we will be starting the first match. Everyone except the two participants please move to the upper level. Everyone else did as they were told, and once Hayate was sure Sasuke and Yoroi were the only ones on the bottom level, he continued. Are you two ready? They both nodded. Okay then, begin. Sasuke started by throwing a kunai at Yoroi, who was surprisingly able to dodge the projectile and quickly rushed at him. Sasuke raised an arm to block the oncoming punch and was taken off guard when all Yoroi did was grab it, then threw him down and grabbed his neck. A second later, Sasuke noticed his energy was slowly being sucked away by his foe, and his eyes widened in realization on how tough a fight this is going to be. Goten was watching the fight with a shocked look on his face. I've never seen something like that before. I've heard of androids doing that, but never another person. Why? What's going on? Naruto asked. He's sucking out Sasuke's energy like a vacuum cleaner, Goten answered. Meanwhile, Sasuke was already thinking of a way out of the current situation. He sent his knee into the other person's stomach to free himself from the grip of his enemy and got up off the ground, panting heavily from the sudden loss of chakra, but otherwise fine. I'll have to be careful. Too many grabs like that and I won't be able to move. Seeing that ending this battle quickly would be the way to go, he activated his Sharingan and threw several kunai at his opponent. Yoroi was able to dodge, but it was merely a distraction as Sasuke cupped his hands together and began charging up the Kamehameha technique he learned from Goten. Try and absorb this Kamehameha. He was going to make sure he defeated his opponent at any cost. He ignored the weakening of his body as he focused his energy into the blast. Darn it, Sasuke, you're putting out too much power into the Kamehameha. You'll end up killing yourself if you keep that up, Goten stated from the stands. His voice was drowned out by the sound of the blast charging, however, and after Sasuke was confident he had enough energy in the blast, he unleashed it upon his enemy. Ha! The force made impact on his opponent's chest, causing him to be blown backward into the nearby wall, knocking him out on impact. Sasuke, having strained himself too much for the technique, was barely able to stand afterward. Match decided. Sasuke wins, stated Hayate. The next match was Abumi Zaku versus Shino Aburame. Long story short, Shino planted bugs in the holes in Abumi's hands during the match, and when Abumi tried to use his chakra through the holes in his arms and was severely injured. Needless to say, Shino received the victory. Next match is Trunks Briefs and Tamari. Trunks wasn't paying attention to the scoreboard, Too busy taking apart a small watch he somehow managed to find, but looked up when he heard his name called. Huh? What? Kiba gave him an annoyed look. Your name's been called, get down there. Oh right. He said, snapping out of his daze. He then handed the watch over to Kiba. Hold that for a second. He then jumped up in the air and landed down in the ring with his arms crossed, leaving Kiba to just stare in shock. A short moment later, Temari had made her way down to the ring as well. Fight begin. Hayate stated. Never thought I'd get to fight such a cutie. Temari said, smirking. I've had plenty of fangirls, but I think this is the first time I've had one with an actual fan. Trunks said back with a Vegeta-like smirk on his face. I'll show you who's the fangirl, Temari yelled as she went in to rush him with a kick. I guess I'll be nice and humor her, thought the half-Saiyan as he allowed the sand genin to send a kick to his stomach, sending him flying a few feet. Though he could have stopped himself, he chose not to. His curiosity was getting the better of him and he wanted to see what else Temari had up her sleeve. Thinking she saw her opportunity to finish the fight quick, she pulled out the fan she had strapped to her back and swung it, creating a gust of wind, then slammed into Trunks, ripping his shirt, and sailing him even further into the air. He then hit the ground with a thud. I guess you're just all show after all, Temari said with a grin, thinking she had won the fight. Her look turned to shock, however, when Trunks got back up from the attack like it was nothing. The only evidence on his body he was even attacked was the gash in his fighting GI. Nice. It's hard to damage ki-resistant clothing, he said, smirking as he slowly walked towards her. Temari narrowed her eyes. What's his deal? That attack should have taken him out, but he seems perfectly fine. My leg still hurts from when I kicked him too. It was like I was kicking a brick wall. Maybe if I distract him first. With that, Temari pulled out a handful of kunai and threw them all at once towards Trunks. He stopped walking towards her, caught every kunai in midair, one right after the other. Seeing the distraction worked, Temari quickly swung her fan again, creating a gust of wind that blew towards Trunks. He phased out of the way right before it hit him. Where'd he go? Temari looked around frantically for her opponent, only to find herself be tapped on the shoulder from behind. Tag, you're it, Trunks said jokingly from behind her. In her frustration and rage, she turned around and began dealing a flurry of punches and kicks at Trunks, who just blocked them all with his hands as if they were nothing. Seeing she was getting nowhere, she jumped away and tried to plan her next move. He's toying with me. She looked towards him angrily. Are you even going to try and fight back? But this fight is so easy. If I actually tried, you'd be on the floor in less than a second. You're bluffing, Temari scoffed. There's no way you could be that strong. Trunks smirked. Wanna bet? What? Trunks rolled his eyes. Never mind, I guess since you're so determined to see, I'll have show you. Trunks then rushed Temari. She tried to counter with her fan, but he disappeared from in front of her and reappeared from behind using an after-image technique. He then sent a spinning kick to her back, causing her to spiral down into the ground face first. Temari got back up slowly, wiping some blood from the side of her face. Told you so, Trunks said smugly. So what, you're fast? It'll take more than speed to take me out, Temari scoffed. Trunks just shook his head. Look, it's good that you're determined and all, but you're completely outmatched against me. In response, lunged a punch at him in rage, only for Trunks to catch it in mid-air. Come on, I know you must have better technique than that. What's he doing? Naruto wondered from the stands. He's stronger than her, so why is he dragging out the fight? He's provoking her. He wants to see what she can do, Goten answered. But why when he outmatches her? Goten smirked. There's more to fighting than raw strength and speed. He must see something interesting in the way she fights. Knowing Trunks, he's probably doing everything he can to get her to use her best techniques so he can learn off her. Of course, Goten was right. The way Temari used a fan in combat was something Trunks hadn't seen before, and he wanted to provoke her to see what she could do. While she was definitely no match for him, he was surprised at how good she was. Despite getting mad at him, every punch she threw and every swing of her fan was calculated. He crossed his arms and smirked. Come on and actually throw a decent attack, lady. I'd have a better fight against a ketchup bottle. Temari was panting from exhaustion. Everything she tried at Trunks wasn't working. It was as if he was made of steel or something. How are you so freaking strong? She asked between breaths. You know, eat my veggies, exercise, the usual, Trunks said, snickering. This just further angered the blonde sand sibling. She knew he was just toying with her and she couldn't stand it. She had to know how he was so strong. Don't give me that bull. I want the truth. Trunks closed his eyes and shook his head. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Tell me, dang it. I need to know how you're so strong. Temari yelled, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Someone's pushy, sheesh. Fine, I'll tell you, but you won't going to believe me. He gave a sigh. I'm half alien and I train under high gravity. Temari's eye twitched. Half alien, huh? You're nuts if you expect me to believe that. She then rushed towards him again. I didn't, Trunks said flatly. Before she even got close, he powered up to Super Saiyan, the sheer force of the transformation causing Temari to stumble backwards mid-attack. What do you think now? The smirk was even bigger on his face now. So you have a bloodline limit trait I've never heard of? That doesn't mean anything, Temari said poutingly. Trunks just shook his head. You're hopeless, blondie. Getting bored of the conversation and the fight, the Demi-Saiyan raised his right hand and gathered a small amount of energy into the center. Don't worry, this won't be lethal. You'll wake up in a few hours. Trunks launched the small blast straight at the girl, hitting her square in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her and causing her to pass out from exhaustion. The cough winner, cough Trunks, declared Hayate. Rather than take the long way back to the stands, Trunks just jumped up into the air towards where his team was. Unfortunately for him, Goten's team also happened to be nearby and Sakura walked right into the spot he was going to land, completely oblivious, not being able to stop himself in time and landing on her shoulders. Sakura now found herself reluctantly giving Trunks a piggyback ride. Was all the purple-haired Saiyan could say before she grabbed him and threw him onto the ground. Pervert, she yelled, and here I thought you were cute. Before he could face any more of the pink-haired female's wrath, the next match was announced. The next match is Goten versus Rock Lee. Both opponents went to the ring area. And begin, Hayate announced. Rock Lee gave Goten a serious look. Goten, do not hold back. I know that you are a much better fighter than I and that you burn brightly with the flames of youth, but I would not be able to be proud of myself if I knew you fought me without even trying. Not really understanding a word the Green Wonder had just said, aside from the not holding back part, Goten scratched the back of his head, slightly confused. Sure, I guess, if you really want me to go all out. It's your loss though. Goten then assumed classic turtle fighting stance. There's no way I can win head-on. Goten is on a whole other level than me at the moment. But that does not mean I do not have a chance. I will try my best. His confidence now in full swing, Lee was the first to launch an attack. He rushed Goten with a sideways kick only for it to be blocked by Goten's left arm and countered with a right hook. Before the counter punch could connect, however, Lee flipped back to the other side of the ring. Goten started rotating his left arm in a circle. Wow, that was a good kick. You fixed a kink I had in my shoulder. His kept rotating his arm for about 15 seconds before Lee started to get annoyed. What exactly are you doing? Goten then stopped waving his arm in a circle like a lunatic and gave a sun grin. Sorry, it was starting to get fun to do and I got carried away. Everyone else in the arena fell to the ground anime style. Rock Lee's eyes widened in realization. He gets distracted easily. It may not be much, but right now it might be the only weakness I can probably exploit. The green ninja then reached into his kunai pouch and pulled one out. He threw one past Goten, purposely missing him by mere inches. As expected, Goten watched it go by. It was only for a brief second, but it was all Lee needed as he rushed Goten and delivered a roundhouse kick that collided with the side of Goten's face, sending him flying across the arena and leaving a small dent in the ground when he landed. Goten pushed himself back up off the ground, Barely a scratch was on him, not even his clothing showed any sign of damage. He resumed stance and smirked. Now we're getting somewhere. Goten then rushed Lee, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks faster than the eye could see, and ended with an uppercut that sent him flying into the nearby wall. Somehow, despite the pain he was in, Lee was able to pull himself out. "I refuse to lose this match so easily," said Lee, breathing heavily. "Unless I give up, you really don't have much of a choice," Goten said with a slightly confused look. From the stands, Guy gave a grin before yelling to Lee, "Lee, take your weights off." "But you said that I should not unless," Guy interrupted him. "I'll allow it." With a nod, the green genin bent down and removed some weights hidden in his socks and tossed them on the floor, surprisingly causing a small dent where they landed. From the stands, Trunks' eyes widened as he looked at Guy. "I don't remember Lee being that strong when he was at my house." Guy gave a nod. "He wasn't. We've been training in the gravity room your mom gave us non-stop, and, when we weren't, I made Lee wear weights. We're both up to 30 times gravity now. The weights he was wearing probably equal out to a ton." Trunks smirked and looked back to the fight. "Not bad. He's still no match for Goten, but still, not bad." With a green, Lee ran towards Goten faster than anyone else in the arena could see. Goten could follow it, however. When Lee went to throw his punch, the half-Saiyan caught it in midair. He then spun himself backwards while still holding the green genin's arm and flipped Lee over his shoulder. His head hit the ground first, knocking him unconscious. Goten scratched the back of his head and gave a sun grin as he looked towards the ref. "Sorry about that. I didn't want the fight to end that soon." Hayate just looked at him uncaringly. "Goten wins the match." "Yay. I won," Goten said, smiling and doing 360 spins in midair. After his sudden outburst, he calmly walked back to his team, who were, as well as the rest of the audience, staring dumbfounded. Flamingonferno. "Still hiding in a box. I'm not here, you can't see me." The box explodes. Goes into fetal position. Trunks walks out holding a microphone. Yeah, since Flaming Inferno here has kind of gone crazy for now, I'll take over this chapter's ending message. Next chapter will finish up the chunin preliminaries and possibly some other things as well. Depends on how much longer he drags TE exams out. Oh, and don't worry, cracks knuckles. I'm going to make sure he types out the next chapter on time. Goes toward Flamingonferno with a wicked smirk. Chapter 15. Despite the fact that rabbits and squirrels have now joined forces to kill us all, I bring you Chapter 15. Having won his match against Lee, Goten was extremely happy. In his excitement, he continued to bounce around his teammates like a lunatic. "Yay, I won! I won! I won!" This went on for about 30 seconds until the next match showed up on the screen. Naruto vs. Kiba. Trunks gave Goten a smirk. "So who do you think will win?" Goten shrugged. "I don't really know. I'll say Naruto since I know he's been training hard." Trunks' smirk widened. "Wanna make a bet?" "Why?" "To make the fight more interesting." Trunks answered. "Okay, I'm in. What are the rules?" Goten asked. "Loser wears a ballerina dress for an entire day." "Sure, works for me." With that, they shook on the bet and watched as the fight commenced. Once both Naruto and Kiba made it down to the main floor, Kiba started laughing. "Ha ha, how lucky can I get? It's like I already won." "Shut up," Naruto yelled back. He then noticed Kiba pull Akamaru from his shirt and set him down. "Kiba, what's with the puppy? He'll get in the way." Kiba gave Akamaru a pat on the head. "Idiot. He's here to help me." "Bark," Akamaru said agreeingly. Naruto turned his head toward Hayate. "Is that allowed?" he said, pointing to the dog. Cough. "Yes, like bugs, dogs are the same as ninja tools. No problem." Naruto gave a fox grin. "That's fine by me. You'll need the help." "You sure talk tough." Kiba said, smirking. "Fine, Akamaru, stay out of this. I'll fight him alone." Akamaru whimpered a little bit, obviously wanting to fight, but walked over to the side of the arena to patiently await any more of Kiba's instructions. Tell you what, Naruto. I feel kind of bad for you, so I'll end this with one punch, Kiba said, smirking. Sounds good to me, but won't it be sad for you to lose that way? Naruto replied, smirking just as much. Begin, Hayate declared. Kiba began preforming hand signs, beast effect nin pao quadruped no jutsu. Suddenly Kiba's fingernails became claws and his features took on a much more feral appearance. Trunks chuckled quietly to himself, always thought Dogboy might be a werewolf. Kiba then rushed Naruto and sent a punch right to his chest, sending him flying face first into the ground. Call the match, he won't be getting up for a while, Kiba told Hayate. To his amazement, however, Naruto managed to get back up and wiped the blood of the side of his mouth. Don't underestimate me. I let you hit me to see how strong you were. Naruto smirked. You should really not act too tough, use your pooch over there. That was enough to get Kiba angry. That's it, let's go, Akamaru. Naruto forced himself to stay calm. Okay, just a lit closer. I really hope this move works. I haven't tried it yet. Once Kiba was less than a few feet away, Naruto brought his hands up to his eyes and smirked. I hope you like the inside of your eyelids, Kiba. Kiba stopped mid-run. Wah! Solar flare. The entire arena was filled with a blinding white light. Not again, Kakashi said with a sigh from the stands. He quickly lifted his headband so he could see with his remaining good eye. Goten. How did he learn that move? Goten shrugged. It's not really that hard. I picked it up after seeing it done once. Luckily he saw what was about to happen and donned a pair of sunglasses. Where he got them is anyone's guess, but he was wearing them nonetheless. Kiba and Akamaru, however, was not so lucky. Ah! Arg! My freaking eyes, it freaking burns, you son of a. Alright, now that should give me time to try this out. Hopefully it hurts him more than Goten. Naruto then cupped his hands together at his side and began gathering energy. Kamehameha! Naruto yelled as he fired the blast at Kiba, sending him flying into the side of the arena. Naruto then clutched his head and stumbled around slightly. Whew, that takes a lot out of you. Too many of those and I'll lose from passing out. Kakashi crossed his arms and looked at Goten. Now I know that's not one of your easier techniques, so how do you explain that one? Well, he wanted to get better, so I sparred with him a little and taught him some of my moves. Goten smirked. He's really not that bad. He can take a lot more hits from me than I thought he could. He's not that strong, but he has lots of stamina. Kiba got back up, squinting to see and panting heavily. His clothes were heavily torn and he had several small cuts, but he was otherwise fine. Nice, but it'll take more than a light show and a blast of chakra to beat me. Kiba then pulled out 2 red pills from his coat. He ate one and fed the other to Akamaru. Instantly Akamaru's fur turned a reddish color and started to stand on end. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked to Hayate. Come on. That has to be against the rules. He's taking steroids. Hayate shook his head. They're called soldier pills and they're a tool like any other. He's allowed. Kiba smirked. They give me and Akamaru a nice energy boost. More than enough to keep up with you. Naruto shook his head. Whatever, just don't complain when you wake up with mood swings and man boobs. Kiba's eye twitched. Just shut up. Naruto gave a fox grin. See, it's starting already. Enough of this. Akamaru jumped onto Kiba's head and Kiba began preforming hand signs. Beast effect ninpo. Akamaru barked along with him. With a puff of smoke, there were 2 very feral-looking Kibas looking back at Naruto. This is bad, Naruto thought. Both Kiba and Akamaru rushed him. Naruto jumped to dodge one but was grazed in the arm by the other. He grabbed his arm in pain and Kiba found an opening. Take this. Beast Human Taijutsu Extreme Technique. They both swarmed in on Naruto faster than he could see in a slashing fury. He did his best to block their hits, but 2 at once at that speed was getting to be too much for him. A final slash sending him to the ground with a thud while Kiba skidded across the ground on all 4s. You see the difference between our abilities now, Naruto? You never stood a chance. Naruto struggled to pull himself up. I won't lose. I will become Hokage, I won't lose here. Kiba started laughing. You become Hokage, even though you're weaker than me? Don't even think about it. If you want one that badly, I'll become on. His voice was filled with sarcasm. Trunks smirked from the stands. Ha, looks like you wear the dress, Goten. Ha ha ha. It's not over yet, Goten stated. Besides, now he's angry. Naruto slowly pulled himself up, keeping his head low. When he lifted his head up to look Kiba in the eyes, his own eyes were blood red with slits for pupils. Red chakra was pouring from his body. If you're going to compete with me for Hokage, then I'm going to whip you like a dog. Naruto focused and began gathering more energy, causing a red aura to form around him. Kakashi and all of the other adults stared at the blonde in shock. It can't be, Kakashi said with his jaw dropping, which no one noticed under his mask. Goten clenched his fists. Darn it, I told him not to do that till Bulma looked at him. Kakashi gave Goten a confused look. What are you talking about? You knew about this. I'll explain later. Naruto knew he had to act fast before he started to lose control of himself. He threw a punch at Kiba with his right hand so fast that the dog boy didn't have time to react, and it connected with his face, causing him to stumble backwards. He didn't have time for a follow-up, however, because Akamaru made a slash at his back, making him fall to the ground. Naruto let out a growl as he slowly got back up. His features became slightly more feral than before. He performed a series of hand signals and 3 more Narutos appeared beside him. They quickly surrounded the boy and dog duo and cupped their hands behind their backs, getting ready to blast a Kamehameha. The dirt around each Naruto even started to rise up a little bit. Ka, me, the 4 Narutos chanted in unison. Kiba started literally barking quick orders to Akamaru, who understood perfectly. The two prepared to block the attack. Ha, me? Naruto's eyes narrowed. Ha, a blue beam fired from each of the Narutos. Kiba and Akamaru waited until the last possible second and jumped up out of the way of the oncoming beams. They collided together, causing a small explosion in the center of the arena. The recoil from the blast was enough to make Kiba fly off towards the far wall, bounce off and land on the ground with a thud. Once the beam had faded, Naruto's clones poofed away and he fell down onto his knees in exhaustion, panting. His eyes returned to their normal blue color and his features became much less feral. Surprising everyone, Kiba actually managed to get back up, though rather slowly. Unfortunately, Akamaru wasn't as lucky and was laying on the other side of the arena unconscious. I'm not done yet, Naruto, he said between breaths, limping towards the fox boy. Me neither, Naruto said, slowly getting back up as well. Both ninja were at the point of exhaustion and could pass out at any second. They limped towards each other in desperation. Kiba swung a punch, landing a hit to the face, causing Naruto to stumble a little bit. He wasn't fast enough, however, as Naruto recovered and swung a punch back at him in his jaw, getting slightly disoriented in the process. Kiba prepared for another punch but didn't react quick enough as Naruto finished with a powerful blow to Kiba's chest, knocking him down to the ground. Kiba tried to get back up but was too exhausted to even move. He gave a smirk towards Naruto. "Ain't bad. Looks like you win. I'm looking forward to a rematch," and with that last phrase he passed out from exhaustion. "The winner is Naruto," Hayate exclaimed as the medics took Kiba off in the stretcher. Naruto started to limp back to the stands when Hayate stopped him. "Hey, Cough, you should probably go get checked out too. You don't look so good." "I'll be okay. Just need a minute to rest is all." Hayate shook his head. "Whatever, I can't make you go. Just don't die on us." I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. I've survived worse." He limped back to where his team was to see Goten beaming and Trunks with a scowl on his face. "Okay, what's going on here?" he asked. Trunks's face reddened. "I don't wanna." Goten grabbed Trunks's mouth before he could finish. "We bet on which of you would win and Trunks lost and has to parade around in a dress tomorrow." Naruto stared at them for a brief second as a mental picture of Trunks in a frilly pink dress formed in his head. He then started laughing hysterically, leaning on the wall for support. "It's not that funny," Trunks said with a scowl and walked off. "Hey, it's not that bad." Naruto was going to say more, but Goten put a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "Let him go for now. He'll be fine after he cools off." The next match was Choji versus Shikamaru. It lasted less than a minute as Choji turned himself into a human wrecking ball and tried to roll Shikamaru over. Shikamaru countered, however, with his shadow possession jutsu and trapped Choji so he couldn't move. He then reached for a kuni with his left hand. Since Choji had to mirror him, he reached with his right. Unfortunately, Choji didn't have any kuni on his left. Since Choji knew he couldn't win, he gave up the match and the fight went to Shikamaru. The next match is Gaara versus Hinata. Both of them stepped into the middle of the arena. "Begin." Gaara's eyes widened. "Yes, mother. She must die. She is weak and her life is meaningless." Meaningless?" Hinata asked, confused. Trunks yelled out to her from the stands, "Hinata, don't let him get to you. He's a total whack job." "Yeah, you can take him," Naruto yelled, agreeing as well. Hinata nodded, now full of confidence, though she had no idea what a whack job was. She activated her Byakugan in order to find a weak point on him as fast as possible. What she discovered startled her. He seemed to have a field of chakra flowing around him constantly, as if protecting him. Curiosity got the best of her and she rushed at him and threw a punch. He didn't even flinch. He just stood there as the sand from his gourd covered up the area she tried to make contact with. She tried again, and again, each time meeting the same result. She then jumped back to try another plan. Surprisingly, she wasn't even out of breath. Gaara looked at her with a scowl. "Just give up and die, you can't even touch me." Hinata smirked with determination and rushed at him as fast as she could, fading from view due to speed. Using her Byakugan along with her speed, she landed several blows to Gaara faster than his sand could move to protect him. She was about to land one last punch to the face when Gaara used sand from his gourd to catch her off guard and trip her feet. He then sent a punch back to her, sending her backwards. Gaara wiped some blood from his cheek, not quite sure what to think. This was the first time he had ever actually been injured. His eyes widened. "But how?" Hinata just gave a confident smile. Trunks grinned from the stands. "I guess all that gravity training she did paid off." Goten raised an eyebrow. "You've been letting her train at high gravity?" Trunks shrugged. She wanted to. Besides, I didn't set it that high, maybe 10 or so, and she always hogged the hot tub afterwards. A vein throbbed in Sakura's head. "Are you two even paying attention to the fight?" Unfortunately for Goten, Sakura's screaming caused him to have a flashback from when his mother got angry at him. He quickly started shaking in fear. "I'm sorry, mommy. I'll study, just don't bring out the frying pan." He then quickly grabbed the nearest reading material next to him, which just happened to be Kakashi's smut book. He started reading for a few seconds before his eyes glazed over and a small amount of drool started to form on the side of his lip. "I didn't know girls could bend that way," he said as he turned the book sideways, trying to fully understand what he was seeing. Sadly for Goten, this angered the pink girl more, and she slapped him across the face and grabbed the book from him. And as for this, she pulled out a blowtorch from seemingly nowhere and was about to burn it when it mysteriously vanished from her hands. "My book," Kakashi said, clutching the book for dear life, rocking back and forth on the ground. Meanwhile, back with the fight, Gaara was fuming. So far he had to create armor around himself with the sand just to keep from being pummeled by the Hyuga, and even then he had trouble keeping it up. "No, I must not die here. I must prove my existence," he screamed as he made his sand blow up all around him. This caught Hinata off guard as she got hit by a large chunk and skidded across the ground. Hinata got back up, a little banged up but nothing serious. "It's hard to deal any serious damage to him with that sand. I'll have to find a way to get around it." She smirked as she got an idea. She got up in the air and started preforming hand signs for a move she once saw Trunks preform. Trunks, realizing the move she was about to do, yelled from the stands to stop her. "Hinata, don't. That move is too much. You'll kill yourself from exhaustion." Hinata ignored him and kept preforming the signs. Burning attack. She launched a huge ball of pure energy straight at her opponent and immediately started falling afterwards, landing on the ground with a thud. Hinata, Trunks and Naruto both yelled in unison. Gaara quickly saw the blast and set up a thick layer of sand to absorb the impact. The blast caused the sand wall to explode and send sand and smoke flying everywhere. When it cleared, Gaara stood there completely unharmed. Seeing Hinata unconscious, Hayate decided to call the match. Match decided, Gaara wins. Trunks, Naruto, and Goten quickly jumped down to the arena and ran over to check to see if she was okay. Trunks put 2 fingers on her neck to check for a pulse. She's okay. She has a pulse and she's breathing. She shouldn't have done that. She's lucky the move didn't kill her. Even at its weakest, it's more energy than she can handle putting out. When the medics arrived, they helped her up on the stretcher. And thus you see why Naruto characters usually don't do DBZ caliber moves. Sorry for the slow updates. I had trouble writing out the Kiba Naruto fight. I only got a few bits and pieces here and there and it took forever to get down. Once it was finished, the other fight just fell into place. Now, as you can guess, Teams 7 and 8 learned a few things from the mini Saiyan duo. I was going to make this chapter even longer, but I think I kept everyone waiting long enough. I got a question about ages in one of my reviews. While I usually answer questions through private messaging, I'll make an exception since I think this actually needs to be stated for future reference. Goten is 11 and Trunks is 12. Placing this about 4 or so years after DBZ. As for why I didn't mention Bra or Pan, I kinda forgot about them. They'd really only be toddlers anyway at this time, so it's not a major deal. I'll just show them later. If anyone's curious about actual power levels of the Naruto characters, tell me in a review and I'll list them at the end of my next chapter. Believe it or not, I actually place them somewhere between mid-Dragon Ball era to pre-Saiyan Saga. And yes, I'm being generous, though I do intend to make them stronger as the story progresses. Next chapter finishes up the chunin preliminaries and anything else I can get to. Chapter 16. If mustard is the opposite of ketchup, does that make them enemies? The matchup on the screen was Ino versus Sakura. Sakura walked into the arena full of confidence that she could win the fight thanks to training with Goten. Not to be outdone, however, Ino was quite full of confidence herself. They both stared each other down, reflecting for a moment on their rivalry and former friendship with each other. Get ready, forehead, Ino said mockingly. This is it, Sakura thought to herself, it's time to show her what I can do. She took a stance, waiting patiently for Ino to make the first move. Her face showing nothing but determined confidence. Ino rushed to throw the first punch, which Sakura anticipated and dodged. She then tried something experimental. She focused her chakra into her arm and threw a counter punch. The added force of the energy in her fist caused Ino to stumble back. She didn't stop there, however. She continued with a flurry of punches and kicks, making sure to focus as much energy as she can into each blow, quickly focusing it from one hand to the other to her foot, whichever appendage was about to connect, until she landed one final blow to the blonde girl's side and she fell to the ground with a thud. Sakura then leaned over and started panting, obviously exhausted from her previous display. Goten put a hand to his chin as he thought out loud, not bad. She knows she has to conserve energy, so instead of using it up, she's shifting it throughout her body to wherever it's needed. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Goten's unusually educated reasoning. Not noticing, Goten continued to ponder to himself. I still want to find out if her hair is made out of cotton candy. Kakashi then promptly fell backward anime style. Ino twitched painfully and then forced herself to get back up. Her whole body ached from Sakura's surprising show of strength, but she was far from losing. She wiped some blood from her lower lip and smirked. Not bad, you've gotten better, but I'm not about to lose. She started to form hand signs and stopped with her index and middle fingers and her thumbs forming into a sort of square. Is that a tri-beam? Goten thought out loud. He had heard about a technique similar to what Ino appeared to be doing. Kakashi quickly corrected him. No, it's not what you're thinking of. It's a type of mind transfer jutsu, used to temporarily take control of another's mind. I thought it was strange. I was wondering how she could pull off the move I was thinking of without 3 eyes. That caused Kakashi to get interested. A third eye was said to show someone had obtained a state enlightenment. He quickly filed it away in his mind to ask about it later. Mind transfer jutsu. Upon saying it, Ino's body slumped to the ground. Sakura then looked at herself and smirked. It worked. Now all I have to do is say I give up as Sakura and go back into my own body. Oh no. Ino's taken over her body. Sakura, snap out of it, Naruto yelled. She smirked and shook her head. That's not going to work. She turned her head to Hayate. Sir, I give you Ampam. What was that? Hayate asked. She cleared her throat to speak again. Sorry, I was saying I would like to resign from the Flondomendo. She gave a confused look. What the heck? I should be in full control. Nice try, but you can't take control of my body that easily. She quickly covered her mouth with both hands. The body started to shake, then Sakura's hands slumped down to her sides. Now get out of my body. Sakura gave herself a quick punch to the gut, earning a few gasps from the stands. Kakashi rubbed his chin. Interesting, Ino doesn't have complete control. Never saw a cat fight before with only one body. She grabbed her pinky finger and put pressure on in. No, don't break it, Ino. Don't break it, don't break it. Snap. Her finger was bent in an unnatural way, causing it to break. That's it. An aura flew up around Sakura as she screamed, "Get out of my body." A bright light flew outward from her and towards Ino's body. Once it hit, Ino slowly got back up, panting. What the heck are you? Sakura just smirked. Then at a speed that surprised everyone, she ran to Ino and punched her in the stomach as hard as possible. The blonde girl grabbed her stomach and fell over in pain, unable to move. Ino is unable to fight. Sakura wins, Hayate announced. As soon as Sakura started to walk back to the stands, she collapsed from exhaustion. Medics, come and get her. She's worn out, Hayate said, motioning for them to come. She's not bad, Trunks said to himself from the stands. The next match on the screen was Neji versus Kankuro. Neji looked toward his opponent with a fierce gaze. You should give up now. It is your fate to lose this fight. Neji immediately activated his Byakugan and noticed a lack of chakra points on the person he was fighting. Instead, the chakra points were on the inside the pack on Kankuro's back. So he's fighting with a puppet. Useless. He dashed and started focused a strong attack towards the large pack on Kankuro's back, sending it flying. It collapsed a few feet away with a grunt sound coming from it, and Kankuro collapsed on the ground with a thud. To everyone but Neji's amazement, the real Kankuro emerged from the pack. You didn't have to punch so hard, he stated, rubbing his shoulder. He looked at Hayate. I give up. There's no way my puppets can win against that. He then walked back to the stands with a scowl on his face. Kankuro gave up, so Neji wins by default. HMPH, Neji scoffed as he went back to the stands. He passed by Trunks on his way back to his teammates. Coward, Trunks scoffed. I wasn't going to win. Doesn't matter. You still give it your all. You shouldn't quit like a weakling. Whatever. Kakuro sighed as he walked back to his team members. The match after that was Tenten versus Sushi-kin, a sound ninja who used strings as a method of, since both fighters were primarily distance-based, neither were able to gain equal ground at the start. Tenten pulled out a scroll and jumped into the air. She summoned a flurry of weapons from it and they flew towards Kin. Kin tried to dodge but still managed to get grazed by a few kunai. While she was still distracted with dodging, Tenten rushed in and sent a kick to the side of Kin's face, sending her landing flat on her back. With a grunt of pain, she forced herself to get back up. She limped her way to Tenten and attempted to throw a punch, collapsing on the ground mid-swing. The winner is Tenten, Hayate stated. There was a final match between two of the remaining sound ninjas, but it ended up being a draw. Once all of the matches were finished, Hayate spoke. All of the matches are complete. Cough. Congratulations to all who have received the right to compete in the third round. He then looked towards the Hokage, who had just walked up next to him. Hokage, if you please. Yes, he said, nodding. Now I'd like to explain the main test. Finally, Goten, Trunks and Naruto all thought at once. Meanwhile, in a place just outside Konoha. So, did you get the data on them? Orochimaru asked. I was able to gather some data, Lord Orochimaru, however I haven't been able to find any noticeable weakness on either of them. The only thing I can think to exploit is the one in orange seems to have a short attention span. There was at least some useful information, however. The person answered. The snake Sannin looked at him impatiently. Come on, out with it. Straightening his glasses he continued. It seems they're from another world. If I can get there then perhaps. I see where you're getting at. Perhaps there's a weakness somewhere in their world. Well, find a way there and find out then. I need a way to find a way to weaken one of them enough to switch bodies. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The next morning Trunks woke up to a blinding flash. Once his eyes cleared he saw Naruto standing by his bed holding a camera. He gave him a scowl and started charging a ki blast pointed towards the fox boy. You have 10 seconds to tell me why the heck you woke me up. Naruto gulped. Sakura's here with the dress you have to wear. I don't wanna, said Trunks as he rolled over to go back to sleep. That's what you get for betting against me. Sighing, Trunks got out of bed. Fine, let's get this over with. After yawning and walking out of his room, Trunks saw what he had been dreading since he lost the bet with Goten the previous day. Sakura was standing in Naruto's kitchen with a smirk holding a frilly pink ballerina dress alongside Naruto and Goten. In an attempt to get out of it he gave them a desperate puppy-eyed look. Come on Naruto, can't you give me a break? I mean, I did fix up your house. Naruto shook his head. Sorry, this is too priceless. He gave Goten the same puppy eyes. Please don't make me do this. Goten smirked. Consider it payback for when you made me sing the alphabet song in the middle of the mall wearing a chicken suit. Fine, give me the stupid dress. He grabbed it and walked back to his room. After a few moments he walked back out into the kitchen wearing the dress along with a scowl reminiscent of his father. I hate all of you. This of course caused the other three to burst out in laughter. Sakura grabbed her ribs from laughing so hard. I'm glad you talked me into helping with this, Goten. This is priceless. I can't wait to drag him around town to show everyone how pretty he looks in drag. At least let me eat breakfast first. Trunks replied with a scowl. Trunks then turned his back to them and walked towards Naruto's cupboards and pulled out a huge salad bowl. Wait, what are you going to do with that? Sakura asked. Trunks looked at her with a sarcastic smirk. I'm going to put it on my head and pretend I'm a pretty pony. What do you think I'm gonna do? He then grabbed a box of cereal and a gallon of milk and dumped in as much of the contents as the huge bowl would allow. He's really going to eat all that? Sakura asked with her eye twitching. Naruto started laughing. I've been witnessing it for over a month now and I'm still not used to it. Goten nodded in agreement. It's cause we have high metabolism. That's what Trunks always tells me anyway. I'm not really sure what metabolism means though. This caused Naruto and Sakura to stare at Goten with a deadpan look. He's a genius one minute and a total idiot the next. I really don't understand you, Goten, thought Sakura as she stared at the enigma before her that was Son Goten. Come to think of it, him and Naruto act almost identical. If I didn't know any better I'd swear they were brothers. She was brought back to attention by Goten waving a hand in front of her face. Sakura, you okay? She blinked and shook her head a few times in order to clear it. Yeah, I'm fine. Just had a weird thought popped in my head is all. Goten smirked. Don't think too much. If you take too much time to think you won't get anything done. Sakura stared at him with a deadpan look. The day continued on, much to Trunks' disappointment. Thanks to Sakura parading him around, he knew he would be the laughingstock of Konoha for a few weeks to come. Things didn't fare much better for him when he arrived at the training grounds for the usual training routine with the rest of Team 8. After getting one look at him, Kiba burst out in a fit of laughter. Oh man. This is priceless. He quickly pulled out a camera and started taking blackmail pictures. Even the usually reserved Hinata and Shino burst out into a fit of laughter. Trunks crossed his arms. If you hadn't have lost, I wouldn't be in this mess. Kiba smirked. Ha, if I'd have known you had a bet saying you had to wear a dress, I'd have lost on purpose. This is priceless. Trunks gave him a scowl. Enjoy it while you can. I'm switching out of this once Kurenai gets here. Speaking of which, he started looking around curiously. Where is she anyway? She said she had some plans tonight and for us to just do some gravity training tonight, explained Hinata. With a sigh, Trunks threw the capsule containing his portable gravity chamber. For that I'm upping you guys up to 15 times gravity. Hinata and Kiba both gulped. Goten had plans of his own. After sensing the Kyuubi chakra from Naruto, he has been trying to come up with a way to help Naruto control it better. He had asked his dad for a few ideas before the chunin exams, but unfortunately Goku didn't have much in the way of ideas. He did however suggest that Goten take him to Piccolo, figuring the former Demon King should have a few ideas. Having finally had enough free time and permission from Kakashi, he figured now was as good a time as any. Slow down, Goten. You know I can't fly as fast as you, pouted the fox boy. Just a little further, Naruto. We're almost there. Naruto smirked. I can't wait to meet this Piccolo. From what you were saying, he sounds pretty awesome. Goten just chuckled as they continued on. A short while of flying later and Naruto saw something that completely blew his mind. It looked like a giant floating island in the sky. That has to be the coolest thing I have ever seen. He then looked at Goten with a pleading look. Please tell me we can go there. Goten gave Naruto an eyebrow. Why wouldn't we stop there? That's where Piccolo is. Naruto's eyes nearly doubled in size. You mean he actually lives there? Yep. Goten said with a grin. Welcome to Kami's lookout. Naruto's eyes got even wider, if that's even possible. Wait, you mean the Kami, as in the Guardian of Earth? Is there another? Goten asked. Filled with excitement, Naruto nearly doubled his speed to reach Kami's lookout. Once he was there, he started jumping up and down spastically. Yay! I get to meet Kami. Yay! I get to meet Kami. Yay! I get to meet Kami. Yep, just wait. Just as he said that, a young man came out of the building in the center. Naruto was surprised to say the least. The Kami of this earth was completely different from what he expected, for he was bright green with antennae coming out of his forehead. Another thing he wasn't expecting was how young the Kami was. He looked maybe 10 years older than Naruto at the most. Seeing the look of confusion on Naruto's face, the green man decided to speak. It's nice to meet you, Naruto. I'm Den, the new Kami and Guardian of Earth. I know I'm not quite what you were expecting. Naruto just stared bug-eyed for a few minutes before pointing and shouting, You're green. Den's sweat dropped. Yes. Last time I checked, all Namekians are green. Before Naruto could even attempt to ask a question, he and Goten heard a voice from behind them. It's a long story. Naruto turned around to see yet another green man. This one, however, was much more intimidating. He had on a purple fighting gi with a light blue sash around his waist. On his shoulders he sported a white cape, and on his head was a turban with a purple weight on the top of it. My name is Piccolo. No need to introduce yourself, Naruto. Goku told me you'd be coming. His eyes then narrowed. Now Naruto, are you serious about this? Gaining full mastery of the Kyuubi's energy isn't going to be easy. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to do anything it takes to control this. I can't afford to lose control of myself in a fight and risk hurting my friends, Naruto said with a determined expression. All right then, Naruto. Come this way. Goten was about to follow, but Piccolo stopped him. No, this is something Naruto must do alone. Stay out here with Den and Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo? Naruto asked. He then noticed a dark-skinned man who greatly resembled a genie watering plants, who had gone completely unnoticed until now. Oh, him. Piccolo led Naruto to a room with a giant pendulum in the center. Welcome to the room of spirit and time. Here I can manipulate time and space any way I see fit. The first thing you must do to gain full control of the Kyuubi's energy is to gain its respect. The best way to do that is to best it in battle. But there's no way I can. Piccolo cut him off with laughter. We'll find out. He snapped his fingers and the pendulum in the room started to move back and forth. As it did, the room started to change from a weird room with a pendulum to an arena-type area. As this was happening, a third figure began to form in the show as well. He looked just like Naruto, only with blood-red eyes, sharp fingernails, spiker hair, and he had 9 tails coming off his back. Welcome to the World Martial Arts Tournament, or at least a spiritual manifestation of it. The new person gave a glare. Hey, what gives? Why'd I look like the brat? Piccolo smirked. This room formed a temporary body for you based of how you see yourself. I guess the kid must be rubbing off on you. Getting serious again, he continued. Now, I've added some things too. This fight to make it more fair. For one, both of you will be equal as far as power level. Naruto's eyes widened. That's the Kyuubi. Like I said, in this room I can do whatever I see fit. I've given Kyuubi a temporary body for this fight. Don't worry, Naruto. Your seal is still intact. Now, it's time to face your demon. Good luck. Both fighters assumed a stance. Naruto's was one of basic taijutsu. Kyuubi's stance, however, was much more feral, opting to use a stance that takes advantage of his claws. Both fighters stared each other down for several seconds, waiting for an opening. Seeing an opening, Kyuubi decided to make the first move. He rushed Naruto and attempted to make a slash with his claws. Naruto barely had time to react and brought up his right hand to block, causing the fox's clawed hand to slash through Naruto's sleeve and graze his arm. Gritting his teeth in pain, he swung his leg in attempt to kick Kyuubi, but was surprised when the fox stopped it using one of his tails. Kyuubi smirked. I'll admit, kid, you're not bad. Unfortunately for you, I have a few thousand more years of experience. Shut up. Naruto brought his head back and slammed it against Kyuubi's. Both stumbled back, clutching their heads in pain. Once Naruto recovered, he formed 10 shadow clones and stormed Kyuubi with a massive swarm of punches and kicks, causing the fox to get on the defensive. Waiting until there was a definite opening, Kyuubi sent a single punch, destroying a clone. He then swung his leg around, killing 3 more clones in one swing. His luck ran out, however, when one Naruto managed to land a kick to the back of his head, sending him flying to the edge of the ring. Naruto gave him a glare. You may have a lot more experience than me, but you haven't done any fighting since you were sealed away. Your movements are more stiff than mine. Kyuubi slowly got back up and started laughing like crazy. Bawahahaha. Not bad at all, kid. You actually managed to knock me down. Tell you what, I'm willing to give you full access to my chakra, but there's a few things I want first. I'm listening. Naruto said smugly. First, I want a little bit of freedom. Being stuck in someone's head for 12 years is kinda boring. That I can do. Piccolo stated. While I'm not going to free you, what I can do is modify Naruto's seal so that both of you have some degree of control of his body. In other words, you would become a split personality. Kyuubi shrugged. Better than nothing, I guess. Naruto, I'll only do this if you agree, stated the Namek. I don't know. I'm scared Kyuubi might take advantage of this and go on a rampage again. The fox gave him a glare and grabbed his collar. Now listen here, you little brat. I wasn't in full control of my actions. He calmed down and let go of Naruto. I knew about the ninja village's abilities to seal us within brats like you, so I tried to avoid them if at all possible. Besides, mass genocide isn't really my style. It's a lot more fun keeping people alive so I can screw with their heads. I still don't trust you, Naruto said bluntly. At this point, Piccolo thought it might be a good idea to intervene before their argument got out of hand. You'll still be the dominant personality, Naruto. He'll only have as much freedom as you give him. Naruto gave Kyuubi a glare. Fine, I'll give you one chance. If you try anything funny, it's over. Got it? Kyuubi waved a hand dismissively. Whatever, you heard him, Piccolo. Do what you need to do. All right. The room shifted from the World Tournament arena back to the pendulum room. Kyuubi faded away back into Naruto's mindscape. Okay, Naruto, I need you to show me the seal. Naruto nodded and took off his jacket and shirt. He channeled some chakra through his body and the seal appeared on his stomach. It was a swirl pattern with the kanji for each element written along the outside. Okay. Now hold still, this might tickle a little bit. Piccolo placed his hand on Naruto's stomach and it started to glow. A bright red light engulfed Naruto, and when it died down the seal was there but had the kanji for demon placed on top of it. Piccolo smirked. The symbol wasn't really necessary, but I figured I'd add my own personal touch. Naruto's eyes widened. What did you do? Isn't it obvious? Came a voice out of Naruto's mouth. He altered the seal. You get more power, I get a little more freedom. It's a win-win, said the voice while making Naruto's face smirk. This is going to take some getting used to, said Naruto with a sigh. Piccolo cleared his throat to get their attention and continued, like I said Naruto, you now have full control of the Kyuubi's energy. Before this you only had a small amount leak out whenever you used any techniques. Now without a cap on your power I can sense it has nearly doubled. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. When Naruto walked back outside he caught Goten and Den playing a game of Go Fish. Got any tens? Goten asked. What are you doing? Naruto asked Goten. What's it look like? I'm playing Go Fish. Go Fish with Kami. Den chuckled. Hey, I may be Guardian of Earth but I still need to have fun. You can join us if you want. Okay. Naruto said with a grin. This is gonna be boring as hell. Kyuubi thought. Piccolo walked out 2 minutes later and just shook his head with a smirk. 10 minutes later the three had finished playing. Somehow. Naruto had won every single game. If anything, having a kitsune inside him would definitely make Naruto the dread of casino owners everywhere. Meanwhile Trunks sat in the gravity room with a sadistic smirk. He had switched the dress he was forced to wear out with his usual fighting GI. Much to his relief. And set the gravity machine to 15 times gravity. Kiba and Hinata were struggling with all their might just to stand. Trunks, however, wasn't having the least bit of trouble. In fact, he was moving like the increased gravity had no effect on him at all. Come on, my mom can do better than this, Trunks said mockingly. Kiba stared at him with a scowl. Easy for you to say. Shino, however, had a different tactic. When the gravity was turned on, sat down on the floor in a meditating position, letting him and his bugs get used to the gravity gradually. Akamaru, however, seemed completely unaffected by the gravity, which puzzled everyone, including Kiba. Instead of struggling under the extreme pressure, he was wagging his tail playfully and running around the room. After a few hours of training, Trunks thought he had put his team through enough. Okay, you've all trained hard. I think that's enough for today. He walked over and turned off the machine. Kiba let out a sigh of relief immediately afterward and collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. Hinata smiled and gave Trunks a hug. Thanks again for training us, Trunks. Normally she would be too embarrassed, but the training she had been getting from Trunks was giving her more confidence. It was a slow process, but she was coming out of her shell a little more each day. No problem. You're my teammates, so I need to help you. Also, there's something I wanted to ask you. Trunks noticed her nervousness. Okay, just calm down and tell me. Hinata nodded and continued. I was talking to my father and mentioned about how you were helping me train. He told me he wanted to meet you and to invite you over for dinner. All right, I'll do it. I hope he knows what he's getting into, Trunks said, chuckling. Hinata nodded. I told him and he still insisted. Heishi and Hanabi, Hinata's father and sister, stared in shock as the purple-haired demi-scion downed one plate after another of food. Neither had seen anything quite like it. It was as if his stomach was a bottomless pit. Everyone else had finished eating, but he was still eating after 20 plates. You think he would explode or something from all that food, Hanabi said in awe. It's a good thing I'm rich, Heishi said with a sweat drop. After the meal was over and everyone got over their shock of seeing Trunks eat, Heishi got up from his seat. Trunks, would you come with me for a moment? Sure, okay. Trunks got up from his seat and followed him. I'm in trouble for something, aren't I? He thought silently to himself with a gulp. Heishi led him to a small room and closed the door. He then looked at Trunks with a serious expression across his face. So I hear you've been training my daughter. Yeah, that's right. She wanted to learn how I fly and it escalated from there, said Trunks, his expression matching Hiashi's. Well, there's really only one thing I have to say. The Hyuga's serious expression then turned into a smile. Thanks. Huh? A thank you was something Trunks definitely wasn't expecting? I don't know exactly how you did it, but you gave her confidence. Since you've been training her, she has been growing by leaps and bounds. Well, she had a lot of potential and, Trunks tried to say, but Hihashi ignored him completely and continued with his monologue. To tell the truth, before you came I was beginning to believe she was a lost cause. She never had enough confidence to live up to her full potential. Trunks decided he had had enough and cut him off there. With a dad that doesn't believe in her, it's no wonder. Excuse me? Heishi asked, slightly offended. Trunks gave him a glare. Let me tell you one of the reasons I'm as strong as I am. My dad was always a jerk. His idea of intense training was to make me train at 500 times gravity, beat me up until my insides bleed, feed me a sensu bean, and repeat it over again. Despite all this, there was one thing about him: he believed in me. He always pushed me beyond my limits and encouraged me to improve, forcing me to get better. Trunks stared Heishi straight in the eyes. The reason Hinata didn't have any confidence is because you didn't have any confidence in her to begin with. Instead of encouraging her, you gave up on her. Once you gave up on her, she lost her drive. All her confidence was shot and she felt useless. Heishi stared at him dumbstruck. She told you that? Trunks shook his head. No, but she's pretty easy to read. Heishi then let out a sigh. You're right. I've failed her as a father. Trunks's glare softened. It's not too late to start. Trunks then opened the door and walked out of the room. Heishi stayed in the room and looked at the ground solemnly, taking in everything Trunks had said. What had started as a simple thank you had turned into a question of his own morals. He definitely had a lot to think about. Well, here it is, Chapter 16. Sorry about not updating in 3 months. I actually had the exam fights done fairly early, but I had trouble thinking of what to do with the rest of the chapter. You've probably noticed the gradual beefing up of the Naruto characters, and trust me, there is a reason. I need to beef them up for what I plan to do with the rest of the story. The next chapter will have some more events leading up to the start of the 3rd exam. Hopefully I'll have it out in less than a couple weeks. Chapter 17. In honor of getting over 100 reviews, everyone gets free pickles. It has been 2 days since Piccolo altered the Kyuubi's seal on Naruto. For the most part, Naruto and Kyuubi were able to get along, but there was one thing the two constantly argued about. No. For the billionth time, I'm not eating raw meat, Naruto yelled. Come on, just a little bit. It's more rich in nutrients than cooked meat, and it's been so long since I've had any, pouted Kyuubi, temporarily taking over Naruto's body. Naruto's eyes switching to red with slits to show which one was talking. Trunks and Goten looked up from their breakfast to stare in awe, watching Naruto and Kyuubi argue with each other in the same body. I'm glad we don't act like that when we're fused, Goten said, taking another spoonful of cereal. Yeah, it's creepy watching 2 people argue like a married couple in the same body, Trunks agreed. Naruto and Kyuubi were completely oblivious, however, and continued their bickering. Besides, what's wrong with ramen? Kyuubi crossed his arms. Do you even know what's in that instant ramen, Kit? It's loaded with salt and preservatives. If it wasn't for me to heal you, you'd be dead from it already. Besides, it tastes nasty. Naruto's eyes were instantly filled with rage. How dare you say anything bad about ramen? It is the best thing on the face of the earth. Go ahead and throw a punch, I dare ya, said Kyuubi, smirking. If we didn't share a body, I'd kill you right now. Trunks thought he should intervene before things started getting out of hand. That's enough, you two. Naruto, do you still have your appendix? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Yeah, I think so. Why? Then go ahead and let the dumb fox have its raw meat. It shouldn't hurt you as long as it's fresh. How fresh? Naruto asked. Not store-bought, it's not fresh enough. You'd actually have to go out and hunt for it. Trunks then smirked, consider it training. Naruto crossed his arms in frustration. Fine Kyuubi, you can eat whatever you want. Just for today though, and don't hurt anyone or it's over. Naruto then gave Kyuubi full control of his body. Now we're talking, said Kyuubi with a smirk. He quickly donned a pair of sunglasses and jumped out the window, determined to find himself a meal. So, you have any plans, Goten? Not really, Trunks. Feel like sparing? Trunks asked. Goten's face lit up. Okay. Kyuubi figured the best place to hunt for food would be the Forest of Death. With all the thick vegetation, it was a virtual breeding ground for anything from a tasty rabbit to a juicy deer. He did his best not to draw attention to himself by acting as much like Naruto as possible. Since the last thing Naruto needed was another reason for villagers to hate him. Sakura, however, wasn't in quite as cheery a mood as Kyuubi. She had been trying all morning to find Sasuke but was sadly having no luck. When she saw Naruto, her eyes lit up. Maybe he knew where Sasuke was. So with a hopeful look in her eye, she walked up to him. Hey Naruto, have you seen Sasuke anywhere? Kyuubi smirked. This was a perfect chance to have fun. Naruto said not to hurt anyone, but he didn't say anything about not playing mind games with people. He was a kitsune after all, so pranks were practically second nature. I haven't seen him, but there is one thing you could try, Kyuubi said, matching Naruto's voice perfectly with his smirk widening. This got her curious. What would that be? He walked up to her, kissed her on the lips and said, have fun and forget about him. He then skipped away with his face beaming while Sakura's brain tried to process what had just happened. Did Naruto just? Her eye then started twitching in anger and she looked around frantically for Naruto. After not being able to spot him, she let out a loud yell. I'll get you back, Naruto. You hear that? I'll get you. A young child was walking with his mother when he witnessed Sakura screaming. Mommy, why's that scary lady yelling? He asked in a frightened voice. She's just having an off day, dear. Let's just walk on by so we don't provoke her. Goten and Trunks had flown to the Team 7 training grounds to have their sparring match. Both assumed their preferred fighting stance and stared each other down. Goten was the first to move and rushed Trunks with a punch. He blocked and countered with a kick, which Goten countered by jumping into the air and preforming a spin kick of his own aimed at the purple-haired Demi-Saiyan's face. Trunks avoided it by quickly back-flipping out of the way and then shot a small blast out of his left hand. This caught Goten off guard and he stumbled backward enough for Trunks to go on the offensive. He released a flurry of punches and kicks to the other Demi-Saiyan's stomach and finished with a blow that sent him flying into a nearby tree. Sadly for the tree, it didn't survive. Goten got back up. Despite a few tears in his GI, he barely had a scratch on him. That was a great warm-up, Goten said as he started rubbing his shoulder. Now to get serious. Trunks nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's been a while since we had a good match, so let's keep fighting until we're both so exhausted we can't move. And with that, he too both went Super Saiyan and began doing what Saiyans love to do. Beat the living crap out of each other. Each punch, each kick, every single blow helped them relieve frustration and helped quench a Saiyan's need for battle. The third Hokage was busy trying to go through the seemingly never-ending pile of paperwork on his desk when he sensed the immense power being put out by the two Demi-Saiyan during their sparring match. With his curiosity getting the better of him, he decided to put off his paperwork for the time being and pulled out a crystal ball. The ball glowed for a moment before showing the fight between Goten and Trunks. He watched in awe as the two fought. They're even stronger than the Kyuubi. It's a good thing they're on our side. Speaking of Kyuubi, he was now currently in the Forest of Death trying to find his meal. Naruto would probably be disgusted, but he was still excited about kissing Sakura. Okay, so maybe it technically wasn't him, but it was his body and he liked to view the glass half full. Kyuubi, ignoring Naruto's cries of joy, looked on as he now spotted his target. It was a male deer with 8 points on his antlers. If he were to bag it for a trophy, it would make any deer hunter jealous, but that was the last thing on his mind. Right now there was only one thing going through his head as he licked his lips. Lunch. He lunged at the animal and opened his jaw. Fangs formed in his mouth as he grabbed the deer and bit down on its neck, severing its spine. Once Kyuubi was sure the deer was dead, he excitedly started chowing down on his meal, savoring a taste that was denied him for so long. Naruto was caught by surprise. Having to share a body meant he was forced to taste deer as Kyuubi ate it, but to his shock, it didn't taste quite as bad as he thought it would. Goten sent an uppercut to Trunks that sent him flying. He then sent a flurry of ki blasts at the purple-haired boy, each one hitting their mark as he flew helplessly through the air. Trunks fell to the ground hard, his body skidding away the grass and topsoil. He got back up with a smirk. His body was sore all over and he had numerous cuts and bruises around his body, but he was enjoying every second of it. He rushed Goten with a punch to the gut, then a spin kick to send him flying into the air. He then sped up above him and sent a kick, knocking Goten to the ground, leaving a crater. He then lifted his hands up and started gather energy for one of his favorite attacks. Finish Buster! He yelled as he threw the giant yellow ball at Goten. He didn't have time to react as the blast hit him full force. When the smoke cleared, Trunks saw Goten laying on the ground, wincing in pain. He descended down to the ground and put out his hand, which Goten took as Trunks helped him back up. "Looks like you win, Trunks," said Goten sheepishly. "Yep, that breaks our tie of 50 wins and 50 losses each. Just you wait, Trunks, I'll be in the lead again before you know it." Trunks just smiled smugly. "Yeah, whatever." Kyuubi happily lied down on the ground, patting his stomach as he used a small part of deer antler for a toothpick. "See, it wasn't that bad now, was it?" Naruto crossed his arms and pouted. "Fine, you keep hunting animals, but only once a week. Got it?" "Yay yay, I got it." Just then they heard the sound of something they both dreaded. "Naruto!" screamed an angry pink-haired Kunoichi. Her eyes were bloodshot and she had a vein throbbing on her forehead. Naruto's eyes widened and he gulped in fear. "Oh hey Sakura, nice day isn't it?" he said, laughing nervously in a vain attempt to lighten up the mood. "Cut the crap, Naruto. You had the freaking nerve to kiss me like it was nothing and then just skip away." The vein in on her forehead was starting to throb even more. "It wasn't me, I swear. It was Kyuubi." This actually made her stop and think for a moment. Come to think of it, I did hear Kakashi talk about Naruto having some sort of split personality now. No matter, I'm still pissed off. She then turned her attention back to Naruto. "I don't care, it was still your body." Shaking in fear, Naruto retreated back into the far corner of his mind, letting Kyuubi have complete control of his body to deal with the deadly Kunoichi in front of them. "Thanks a lot, Naruto," thought Kyuubi sarcastically. Now it was solely up to him to keep him and his container alive. He'd have to use something he hadn't needed to use in over 1,000 years, sweet talking. His demeanor changed to be the most charming he could possibly be in Naruto's body. "I couldn't help it, Miss Sakura. The way your elegant skin looked in the sun and the way your beautiful hair flowed in the wind, I couldn't help but kiss you passionately." His eyes sparkled as he said it, further adding to the charm. Sakura then smirked seductively. "Is that so?" She casually walked up to him and started rubbing the side of his face. This caught Kyuubi by surprise. "Then in that case," she put her head close to his so their lips were almost touching and then gave him an angry glare. She then sent a knee right to an area no man ever wants to be hit, causing him to instantly fall onto the ground in pain, nodding approvingly at her handiwork. "Serves ya right. Trying to sweet-talk your way out of this." She then flew away, leaving Naruto to wallow on the ground in pain. 3 days later, Trunks was sparring with Hinata in his gravity room. The gravity was once again set to 15, but Hinata was starting to get used to it. She was still no match for Trunks, but he was actually starting to have to put slightly more work into blocking and dodging her blows. It wasn't a huge difference, but it was enough for Trunks to notice her progress. Kiba and Shino were both by themselves training on some jutsu, so it was just the two of them for the time being. One thing Trunks learned early on during their sessions was while he was definitely stronger than her by leaps and bounds, her ability to block off chakra points still affected him, so despite their difference in ability he still had to keep his guard up slightly. Still, he always held back on her, often letting her get a few hits in when he knew she was giving it her all. Not that Hinata minded, she knew that if he didn't hold back he'd probably flatten her like a pancake. Hinata sent an open palm attack aimed at Trunks's chest. He blocked it with his hand and sent a spin kick to her head, which she stopped with her elbow and twisted him around. It was then she saw an opening, a spot on Trunks he always left unguarded. There was an extra chakra point right on his tailbone. She really didn't know what its purpose was, but now it was the only place on him that had an opening. Before he could react, she focused energy into her hand and placed through an open-palmed attack right at his tailbone. Intense pain filled his body and he instantly fell onto his hands and knees. Ah! Damn it! What were you thinking? Fix it now. Hinata. The pain was so intense he had to fight with all his might just to stay conscious. Seeing that he was in severe pain, Hinata quickly released the pressure on his tailbone. She stumbled back, however, when a furry appendage burst from it immediately afterward. Trunks got back up a bit wobbly and looked at Hinata. Never do that again. Got it? Hinata was too shocked to move. She just continued to stare at Trunks's new appendage wagging behind him. What? What is it? Trunks asked. She pointed at his tail. It took him a while to notice until it rubbed against his hand. His eyes then doubled in size. Crap, it grew back. Now, I'm going to have to cut it off again. This caused Hinata to get over her shock. Why would you do that? She asked in curiosity. Sure, it was kind of weird, but it was also cute. And she couldn't think of a reason Trunks would cut off such an adorable purple tail. Trunks sighed as he started to explain. Okay, I'll tell you why, but promise not to say a word to anyone. Hinata nodded, eager for Trunks to continue. There's 3 reasons. 1. When someone squeezes too hard on my tail, it causes my body to be instantly filled with extreme pain like you just saw a second ago. I can train it so it doesn't hurt, but it's easier to just get rid of it. 2. When someone pets it, it makes me feel. Trunks started blushing in embarrassment. Kinda funny. What do you mean, funny? Hinata asked. Trunks's face got even redder. Oh, that kind of funny, Hinata said, realizing what he meant. Trunks hesitantly nodded and continued. Also, if I look at the moon when I have a tail, I kind of turn into a giant monkey. My dad taught me how to control myself so I don't go crazy when it happens, but it's still kind of a pain. Anyway, could you just hand me one of your kunai so I could get this over with? The faster I cut this thing off, the better. To Trunks's surprise, Hinata shook her head. No. What? Why? He asked. She stared at him with a serious look in her eye. Because it's a part of you. Yeah, but. She raised a hand to cut him off. While I've been training with you, you've taught me to accept myself for who I am, to stop caring about what people think of me and just try my best to be myself. You taught me to accept and embrace everything about who I am. From what you said, if you cut off that tail, you'll be denying a part of who you really are. But I don't want to turn into a giant monkey. She put a hand to his mouth to silence him. It's a part of you. Embrace it. She then let out a fit of giggles. Besides, it's really cute. Trunks lowered his head in defeat. He knew arguing with her was pointless. So, does it really happen? She asked hesitantly. Does what happen? Trunks wondered. Do I? You really turn into a giant monkey if you look at the moon with a tail? Hinata said with a wild look in her eyes. To say curiosity was getting the best of her would be an understatement. Trunks nodded. Yeah, my dad told me there about some of the science behind it if you're interested. Hinata nodded, eager to know more about this. Well, you know the moon reflects rays from the sun, right? Well, when that happens, the ray created causes radiation known as Blutz waves. When a scion with a tail looks at the moon, the waves are absorbed through the eyes, which cause a chemical reaction in the tail. Without a tail, the most that happens is I get a really bad headache. My mom has a theory that Blutz waves actually have a small effect on humans, but it's never actually been tested. She thinks it's why more births tend to happen on full moons. Wow, from what you say about the transformation, I want to see it, Hinata said excitedly. This caught Trunks off guard to say the least. He was expecting her to think he was a monster or some hideous freak and be scared out of her mind, but instead, she thought it was the coolest thing ever. He began to think that maybe turning into a giant monkey wasn't as quite as bad as he thought it was. Still, he wasn't going to let her see the transformation for free. He crossed his arms and gave a sadistic smirk. Okay, tell you what, I'll let you see it when you've mastered 30 times gravity. Hinata's eyes widened in shock. But I'm only on 15. Then I guess you've got a reason to push yourself even harder. You can start by coming at me with all you've got, and try to avoid my tail. I won't be quite as forgiving next time. With a quick nod from Hinata, their training continued. Meanwhile, Goten, Naruto, and Sasuke were taking a break from training by relaxing at the Kahona hot springs. See how relaxing it is here. Now aren't you glad me and Goten talked you into coming here? Naruto asked Sasuke. HMPH, you didn't ask me. The two of you threatened to shove a beaver down my pants and sick fangirls after me if I didn't hang out with you. Goten chuckled. Well, you wouldn't take a break, even after Mr. Kakashi said you needed one. Sasuke's face contorted with anger. How can I take a break when there are people stronger than me? I can't stop until I'm strong enough to kill him. Yeah, whatever, but you'll wear yourself out. Resting lets the muscles recover from training and gives you a chance to cool down, said Goten in reply. Sasuke scoffed. PFFT, you're one to talk. Goten raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? You're easily the strongest person around, nearly 1,000 times stronger than the Hokage, and yet you don't even use 1/10 of it. I mean, if you wanted to, you could go after and rule all of the elemental nations in a matter of seconds. Goten gave a sigh. Sasuke just didn't get it. First off, I'm not the strongest person in the village. Trunks is slightly stronger than me, and plus my brother's been acting as a sub for the Ninja Academy and he's nearly 3 times stronger than I am. Second, why would I want to rule over anything anyway? The whole world domination thing just doesn't seem any fun. Naruto was about to add his 2 cents into the conversation, but something else caught his eye. What the heck is that guy doing? Naruto said, pointing in the direction of what he was seeing. When Goten and Sasuke turned their heads, they saw what Naruto saw, an oddly dressed elderly man standing on a frog, looking through a small hole in the wall. Every once in a while he'd stop looking through the hole and scribble down something in a notepad he was holding. Sasuke smirked. Figures, this guy's an even bigger pervert than Kakashi. At least he doesn't peep into the girls' bathhouse. You said it. I say we teach this guy a lesson for peeping on girls, said Naruto with an even bigger smirk. Inside his head, Kyuubi agreed as well. Getting the chance to prank someone else would be priceless. You know, I'm usually not one for pranks, but for once I agree with you, Naruto, said Sasuke. Goten looked back and forth between the two rivals and sweat dropped. Naruto and Sasuke agreeing on something, this can't be good. The two looked at each other and nodded in silent agreement, then, as if reading his mind, looked at Goten with mischievous looks in their eyes. See that wall over there? Naruto said, smirking. Goten nodded hesitantly. Destroy it, Sasuke said with an equally sadistic smirk. I can't wait to see what all those Kanochi do when they catch him spying on them, said Kyuubi with an evil fox grin. I don't know about this, Goten said sheepishly. Just do it, both of the other genins screamed in unison. Fine, Goten said with a sigh. He looked over at the wall where the old man was peeping and his eyes started glowing. After a few seconds there was a loud boom and the entire wall separating both sides of the bathhouse was reduced to nothing but dust partials. The old man was too shocked to do much of anything, to say the least. All he could do was stand there in fear as all the kunoichi on the other side of the bathhouse realized what was going on. When the wall collapsed, Many of them had started to run for the locker rooms but stopped when they realized a certain elderly man and self-proclaimed super pervert was staring right at them. Their eyes instantly became filled with rage. "We should leave now before they notice us," Goten suggested. "Why? This is just starting to get good," Naruto said with a grin, sitting back to enjoy the show. "Because if we don't, then you'll see something that's definitely a million times scarier and more powerful than me." "And that would be?" asked Sasuke. "A mob of angry women," Goten said with his face going pale as he gulped in fear. If there's one thing his mother and Bulma had taught him, it's that when women get angry they seem to possess a strength beyond even a Super Saiyan 3. Luckily the mob of angry women were too busy glaring daggers at the perverted old man to notice the three younger males. As he gulped, all the kunoichi who were glaring at him all said the same thing. "Pervert!" They all screamed in unison as they began beating the poor man senseless. "I don't know whether to be turned on or scared out of my mind," said an awestruck Naruto. On one hand there were several beautiful women with little to no clothing on the other hand, what they were doing to the poor old man was anything but beautiful. If anything, it was cruel and unusual. "I agree with Goten. Let's leave before they notice us," said Sasuke. The three of them were about to head for the locker rooms when they were stopped by a voice that sent chills down their spines. "And where do you think you're going?" said the terrifying female voice. The three of them turned around to see Anko, the snake mistress herself, clad in a towel with an angry glare on her face and her arms crossed. "Oh crap," the three of them said in unison. "I know it had to be you three because I only know two people who can destroy a wall that thick that fast, and now I'm going to have to teach you a lesson." She cracked her knuckles, making all three of them gulp. As she neared closer, however, an idea suddenly popped into Goten's head. "Sasuke, Naruto, quick, let's fly away." "But our clothes are still in," Naruto started to say but was cut off. "Better our clothes than our lives, come on." With that, Goten grabbed onto Naruto and Sasuke's arms and dashed off at full speed, trying his best to get away from what he deemed was one of the most terrifying things in the known universe. Anko gave a sadistic smirk. "You can run, kids, but you can't hide. Flying away won't save you from me forever." While they were flying away in fear, a young child looked up in the sky and pointed at what she saw. "Look, mommy, flying naked people." "That's nice, dear," the mom said, not really paying attention. She knew her daughter had an active imagination and figured she was pretending again. "But they're really there, mommy." "Yes, I'm sure they are, sweetie." The next day, Goten had heard that the old man from the previous day was in the hospital suffering severe injuries. Feeling bad about leaving the guy to fend for himself, he decided to visit him and give him one of his senzu beans. He felt it was the least he could do after what happened. Naruto didn't really see the point. He figured the guy had it coming for peeping on girls, but there wasn't really anything better to do, so he tagged along with Goten anyway. They were now outside the room where the old man was recovering. After knocking on the door, they heard voice telling them to come in. When the two of them walked in, they were in for a surprise. The man was in an entire body cast from the neck down. Upon seeing them, the man gave them a glare. "And what do you two brats want, huh? Let me guess, you want to sick even more women on me until I'm dead, right?" he said with a sarcastic look in his eye. Goten started to talk, but Naruto cut him off. "We felt bad and came here to help you, moron." "And how exactly are you going to do that?" he asked. Goten reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bag, one of these. He then opened the bag and pulled out a small bean. "It's called a senzu bean. It heals nearly any injury and keeps you full for a full 10 days. "Nice try, kid. It's probably a laxative pill or something. There's no way I'm falling for." Before the old man could finish, however, Goten had literally threw the bean down the man's throat, forcing him to swallow it. Instantly he could feel every part of his body repair itself. Every bone, muscle, and artery snapped into its proper place, and he was filled with a newfound energy. With a quick flip, he was quickly out of his body cast and back in his usual clothing. The man had a big grin on his face as he tested out his body to make sure everything was working right. "Wow, kid, thanks. I suppose introductions are in order. My name is, he then started doing a series of poses that would definitely make the Genu Force proud before finishing. The legendary Toad Sage, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto was too stunned to move. What he just saw had to be the lamest thing he had ever witnessed. He was about to voice his opinion, but Goten beat him to it, and much to Jiraiya's pleasure, didn't share the Fox Boy's distaste for the Sannin's theatrics. Wow, that was so cool. My name's Goten and this is Naruto. He pointed to Naruto. Can you do another one? He started jumping up and down excitedly. Naruto promptly fell on the ground anime style. Jiraiya gave a laugh. Ha ha ha, so you like that one, huh? Well, how about? Before he could say anything else, Naruto had gotten back up and stopped him. No, no more lame poses. We fed you the dumb bean to help you out, so now you help us. The old Toad Sage smirked and crossed his arms. And why would I do that? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even be in here? Ah, but come on, we gave you sensu beans. Naruto begged. As soon as he said it, an idea popped in Goten's head. I could give you one to grow. Imagine, a cure for any injury anytime you wanted it. Just add water. To tell the truth, I was actually going to help you guys from the start, but since you offered, hand me one. I happen to know someone with a really green thumb, so this could do quite good, said Jiraiya, holding out his hand. With a nod, Goten pulled out the last seed he had on him and handed it over. Okay then, come with me and I'll train you too. Goten scratched the back of his head nervously. Actually, I don't really know if there's anything you can teach me. I can sense energy and I can tell that mine is a lot more than yours. Jiraiya gave a sigh. Yeah, I know you're a lot stronger than I am. However, I don't need strength to teach style and technique. I guess you have a point there. Didn't think of that. And with that, the two boys in orange started their training with the Jiraiya of the Sannin. Flamingonferno. Next chapter will finish up training and start into the final part of the chunin exams. I know I said I'd get to it this chapter, but I wanted to show how the characters were progressing first. As for the Hinata actually managing to do something painful to Trunks during their training, I've actually put a lot of thought into it. The gentle fist style has the ability to trigger chakra pressure points throughout the body, and regardless of how powerful someone is, hitting them specifically is going to have some impact, and with the tail being a major weak point for Saiyans, I figured that hitting the tailbone itself would have a similar effect. That, and Trunks wasn't exactly fighting at full strength. I'd say he was barely using 5% of his strength in the fight. As for the tail growing back, I have some plans for it later.